Three, two, one. What's going on, everyone? You're watching Ash on Comics live. This is the first stream of 2021. 2020 is dead, and I thought it would be really fun to have a live stream with a bunch of other comics geeks and gurus and RDV also. And here on the show tonight, I have my good old boy Skip. You may be familiar with him. We got RDV, Zach. Is it Richmond, Richards, something or
Any
other?
of them?
It's not your boy Zach. It's the other boy Zach. And yeah, and I'm sorry.
I like that. I might use that. The other boy, Zach.
Do you like that? The other boy Zach?
Yeah, I like that. I may buy that off you.
Oh, yeah. And certainly not least, the resident celebrity in the house. The reason you're all here, Eric Breen. Take a bow. Thank you for joining me, guys. How you guys doing? Start with Skip.
Yeah, man. Had an outstanding day this morning. Got to do Comic Aficionados 10,000 subscriber stream with Wes, which was very special. I was there for the 1K stream, and I was very honored to be on the 10K stream, which I got to give him crap about because he's like, I don't know if I'm gonna get to 10K this year, man. And I was like, dude, you're gonna get to 10K, like just chill. And he got to 10K right before the new year, so that was it. And some really special things happened, especially after the stream, that I may or may not talk about later. But and then I had a great day with my daughters too, so it's been pretty good, man. I got no complaints.
Very good. And Zach, this is your first time on my channel. Welcome. You've been someone I've met through the community, and I think you've probably watched a couple of my streams. How are you doing?
I'm doing good, man. Yeah, I've been watching like your story time videos for a while.
I'm sorry.
They lullaby me to sleep sometimes. No,
Amen.
I'm doing good. Yeah. Kind of ringing in the new year as quietly as I can. We're kind of keeping it low key at my house. We're just chilling, relaxing, watching Netflix, and yeah, happy to be here. Thanks for having me on.
Oh, well, I'm glad that you wanted to be on. And speaking of wanting to be on, Eric Breen, thank you for joining me again. It's always an honor. I'm glad that things worked out. You're here. How are things going off in the great world of Kentucky?
Yeah,
No?
that's about it.
Oh, all right. It's 2021 starting off with a bang.
Whatever happened? Whatever does happen in Kentucky?
Well, I don't know. You have a pretty kick-ass freaking comic museum over there. I was wanting to visit. For those of you guys who didn't see in the chat, Eric has a YouTube channel. He makes like one video a year, but he did a recent tour of his comic temple. What do you have? It's
What it is what's left of a once great empire.
still, it's most comic fans watch the video and still drool over what's left. Eric has gotten rid of more comics than most of us will ever acquire.
Well, yeah, I got rid of Marvel comics. DC from 1962 to 2010. But it looks kind of cool just seeing the boxes. But once upon a time, all those boxes were filled with Silver Age Marvels.
Oh,
And now they're filled with whatever came after the Copper Age, quarter box fodder. But I did keep the reference books. And I'm glad I still have those because I really do enjoy getting those out and reading those from time to time. And I have so many trades now that I have most of the stories, but it was cool having all the books. But I'm not gonna lie there.
well, it is very impressive to me. I very much enjoyed watching the video, even though
Well,
you
I
didn't.
appreciate that.
Even though you didn't mention me once, I was a little.
Well, you got left on the cutting room floor because I botched everything there was to botch in that video. The only thing I got right, actually, what I should have done was put on one of those things that hide your gut, but that's beside the point. But No, I said I wanted to show the Dark Knight poster and shout you out. I was going to end it by saying I'm just going to get rid of all of it, and the bidding starts when Maranya says go.
Oh, that
But I
would be
forgot
great.
to do all that shit. So it's
Well, if there's anyone that understands what it's like to have regrets on how you messed up your whatever video you're doing, it's me. So I can. But you know what? That all leaves room for a sequel. So we can maybe next Christmas we can get a something similar.
I'm going to do another video pretty soon because I have to maintain my ever-growing lead on Jimmy.
Yes, you must keep ahead. Speaking of keeping ahead, certainly last is I'm just kidding. I don't know. I want to pick on Venkman because he's kind of funny, but he's a good guy and he's on my show, and I'm glad to have him. Venkman, the real Dr. Venkman, except no substitutions. Thank you for coming. How are you doing tonight?
That's right. You saved the best for last. Breen's second best. I'll give him that. He's a good guy. Little did they know in the video, if you caught it, he had the casket of Stan Lee in there. He was hiding behind some of the boxes. And I gotta say though, Zach's complimenting on your lullabies, and I actually wasn't really complimenting. He decided to put you to sleep. That's not true. The auction puts me to sleep, and I'm on that stream.
Well, that's because people literally can't stay up as long as the length of one of those auctions. I mean,
well, that's because
humans can only go with, I think, like 36. What is it? I forget how many hours of sleep deprivation you can actually go.
They have pills for that, don't they?
Yeah, I mean, eventually you'll die. You have to go to sleep. I don't know how long it actually is. There's a certain amount of time.
4 hours or more, and then call a doctor.
But those auction streams certainly are testing that limits.
But actually, so far it's been going well for me. Except for snow. I mean, unless you guys want it over in California, that'll help with the lockdown. You can't get COVID in the snow, right?
No, you just can't get COVID in Republican states. Apparently,
yeah.
Apparently, in all the red state or all the blue states, it's like. Anyways, I don't want to turn this into a COVID stream. This is 2021. I do appreciate the comments when people say that I lull them to sleep on those. I forget there was someone on Twitter or social media that was all pissed off. It made like a viral thing because someone had said this girl that does I don't know, that people like her voice put them to sleep or something. She got all bit, it was like this viral video. I don't know if anyone saw it. I just caught a clip of it somewhere, and I was just thinking that can actually be a compliment. Sometimes I listen to certain music to go to sleep, like.
But in all fairness, Ash, if they fall asleep to you, the phone's still playing.
Oh, I don't care about the views. Like it makes me feel good when I look at the analytics.
Neither do I.
But I'm not here for that. Just the fact that someone, even anyone that's here right now is wanting to listen is flattery enough. But if I can read a book and it's good enough to lull you to sleep and not be, that means it's not grating and irritating, right? I mean, I'm doing
it's like
something
listening,
right.
It like takes me back to my days as an infant when I used to get read books to fall. Like when your mom reads you a book to go to sleep. There's some issues
Halloween?
probably in there if I'm comparing Ash to my mom, but that's okay. We'll save that for later.
And then on Halloween, she would read you the scary Marvel stories, the ones with the Kamal Khan and the rest of them.
Oh,
Was that you're talking about, like that Avengers Halloween special they had like a year or two ago?
I'm just saying anything after 2012.
Oh, okay. Well then, yeah.
All right. Before we go any further, I want to take time to maybe address some of the people that have deemed to grace us with their presence and make us all feel good, like someone cares about us. Dragon Majesty is first. He says hello. Tehillim is here. Computer robots in the house. Let's see. I was about to shout out Zach Richmond. He's on the panel. Maranya, good to see you. And any other new names? I am not seeing it. Hey, by the way, guys, anyone that's in chat? Oh, Christopher Barker. Hey, good to see you. I know you don't always get to make it. Hopefully, an earlier stream makes this more approachable for people. I think I got everyone's name. If you're so inclined, and you want to go out and put a share out on social media, I'm not a big channel, so when I go live, it's not like it's going to go out to thousands of people that are going to get a notification to come watch. So if you have anyone that's comic fans in your circles, throw up a share just to say, hey, come on over on the chat. Also, if you're a member of my Discord and you are of the friends level or higher in the Discord, you can come into the chat like us. This is an open group panel. Obviously, it's limited by numbers. Obviously, I can't have 50 people in here, but if you're someone who would want to be on air, that's something that's open to you. It's just as simple as going into the Discord and coming in. And anyone have a topic that's on their mind?
Well, before we discuss those topics, I was let you know I shared you out to Mark Zuckerberg on Facebook.
Oh, nice.
Maybe
he'll come in.
He's on your friends list, right?
I'd
rather have Tom on MySpace.
I would love to have Tom. I was a big MySpace user. I miss MySpace. I used to do a film blog on MySpace. This is during my hiatus of comics. I was big into film, and I had a couple thousand subscribers over there.
Yeah, I'm not sure. After Tom sold it for millions of dollars, I think Timberlake bought it, and now when you add, you get a new account. He's your first friend, Justin Timberlake. I'm not sure how that works.
I don't know.
Justin
I thought he
Timberlake
bought part of it.
MySpace?
No, I thought he bought a part of it.
Oh wow.
Maybe he bought it all. I don't know. I know that Facebook pretty much killed MySpace, and in hindsight, it's kind of a shame because
still up.
MySpace had some, but social media is only as good as your user base, right? Like as much as everyone bitches about Twitter, we don't leave it because all the alternatives, like, where are you gonna go? No one's there.
Well,
you go to where the audience is.
I tried using the post office, send you guys letters, but you guys won't give me your address. Jeez.
You never asked for my address.
I did? Oh, my bad.
I'll send you a plane ticket.
I was talking to the other people in the chat.
Oh.
Sorry, Ash.
Oh.
What are you talking about? I gave Ingleton my address like a long time ago.
Well, I could ask him for all your addresses, but that'd be wrong.
Yeah, I guess, maybe.
He has all the information.
So, I don't know which one of you guys are AFK or not. So, if anyone's got an interesting topic, any comics you guys have been reading, any movies you've been seeing, anything that's not, let's try to avoid the geopolitical stuff for now.
Oh, that?
Great.
We'll say that for the last 10 seconds of the show.
There's plenty of time to do those type of things. Let's just start 2021 off right and try to focus on things that are positive if we can.
The only thing that I get okay.
I have a topic, but I don't know how. And it's funny. It's an extremely it's an extreme comic book related topic, but I don't know how familiar with people in here will be with it. Is anybody in here? And it's not totally positive. It's not negative. It's just a little sad. But is anybody in here familiar with the rapper MF Doom?
I am
Heard of him.
I saw his name on Twitter yesterday.
It's a guy who died, but I've never heard of his songs. He's a British rapper, wears that metal mask, like Dr. Doom.
Yeah, well, he's not rich. Did you say he's a rich rapper?
No, he's a British rapper.
Oh, British rapper. Yeah. Well,
he wears that silver mask. Yeah.
So he wears the mask of the Spaniard from Gladiator, but he wears it in place of having wearing a mask like Doom. He was born in the UK, but he's not. I mean, like he's British because he was born over there, but he spent way more of his he moved over to New York when he was like 3, so he's more of a New Yorker. But extremely talented rapper, and if and we can get into that. And when I say extremely talented, I have spent many years rapping. I've managed artists in the music industry. I almost got signed and went on tour with Lady Gaga from our group where I was rapping and we were doing all this whole thing. So when I talk about rappers, most I don't even care about, and not just today. I mean, just from the span of time, but he was easily one of the most talented rappers, seriously, that ever lived. But one of the coolest things about him, which obviously some of you who are listening have probably ascertained from his name, his rap moniker, MF Doom, comes from him patterning himself in his love and affinity for comic books, and specifically Doctor Doom in the comic books. Majority of his albums, he would go back to the old Fantastic Four radio show and actually sample it, especially the parts where they talked about MF Doom, and would like put those in there. Like really incredible. The most interesting thing about him, because of course he got the mask and everything, and they're like, what about the mask? It was really interesting. He earlier on in the 90s, he was in a rap group called KMD with his brother Sub Rock, and they were up and coming. They were kind of, anybody who's ever listened to like Tribe Called Quest and De La Soul, they were kind of running in some of those same circles and were kind of on the rise with them along the same times. Well, just as they had gotten a record deal and was and released their first album, his brother Sub Rock died in a car accident.
Oh.
And he went into seclusion, and no one heard from him for like an extremely long time. And I think it was right around maybe 1999, 2000, he started going to open mics and rapping again, but he did it with a stocking over his head, like concealing his identity. He just like didn't want anybody to know. But eventually, as like he started rapping again, got more comfortable being in public and doing it, he started making recordings again. And then when it came time for him to perform, he had already taken on the moniker of Doom, and he found that Spaniard mask, and he would wear the mask of the Spaniard in place of having an actual a Dr. Doom mask. And it was incredible. He, like I said, he always incorporated comics into his raps too, along with like some of the other stuff that you would hear when you listen to like rappers from New York and stuff. But I always share with everybody my favorite line. It went probably his most popular, well, two popular albums. One he did with Danger Mouse, the producer from Gnarls Barkley. They did an album called Danger Doom, where it was Danger Mouse and MF Doom, and the Cartoon Network had actually commissioned them to do the album. So you get like Aqua Team Hunger Force and all these other people like randomly popping up throughout the album and like either rapping or telling jokes or whatever. It was really, really incredible. And it got popular. It sold well and all this other stuff. It was like crazy, but probably his most popular album is one of the best titled albums ever. It's called Food. And every song is titled after like some sort of dish or whatever, but he has a song called Con Queso.
So he really is in the Marvel comics.
Oh, extremely. Okay. Well, I guess he was responsible for All New, All Different, because he did that way before that had come out.
I couldn't let that one slide.
No, that was a pretty good one. You got to slide those.
Wait, Mariko Tamaki wrote Doom? What?
Yeah, she was his ghostwriter, actually. So
one of the tracks of the things is featuring Mariko Tamaki.
It might be. I'm gonna have to go back and look now. If it is, I'll definitely share it in our Discord. But one of his probably my favorite line from him was on the song Con Queso, and it goes, "In love with Mary Jane, she's my main thing. Took her right from that webhead. What a lame brain." Obviously, a lot of people should be getting that reference. It's a Spider-Man, Mary Jane, Peter Parker reference, while simultaneously referencing the Mary Jane song, Mary Jane, she's my main thing. Anyway, I'm trying to share him more, and I should have done it while he was alive. Like they say, give the people the roses while you can, while they're alive, because it's not as satisfying to give them to them when they're dead. So I'm trying to spread it more around now. If any of you guys, I'm sure plenty of you listen to some sort of hip hop or rap, maybe not everybody, but if you do, please go look up MF Doom. Please listen to the Food album and just treat your ears to actual talented wordplay, true like poetic limericks and lyricism, and just sit up there and like bask in those old Fantastic Four radio show samples. They're just so cool to like listen to and hear how he used them. And all of his album covers, like usually, even though he didn't have a Doom mask, usually the album cover, he'll be in a true Doom mask with like a green hoodie over his head, even though he's wearing like a leather jacket otherwise. So
you know what's funny, Skip? When I first saw the pictures of him popping up, I thought he was a member of the Hollywood Undead group.
Oh yeah, because all masked and everything. That makes sense. Yeah.
I was like, I don't remember this guy being in the band. I know they had different members, but wow.
Right. I didn't know Slipknot had a rapper. What's going on here? What is this? Yeah, that's pretty, that makes sense.
Yeah, I don't cotton to this music you crazy kids listen to. You got any Montavani?
No Montavani here.
Well, I will be honest. Rap and hip hop is one of the few genres of music that doesn't jive with me, but everything you've said has made me want to at least check it out and experience. You know, it sounds very interesting, and that's a good story. I'm glad that you brought that up. It sounds like you know, a worthy tribute to someone. It's always sad to lose people, and they should be remembered. So
Definitely, yeah. Thanks for it. And you know, obviously, someone like myself who's so passionate about comics and well, I was extremely passionate about hip hop for at least from when I was like 11. That's actually, well, no, that's not true. I was writing stories before that, but probably like the second medium that I had began to write when I was younger, like for like my writing, and I really dove into was hip hop. So to find someone who was really like you can tell was also a true fan of comic books and what I mean, like who's sampling old Fantastic Four radio shows, you know what I mean? But like for him to be into that and then also be as talented as he was, I think it's kind of like a cool crossroads for people who are into hip hop and love comics too. It's just like the best of both worlds. So.
I think I haven't listened to a whole lot of hip hop in my life. I think it's kind of the same thing that why I'm not a big fan of stuff like TMNT, because I was already in my 20s when those came out, and a lot of times you've formed your musical tastes by the time you reach adulthood, and so it's easier to go back, to find things from the past than to embrace the things that are happening now when you're older. So I didn't really get exposed to that much hip hop, even though we sold a crap ton of it through the years at the stores.
Oh yeah. No, makes sense, and yeah, it is true. It's sometimes a little more difficult to kind of go back, you know, especially if your palate is kind of set. But you know, if you do, and if you check him out, especially you will catch because I mean, for people who kind of if you were able to see his age, he was 15. I mean, only 49. Excuse me, he was 49. So, you know, that's probably part of the reason why he was a little more familiar with some of the, you know, the older formats, like the old, you know, all those old radio shows, which I used to listen to some of them too, and they really were cool. They're very novel, but they are cool, and there's just something so, you know, it does remind me a bit about the storytelling and the comics reading, where, you know, you have to put extra effort and emphasis on how you talk and what you say and build up the drama that way, because reading comics to people, especially like if you don't show it, it's a visual medium. I mean, it's a auditory medium, you know, so it's audible. So you know, those people, they really gave really great performances and really leaned into to the characters, even though, you know, it was a different time and the type of drama and how they talked was different. You really felt them you know, you felt them giving it their all, and some of those are really cool to go back and check out.
oh yeah, for sure. I just yeah, for me it's the genre. I try to stay fresh, because I'm you know, kind of in a similar situation as Eric. I have like a lot of all my favorites are older, you know, bands from the 80s and 90s, but I really do try to embrace newer stuff. And it's kind of funny, the stuff that I embrace as newer is stuff that's not new anymore. And I'm just like, oh god, it's one thing when the music you grew up with becomes classic and you're like, man, I'm starting to feel old, and then the music that replaced it becomes classic, then you're like, oh Jesus. Really
How about the first time you heard a song that played at one of your high school dances on an oldie station?
Yeah.
That's like the first clue that the best days might be behind you.
Yeah. All the bands in the 2000s that not all of them, but many of them that I like, that weren't around, that was like a new thing for me to like step out of my youth and be like, yeah, I'm going to embrace this newer stuff, like, or have disbanded, or, you know, or different things, you know, like one band that I got into, which I swore I would never, I thought no way in hell this is gonna. But Linkin Park was a band that I got into in the turn of the century, and I was absolutely anti nu metal. Plus, they embrace the hip hop, and rap into it and stuff. And I'm just like, this isn't for me, but I experienced it, and it became one of my favorite bands. And unfortunately, lead singer of that band died.
Chad Pennington.
Died.
Yep.
So, and that band is now defunct.
Yeah, you just put me in a time machine right there when you said Linkin Park. I was like, I had just moved out of my parents' house when I discovered them.
Yeah. Well, I was in my 30s. I was like, yeah. There's this new music sucks. I was in that attitude. What the hell is new music? Nothing's good anymore.
I moved out of my parents' house because they discovered Linkin Park.
Oh. Oh man,
That's a good one.
I need to get off Eric's lawn.
Well,
all
I
right.
did find an article. If you want to go over an article, that's up to you.
If I want to go over an article,
It's based on a Marvel book that me and Breen actually enjoyed.
you actually. Oh well. I think I know what you're talking about. I want to read that book so I can collaborate with you guys or be on part of the discussion.
You mean what? Stop, collaborate, and listen.
There you go.
There we
Hey,
go.
there goes some rap.
There's two books that me and Breen liked. One's a Marvel, one's a DC.
I think I know what the DC one is.
Look
I
at
think
you
I think
guys.
I heard you talk about
But
it.
I'm referring to the Marvel one that Mary Sue decided to trash.
Spider-Man 55?
Yeah,
Why they trash it?
they're saying that they're demonizing mental people.
Oh,
Dude,
fuck
if
that.
Mary Sue did trashing something is a great endorsement. So
That is true.
Yeah, that is true.
It's just funny because they're like, you're trashing your ally. For the longest time, Spider-Man's been horrible, and they were praising it. Now they're demonizing it because it got better.
yeah, that's always the way. Like these groups, they always eat themselves once there's no one else. It's like, oh, now we turn on each other. It's silly. It's why it's always silly to align with these groups because they're not your friends.
Who was it? Right? Zach had the other Zach had a great line when he said, "They don't have friends; they have allies."
Yep, I remember
Yeah.
when you said that.
Yeah. So I was curious, I think I saw in the chat earlier someone had mentioned, or I don't know where I heard it because I'm old and my brain sucks, but this feels like the right time. It's 2021. We just had a New Year's. What were some standout books? It's like 1 to 3 books from 2020 that really stood out to you. Let's start with Eric. Do you remember what
Okay, I'm gonna start. First I'm gonna say an author, Ed Brubaker. Reckless and Pulp, and the Criminal series. Standout book, obviously, would be Hawkman. And there was some good individual books, but I don't think any other monthly series was as good as Hawkman. Other titles had its moments, but yeah, I said can't think of anything right off the top of my head as far as like other series that really stood out.
any particular?
So-
Maybe did you read like a graphic novel or?
Well, yeah.
anything, or-
Well, Pulp was the best graphic novel I read this year.
Oh, okay.
Then I said, and I did read Reckless and liked that a lot, and so I said anything Brubaker put pen to paper on, I enjoyed. That's tough. I said
It is tough.
because I'm older and my brain sucks worse.
I know. I put you on the spot. Sometimes when you just go, "Hey, name the 3 best books," you're like, I wasn't prepared for this."
There's my pudding.
RDV, 1 to 3 books for you that just stand out above the rest that need to be mentioned. That you just were like, "Whoa, that was really good."
Kirkman's Firepower was actually really good. The Prelude. I'm still getting into used to the idea of how they just went to a wholly different story for the actual main book. But overall, it's been really good. And the way Kirkman writes, he's bringing back the way all the magic he did in Walking Dead, he's putting into his other books. Because it brings my second book, Oblivion Song, another Kirkman book. I think it's good. These are independent books. These aren't Marvel DC. So you're actually getting like a breath of fresh air. Like it's actually creative without being preached to. I'm trying to think of as Breen had said, yeah, like there are books that compare that had their moments, like, and I agree, like The Flash, consecutively it was good, but they had moments where it was like really awesome, and other parts it was like you tell it's a filler issue. They kept going, obviously they have to have like a break before they go down to a story arc. But the one that impressed me the most, it was actually Batman Beyond.
Oh,
I did not read a dull issue. I went back to 2016 and read all the way up to current. They just had issue 50. And oh my gosh, it makes me just want to like let them continue more, create a Justice League Beyond, and just let them do that. And then he can have their own Elseworlds. We could have a future Justice League series, and have the current present. We can have them do a crossover. No, instead we get this all new state crap.
Well, if you had a crossover, Bendis would probably end up writing something about it.
Why could it be so negative?
Here we are talking about the best stuff of the year, and you got to rain all over it with Bendis.
Yeah.
Jeez.
He's got to see Superman's the best.
Gosh, this is why we don't let Zach on the channel. I'm just kidding.
Yeah, the other day.
This is the first and last appearance I will ever make on Ash's channel.
Wow, that's going to make this appearance valuable.
Right, there we go.
There you go.
All right, now we got to put Zach on the spot. Zach, what were the standout books? And they don't have to be like necessarily a series. Like if there was just like a single issue or something that you read, whether it was a floppy or a trade or a graphic novel, something that came out, you're just like, whoa, damn, that was really good.
Yeah, I think DC, all the issues for that I picked up last year were really good. Tom Taylor, I think, they really nailed it with Deceased, and then the sequel, Dead Planet, which I don't think they wrapped that up yet, but those were really good. Those were always a good solid buy when I went to the store. Firepower, I know RDV was just talking about it. Kirkman. I'm a sucker for Chris Samney art. That was really even more of a draw for me than Robert Kirkman writing it.
Oh, wow.
Was the art style. I love Chris Samney's art style. So that was really cool, and I think I actually got into it because I heard you and Skip talking about it on one of y'all's streams. So thank you for that. And then lastly, what was it? Tim Lim's book, the Common America book. Because I think the second one, I think maybe both of them might have come out last year. But those were really fun, good, lighthearted, superhero story. The art is amazing. It's just a really good read. And then somebody, I saw it in the chat, I think LK said Justice League Odyssey. Yeah, Justice League Odyssey. That was a really fun sci-fi
That is such a fun
read. I'm sorry that's the one to go. If I had my way, I would keep Justice League Odyssey and then maybe cancel or postpone Justice League Dark.
Well, Dark is
Odyssey
good too.
Dark is
It's
good
just
too,
different.
but I always lean a little more sci-fi than yeah, Odyssey
that was the great
fun.
thing about the whole the Trinity, though, is that you had a cosmic book, you had a dark book, and then you had the standard book. So it was like 3 different flavors, right? Like Neapolitan. Some people like the strawberry, some people like the chocolate, but it was like you get it all. And I thought that was a great way, rather than try to make one book do it all. You could offer the flavors up. Hey, you guys want a cosmic book? Here you go. And Dan Abnett was a great choice.
Abnett, oh yeah, absolutely. But yeah, I would say those are my top ones, I think, for last year, for 2020.
Very nice. Skip, my man. You are a well-read individual. I'm eager to hear what your standouts were.
Of course, I'm in the camp with Breen on Pulp. That was one of the best books that I read of the year. Along with that, I got a whole stack of books over here. Um, Man, there were really so many. Let's see. Let's crack open the comicsology. I continue to talk about Coffin Bound. Um, again, like I just showed it to a friend of mine who like is not. I don't want to say not a comics person because she does read graphic novels. It's actually my best. Well, she's my best friend too. It's my best friend's wife. She's like my sister. I showed her some of that stuff, and she was just so taken, just like by the story, the plot, and then the dialogue, especially, and then just it's abstract, but a lot of the concepts and whatnot that they explore in there is like really cool. I got a lot of respect uh for the writer Dan Waters because I went and I read a little bit of was it Superman and Supergirl or some it was a Capes book, and anybody here listening knows I don't read a whole lot, especially current Capes books. I'll read some older ones, and completely like flip the switch, doesn't write the exact same, like can go into modes, and kind of key in on things and write for that. And to me, I always respect people that can kind of flip the switch and not be so one note from moving from book to book to book, and almost like an actor, showing range, the different set of characters that can play. So Dan Waters has been great. I really enjoyed Coffin Bound. And I mean, although I don't think it was published that year, well, obviously it definitely wasn't published that year, but Breen and I had also talked about the adaptation that Darwin Cook had did for Richard Stark's Parker. I continue to just kind of read that book, and it just like I read it it reads so smooth. It's like not even the hot knife through butter, but like if a hot knife scooped up butter and then like actually was still so hot that it like made the butter melt and it just drizzles off. Like that book just reads so smooth, and it's so pulpy, and it's just really, 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 really cool. I just love it. Anybody that's in the kind of pulpy type stuff and whatnot, I think you'll find pleasure in that. And then kind of like my hidden one, which I didn't expect to be as good as it was, and I'm trying to kind of spread the word on it, was Cyberpunk 2077 by Cullen Bunn. The art was cool, fit it perfectly. The coloring was really great job, and they did and it's just like a finite story. It's just 4 issues. It's just a really cool story about like a medic on the trauma team going in to pull a client out of a bad situation, a building where the client had been cornered in and has a gang after him trying to kill him. And it was really cool how they explored the character and the situations and whatnot. So to keep it short, I'm sure there's books that I'm missing and whatnot, but I'll keep it to those for now.
Very good, very good. Yeah, I mean, the thing about this is I'm listening to you guys and I'm thinking about what my picks are gonna be. I'm like, keeping it under 3 is tough, and that's a good thing. That's I had
a bunch of runner-ups.
But I think if the books I have to mention, and if I'm gonna be my 3 that are the most worthy of mentions, number 1 is like Firepower. The whole series I'm loving, especially now since the last issue. Which, by the way, quick plug: Skip and I do an indie comic show. If you haven't heard of it yet, it's every other Monday. And one of the books we feature on the show is Firepower. So come check us out. Please, if you are a fan of Firepower, sounds like people in the chat are fans of the book. We talk about that book. The last issue of Firepower was my favorite so far, but it was the trade paperback, the graphic novel that came out before the series that won me over. And I had a couple people, kind of recommending it to me, and I was like, I like Kirkman and Kunk. It's all fine. I'm sure the book's fine or whatever. I just have so many books I'm buying. It wasn't like that I was opposed to it. I was like, I just don't need it. And then people just kept like, oh, you should try it out. And I'm like, really? All right. So I tried it out and blew me away. It was the best thing I had read up to that point. And it didn't blow me away because it blew my mind. Some books you read and you're just like, ooh, but it was just how smooth it was. And it just had such great pacing, fun characters, great art, which I didn't appreciate. I am becoming a Chris Samney fan, but before that I wasn't. I was like, whatever, I could take or leave Chris Samney. But as I'm seeing and becoming more accustomed to his art, it's really growing on me. And I just walked away with a smile on my face and just a really feel good feeling, and just like, this is what it's all about. Like, this is the fun that all the books should be. Like, that's the goal. And I just couldn't stop thinking about the book. Not because it was a mind bender. There's books that make you do that. I mean, when House of X, Powers of X came out, I couldn't stop thinking of that. But that was because it was challenging me intellectually and just, whoa, where's it going? And this was just, I couldn't stop thinking of it. Just, like your favorite fun popcorn blockbuster movie type thing. Like, it's just, you just want to watch it again. You're like, oh, that was so. And that's what it was like. Then the other book that really stood out to me was Pulp. And this is a book that I probably would not have read if it weren't for people like you, Eric Breen, some others out there. I like Westerns. I love Western movies, especially, if they're good. I don't want to watch a junk Western movie. I like the genre, but in the comics, nope. Comic Westerns have zero interest to me. And when you look at the cover, it looks like a comic Western. It's really not, as I read it, and to come to find out. It involves a little bit of the Old West in the story, but I read it because of you guys. And it was like on just recommendations, and I am so glad I did. I feel that's one of the best books I've read in years, much less just 2020. I urge you guys, if anyone hasn't read that book yet, go get it. And the third mention I want to mention is Hawkman, specifically the Hawkwoman story arc after Year of the Villain. After that nonsense wrapped up, and Venditti could go back to his storytelling again. That book picked right back up. And if you want to ever see a clear example of upper management interfering with a book and making it, taking away from it, you just go read Hawkman from number 1 through 29 is the last issue. And as soon as the Year of the Villain stuff kicks in, that book takes a dive. Now, it's still a decent book because Robert Venditti is a good writer, but you can tell he's having to write mandated stuff, and it's just like, okay, fine, DC, I'll give you. And then as soon as that's over and he goes back to his story that he wants to tell, boom, it goes right back up to a 5-star book again. And I know I was expecting Eric to mention there was a single issue in that story arc that he had at one time had said that was his favorite issue of the year. I think it was
25 or 6. I can't remember which one it was now, but
yeah, it was. And it was good. I love that whole story arc. It's what Cape Comics should be. I encourage everyone out there. You can get the first 2 trades out there right now, which will cover issues 1 through 12, which is the first story arc. And it's a little bit weird because it's actually kind of 2 stories. It's 2 parts. The first part is 7 issues. So the first trade only goes to issue 6. So if you read there and stopped, it'd be kind of like watching a movie and then stopping before the last 15 minutes were over, and it doesn't wrap up well. So I encourage you to take it as one big chunk, and it's got a payoff. It pays off. It's a fun, big adventure book. Anyways, those 3 are my standout. There are other books out there that I could mention, but for time and brevity, which is not my strong suit, I'm going to keep it at that. Did any of you guys get any other things that you thought of, since I kind of put you on the spot? That you did?
Yeah. I had I'm gonna pull it into this year because it was at the very end of last year, and it was the last issue of my favorite comic run and series of all time. But it was East of West issue number 45 that it came out. It was, like I said, perfect ending to a story.
Nice.
I was about to say, I was surprised Ash didn't bring up East of West.
I haven't read East of West. I'm on we've done the first 4 volumes.
So we're on like 20 through 24 right
yeah,
now.
So one of the things we're also doing on the Unnamed Indie Comic Show is we feature a trade paperback. We feature a current book that's on the shelves that you can get, and we're following it along like a fan podcast, right? Like best example is The Talking Dead. You know, where that just every episode is like, hey, we're doing a show that's based, you know, talks about the show. So we're talking about every issue of Firepower and every issue of Decorum as they come out. But one of the other things we're doing is we're doing a trade paperback series that's, you know, it's on the shelves. You can get it. But a lot of people, I don't know if you're discouraged, but I know that me personally, I am more encouraged to read books when other people are reading them too, and we can join in on the discussion. I also really like reading books that, you know, everyone hasn't read already. You know, like, it's new to me, it's new to you. It's like, you don't know what's going to happen either. You can't spoil it for me, type of thing. And some people kind of maybe bypass things like, oh, that book came out 5 years ago, whatever, I'm moving on. And I'm trying to encourage people, hey, read this, because I'm reading this in real time. Every 2 weeks we do a new volume. We've done 4 volumes so far. We're having a pause on the next episode of the show. So if that gives you an extra 2 weeks to catch up. The reason why there's a pause is we're going to be doing a supplemental show that I'll talk about later. That's going to interrupt it, and then the Indie Comic Show will return at its normally scheduled time after that. But it'll be close. Everyone, you guys are going to like it too. Anyways, join in, read one. I'm only reading 1 volume every 2 weeks, so I am not reading ahead. So I can't speak to issue 45. I haven't got that far yet.
Yeah, and that's why I didn't want to say too much to spoil it. But you know, I'm like, no spoilers at all. But just saying, like, I've read through the story. Well, if you count me reading that issue 4 times, and then all the other issues that I read 4 times, and then reading up until about 40. That's what, like, I had gone through and just cycled that many times. But it was just to me it was a perfect ending to the story. And I think that's also what I mean, I was already in love with it and already felt the way I felt about it before that. And you know, Ash talks about it a lot. Like, you know, you have that feeling in the back of your head, like, oh man, I hope they land the plane.
I'm
like,
loving this series, and I'm like, I don't know how they're going to land this. But that's a part of the excitement, is it's not a formulaic, like, oh, I see what they're going with this. Like, the fact that I don't know, that I'm like, and then it sounds like it will. I'm trusting everyone. Like, it's going to land awesome. So I'm very excited, because I'm like, this is a cool story. It's going to land. I don't know where it's going. So I get to enjoy this ride, and I'm loving it. I'm really liking this book. It's so different than almost anything I've ever read, which is another huge plus for me. Yeah. Check out East of West with us, guys. Jump on 4 volumes. You can read them on Comixology Unlimited. And join in on the fun and watch the show. And we dive into it. You know, we talk about what happened. We talk about our, you know, interpretations. It's not really theory, because the books, you know, I theorize a little bit. Like, I try to make some, because I don't know where it's going. Skip's read it. He obviously knows. But it's more about just, that book it's got so much, like, symbolism and metaphor, and it's deeper than your average comic book. There's a lot to talk about on the book. And it's not to say that every comic needs to be that way. It doesn't, but
smarter than your average bear and deeper than your deeper comic book.
It for sure it is. And
I read the companion book to that. It's called North or South.
North or South.
How was it? Was it pretty good?
It was all right. They all spoke Canadian, eh?
I was gonna. Oh, right. North to south. I was thinking it was gonna be a little close. Well, I guess that is Fargo-ish. You know, like, oh yeah, don't you know? Like,
oh yeah, wood chippers.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
See a lot of wood chippers up here, eh?
Wisconsin.
Yeah.
Oh
like,
man, let's see what the
It's how we make the cheese.
Let's see what some of the people in the chat have said. Gotta scroll up a little bit. LK says 2 books off the beaten path that you thought were strong in 2020 was Justice League Odyssey and Batman's Grave. Let's see. RDV also thinks Tom King's Rorschach is the best book.
Who doesn't?
Right?
Jimmy from Comics Quirk says the best books are Deceased #1, followed by Thor, Avengers, Oblivion Song, Firepower, and Young Justice. Let's see.
Oh, I forgot about Young Justice.
Ash,
We all did.
Ash, you can't crap on Rorschach because that gave us Hard Capes. That was our first book.
It was. I know, you were joking. Tehillim says his top 3 is Tomasi's DC Batman, and also Challenge of the Super Sons, and then definitely Firepower. Can't argue with any of these picks. He also has some recommendations that didn't make in the top 3. Batman Beyond and Department of Truth. I wasn't a fan of Department of Truth. Anyone else read that book?
I'm
Never
reading
heard
it.
of it.
I haven't
Never
read that one yet. I hadn't heard of it.
Who?
I did a
Does it?
video on the first issue. Yeah.
What company is it?
It's Image.
I think
Image.
it's Image.
It's Tynan writing it, and
It's a cool concept. It has kind of an X-Files feel to it.
if the X-Files were filled with SJW tropes,
Yeah, that too. That's the parts that I didn't like.
and that was my chief complaint with the book, but they've kind of gotten away from that in subsequent issues, which helps.
That's good. If you like reading stories where the white male protagonist is a total beta male pussy and he has to be bailed out by the strong black woman,
And gay.
Oh,
Yeah.
the one I'm looking forward to is where the guy sits in the bat cave and just has smoothies.
No, that's coming up in 2 months.
Yeah.
Dragon Majesty says Hawkman number 26 is the best of 2020.
It's gonna get Uber Eats to the
And
cave.
Second Street Marvel has joined us. Hey, good buddy. Good to see you. Haven't seen him in my life. He's got a channel. I hear some terrible news from Second Street Marvel. He's no longer a Marvel guy.
He's just a Second Street now.
Yeah, I was watching one of Wes's streams, and I caught that news, and I was all bummed because, even though I have my issues with Marvel and DC, I do like the optimism that other people see, and I don't ever like seeing other people's hopes and dreams dashed. As much as I am salty, I don't want other people to feel what I feel. It says Department of Truth is about cancel culture and confirmation bias under the guise of conspiracy theories. That's a very succinct way to put it. No wonder he's got a better channel than me. It is. It totally is. I don't want to spoil it. I did spoil that in my review. If you want to know more, you can watch my video on Department of Truth. I won't spoil it here for people who weren't asking to be spoiled. Taylor says, wait for a comics creator to do a comic called Man Cave.
Excuse me, that's Person Cave.
Excuse me, that's called Manscaped. They got it wrong.
Oh man. All right.
It'll be called Batscape soon.
So one of the things we were talking about backstage before we started the stream was the Netflix release model, like in binging shows and things. And I think that kind of relates to comics too, because I tend to sometimes binge books. And you can do that, especially if you're going into back issues. You might pick up a trade. You're going to be binging through tons of issues. Any of you guys have thoughts, positive or negative, about this model? I certainly have some strong opinions.
So I kind of do, just because I've had 2 examples, one on either side fairly recently. Of course, The Mandalorian just wrapped up a few weeks ago. And the way Disney does their release model is, they have one episode come out every week, just like they did in ye olden times on cable television. You had to wait each week between episodes.
Mm-hmm.
And I enjoyed that because that was a time each week my wife and I, we set aside when we knew that that we would have that time to look forward to, and we could talk about the show in the meantime. And then once Friday night got there, we would watch The Mandalorian. Well, I was telling y'all a few minutes ago, Cobra Kai, they just dropped the whole 3rd season on Netflix, and I just went through it all in like 2 days. 'Cause I have zero self-restraint. I can, if you just leave me there in front of the computer screen, I will just binge. I have no discipline. I kind of prefer the Disney model, because you have that kind of a slow burn effect. Whereas with Cobra Kai, yeah, you can watch it all in a day or so. But then after that, it's like, well, now what do I do? The next season, God knows when that's going to come out. So
Yeah.
I don't,
I wouldn't call it
and
the
don't
Disney
worry,
model.
I'm not
That's
gonna.
that's the
Well,
traditional
not the Disney model, the traditional model. Then, yeah.
Disney owns
But
everything, even the model.
don't worry, I'm not gonna tell any spoilers for Cobra Kai. I see Ryuk in there saying, "Don't do it." But yeah, I kind of prefer the traditional model. Just because, like I said, it's that slow burn. You kind of build up the anticipation from week to week, and it gives you time to talk to people about it. Because if you've got friends or family and you're all watching the same show, but you're all on different schedules, I can binge a whole season in a day. But Ash, you might not be able to do that. You might only be able to watch 1 or 2 episodes. So it's kind of uneven when you're trying to have a conversation. So I prefer traditional personally.
I like what Amazon did with The Boys this year. Where they released the first half and then the second half one at a time.
Oh.
Oh, did they do that? Oh, that's kind of cool.
That was weird. I didn't know, cause I usually catch a lot of these shows late because I tend to like want to watch them with others, and so I have to kind of wait and make schedules align and do things. So that's the way that is. I don't like the Netflix model for one big reason, however, and it's a little bit of what Zach said, which is you do the binge, but I find more enjoyment when the show sits around for a while. If you have a 10 episode series, which is short. I mean, it used to be TV shows were like 22 episodes standard, right? And sometimes 24, like in the case of the show 24. And 24 is a good example of a show like that, right? You'd watch an episode of 24, you had to wait a week for the next episode, but that show stood around for the bulk of the year. And you were into it, and you had that water cooler talk, and you were like, "Oh my God, did you see the last episode that happened?" And people, yeah, and then next week, same thing. You're talking about it, and it was like it felt like it permeated, the pop culture. One of the big shows I remember that did that, actually 2 shows, and it was around the same time, was the show Lost and Heroes. That first season of Lost. People just would not shut up about this show week after week after week. And I didn't watch the show. I was like, well, there's a show called Lost. They go on an island. Whoop-de-doo. I had no interest, but people would not shut up week after week. And finally, about halfway through the show, I was like, maybe I should check this out. Now, of course, it's not like today. I couldn't jump in on the bandwagon because it wasn't on demand. So I actually had to wait till it was over, and then I just went out to Best Buy and I just bought the whole season because I was like, this has got to be, everyone's talking. I bought this in it, and I loved it, and I binged it with my ex, and we absolutely became huge Lost fans. But I would have loved to have been part of that full year where everyone was just like, Lost, oh my God, like talking about it all the time, and you don't get that anymore. Like you get like, hey, did you catch Stranger Things? Yeah, it's over. Okay. And then like 3 weeks later, I go watch it, and I'm like, and we're like, yeah, been there, done that. So we're moved on. You're like, oh, I want to talk about it.
I can relate to you with that. 2006, the relaunch and basically a new, more, I guess reboots Doctor Who series. We got that. It came out, and that was every Sunday on BBC America. If you missed an episode, you had to wait till it came out at the Best Buy. And guess how much the season was? $80 freaking dollars. There was an import.
Oh yeah.
For a season. That's how popular.
Back in the early days of shows on DVD, all the sci-fi shows were totally inflated. Now I know this because I'm a Babylon 5 fan. You want to know how much a season of Babylon 5 was? $109.
Jeez.
To get a season. Meanwhile, I could go into Best Buy in 24. New season of 24, $50. Now, see, thankfully, shows have come down thanks to volume of sale and stuff, just like movies once did. I remember when movies were $100 to buy on VHS.
Well,
back
it's
in the
funny,
80s.
Wow.
Ash, that Doctor Who series, like each season were $80. But then I saw them was like a couple of years ago. I'm like, oh, $30, $30.
Yeah.
it's like
Yeah, X-Files used to be like $89 a season. All the sci-fi shows, Star Trek, X-Files, Babylon, all because they knew the geeks would pay money because, you know, they're the people that go to conventions, for Christ's sake. There's no
There's
24
no
convention, and there was no streaming, yeah.
Yeah.
But, you know, no one's going to a CSI convention, right? Or things like that. The geeks are hardcore about their shows, so they knew they'd pay more, and they charge more, and it pissed me off.
Yeah, now in 2021, we have half of the seasons of X-Files for like $5 a season and can't give them away.
Yeah,
And
well, part of that is a lot of people own this stuff.
Well,
you know, I know, but it's and a lot of people are streaming them and got rid of all their stuff, and I suspect some of those people will live to regret that, as you never know when something's going to be not streaming, or you never know what content is going to be found problematic next.
Mm-hmm.
Well, getting back to the topic, as far as streaming, you know, when you're streaming, watching a show one a week, or binge watching, I kind of do like binge watching. But you know what I do? Wait till it's like a back issue, like comics. You can watch them all at once. If you haven't watched Cobra Kai, you can binge through 2-3 seasons within at least, I get probably about a week or two, depending on your schedule.
Mm-hmm.
You can plan it.
Right. You can do that. I just don't think the experience is as fulfilling as enjoying it stretched out the first time.
Well, my thing is, like I said, you could have it out one at a time, and you still running that thing, right? To wait a week. It's like comic books I can't talk about because somebody might have read it, somebody don't watch the show. So it's one of those things.
Come on.
Come on.
You never needed to do that before. All of a sudden now in 2020, 2021, everyone needs to talk about it in like public forum to everyone in the world. You know, when I was watching Lost back in the days, I would go to work and I would talk to my coworkers about the show. Like that was the whole water cooler talk, right? Or talk to people that you had friends in real life about the show. I wasn't getting on Twitter and talking about it. Nowadays, it's like everyone needs to get on Twitter and say all the spoilers for Mandalorian. And then if you criticize them, they're like, well, when are we allowed to talk about it? I'm like, you should talk. Just go into a private room. It's not that hard to make a DM group with all your fans.
Well,
don't go on social media. Just text people.
you know why there's no water cooler talk anymore?
Nobody uses water coolers.
Nobody's allowed to go to work.
Damn it, Eric! You had to go there.
Everybody sits there and just turns their faucets on at home.
They turn on their faucets. They get on the phone. Oh man, I gotta go to the bathroom now. I hear running water.
But I do remember, you know, as recent as 6 or 7, 8 years ago, I couldn't wait for the next episode of Justified or The Americans,
right?
Or Breaking Bad. And now Better Call Saul. And unfortunately, the Netflix model has kind of, since Netflix and Amazon are dominating those kind of shows now, the AMCs, the FXs aren't producing nearly as much of that can't miss product. And that's kind of unfortunate, because I'm trying to think of the shows, the weekly shows now, and other than Better Call Saul, I can't think of anything that I watch that comes out weekly that I absolutely can't wait to see the next one. Because all like the shows that the two shows I'm looking forward to the most is the next season of Bosch, Brother, and Marvelous Mrs. Maisel. But but I remember once like 7 or 8 years ago, there were 3 shows on AMC and 3 shows on FX that are probably 4 of the 6 are in my all-time top 20, and it was like every night there was something I couldn't wait to see, and that's just not there anymore.
Yeah, I remember when I was big into the Walking Dead show, and I remember watching it Sunday night and then having to wait the whole week because the Walking Dead show would end on some really big cliffhangers, And yeah, I remember that. I miss that kind of a little bit because you don't. I mean, except for Better Call Saul, Mandalorian, or I guess they're gonna do that with the Marvel shows whenever those come out on Disney Plus as well. But yeah, you just don't see that too much with everything being on streaming. They just dump everything right there.
I think only Netflix does that. Everyone
Really?
else.
I thought that. Well, yeah, I guess so. I guess
Amazon,
so.
yeah, Bosch seasons are straight through. They drop the
they?
entire season. Same with Mrs.
Yeah.
Maisel. Same with Jack Ryan.
The
Now
Expanse.
they
'Cause
made
they didn't do that with Boys because I was watching the Boys.
no. As I said, they did 4 and then 1. And I don't
Yeah.
know if that's going to be the new model or not, or if that was just special, or if they were just like test marketing.
Yeah, the Expanse.
I'd be okay with that. I mean,
Yeah,
the only one I think I really Bosch when that comes out, I've got to bang that out. Everything else, I'm all right with having to wait for the next one.
Well, the
You
thing-
are right though. Yeah.
Expanse has been dropping out either they did 4 because it came out on the 19th of December. So I'm not sure if they dropped 4 away or if they've been doing 1 a week. I'm not sure. I have to go back and look.
Well, if the Expanse, if they drop it on the 19th, they cancel it on the 20th. They uncancel it on the 24th.
Yeah.
You are. I forgot about that though, because I remember I was watching Stargirl, and that was a week to week. That was a traditional release method.
CW. Yeah.
CW, yeah.
Well, that was also broadcast TV. I mean, all the broadcast shows are that way still.
Well,
Smart-
it was
Monday.
it was DC. Well, I thought it was DC Universe original, and then it was put on broadcast at the last minute. I don't
maybe
know if
you're
that
right,
had something
maybe
to do
you're
with it or
No.
not.
It came out on the same day on both. On things that if you missed the episode, you had to go. You couldn't watch it. Basically, you had to wait till like Wednesday before they could. You could watch it on the CW app. So if it came out on a Sunday, you couldn't. Yeah, for the DC Universe was already on there. They uploaded it to the DC Universe or something like that. I forgot. All I know is they were sharing it as far as, and despite how they released it, it's the best CW show there is.
This is true.
That's not a high bar these days.
What's with you in bars?
I used to go to a lot of them.
Oh, okay. So you're an expert now.
They used to be.
Yeah, I do binge a lot of shows, but it's usually because I'm late to the party and I'm catching up. Like I'm binging through Mandalorian because I'm behind on that. I'll be binging through the Cobra Kai here soon because I've been waiting for my buddy to watch season 2 and I had taken forever. And I'm like, season 3 is out now. I'm not going to wait any longer. I'm just going to go through. But I prefer the experience of watching it with my friends or family than just sitting and watching it alone. So if I have that opportunity, I'm like, sure, I'll wait. But all I'm saying is that like when I do get to see a show, as it's coming out, then wait a week and you get to have it be around for several months, it just feels like it makes a bigger impact. Every Stranger Things series, because Netflix just released it, it was like boom, watch it in a weekend. Every single one, and I like the show quite a bit. That first season is outstanding television. I'll put that up. That first season of Stranger Things is astonishing. It's over. It just feels like seeing a movie because it's you digest it so quickly and you move on. It doesn't make that memory, like Game of Thrones is huge to me. That thing was around for 8, actually 9 because they skipped a year. 9 solid years of the show being around and me being immersed in it. If I just binged all of it, it wouldn't have been the same.
Mm-hmm. Another point too, Maranya brought this up. I saw it in the chat. I think we might have touched on is back when TV seasons were over 20 episodes a season. Like Mandalorian had I feel like the seasons for that are very. I think it's like 8 episodes, maybe 8, maybe 10. I might be wrong, but yeah, it feels like the seasons are too short, and like the time stretch between the seasons feels like a really long time. Feels like you should get a lot more for the amount of time that you wait. But yeah, I feel
that's a very good topic that we can pivot to. Does anyone, before we do, did anyone have any statements that they still wanted to make about the binging. I think
Nope.
Skip is eating fish on pizza right now, by the way, guys. Just wanted to share
It's
some
lovely.
behind the scenes.
Anchovies are the best.
Oh.
Really not be
That'd be a
mistaken.
great name for a channel.
Anchovies are the best.
Fish.
Fish on pizza.
It's
Fish
a
on
three.
Which is funny because that's
two,
my that's my
one. What's going on,
It's
everybody?
everybody
Fish
this
on
is
pizza.
fish. Yeah. That's funny. That's my last name. Fisher is my last name. So all I'd have to do is just talk about pizza, and there you go.
Nice.
No, I don't have I don't have any big feelings about it. I consume so much content in so many different ways. I'm a story whore. I've got audiobooks going over here. I've got comic books going over there. I got graphic novels. I've got actual novels that I'm all over episodes, YouTube.
Right.
Dude, I like, writing stories. Like
Right.
to me, I don't have, I'll take it any way you can slice it, any way you can dice it. Fish on pizza at your service.
So Marania brought up a good point that that Zach commented on, which is about the change. I mean, there's a big change, and it seems like we're really going towards that. You know, the old school method of 22 to 24 episodes every year, and now a lot of shows are 8, 10, maybe 12 episodes if you're lucky. I think a lot of the bigger shows like Mandalorian are like 8 to 10. Stranger Things for sure. I mean, the first season of Walking Dead was 6 episodes. There's these smaller seasons I'm actually good with. Not just implicitly, but I'm good with it because I would rather have 6 to 8 episodes of something astonishing like Stranger Things than 24 episodes of CSI or your basic cable show. I mean, the thing about the decline of the episodes, in my opinion, is that in many cases, the quality has gone through the roof. The shows that we're getting are so much better than what network television has been producing. Now, not always. There's crap, and crap will always be crap. But I would rather have that because, and I guess especially since I'm getting older and I don't necessarily consume everything like Cookie Monster.
What?
I know. So I have the ability to afford being more picky because there's already shows, I haven't seen Cobra Kai season 2, and that's one of my favorite shows. Like I'm already not watching the shows that I love. The last thing I need is for there to be way more television out there that I can't watch.
It's called you're being sophisticated. You're picky.
Well,
And
there's a reason for that also. The shorter season is a continuing story. When you see, like, to go back to the CSI, that seems to be our go-to thing to knock, and with good reason. You do the 22 issues or episodes, you can have 10 different teams of writers that have no idea what the other one's doing, and it doesn't matter because they're just, those shows tie themselves up into a nice, neat little bow at the end of every hour, and you can do 22 standalone episodes, and the audience they're going after, that's what they want. It's television for the masses.
it's 90s comics.
But you get something like a Saul or a Mandalorian, shortened seasons that tell one continuous story. Everything's got to fit together in just the right way. So yeah, that lends itself to shorter seasons. Hell, back in the 50s, TV seasons were 39 weeks.
I can tell you right now, there's only one television show that's stand out above the rest, and it's came out in 1974, and 2 awesome TV specials.
Not that good.
It is. Kolchak the Night Stalker.
Nobody likes Kolchak more than me, but I'm not. I'm not going to let you drink that Kool-Aid. The movies, yes. TV show could have been so much better than.
Oh yes, obviously yes, because it did the CSI thing where instead of being a continuous story like it should have been, Vincenzo had memory loss every beginning of every episode.
You could shuffle those 20 episodes into a deck of cards. Whatever came out, you could show, and it didn't matter.
But what's great about them, like I said, comparing to the 90s comics, the Batman comics, there was no overall story. It was just individual stories, like the Shadow of the Bat.
I think there were Batman stories that took years to tell that were all together. So that's not the best analogy for that. But yeah, I mean, I know what you're saying, but no, but yeah, back to our original point. I said the shortened seasons work so much better when you're doing one continuous story arc.
Well, shortened season, if you're doing 45 minutes, if you're doing half an hour, I think that works a lot better. But I really said, like, a perfect example would be Afterlife. That's it's a British series, so they only get 6 episodes per season for whatever reason. Because it's not, they don't have a TV deal, so they get more. Usually get like 12. I think like Broadchurch or something like that, 10. But that show's only half an hour episodes long, and I would kill to have like 22 of those half an hour episodes long as a continuing story, just for like a season. Anime does it, which are really awesome too. They release them once a week. You can watch an anime. They're 30 minutes, and you are getting the 24 episodes. Heck, even the Marvel Spider-Man cartoon that's on Disney XD, you're getting like at least up to 20, 26 episodes per season.
Something with the anime too, though, at least with some of the ones I've watched, is they'll take a break halfway through a season. Might be for a few months or something, maybe. At least with the several that I watched, I noticed they've done that. They take like a little break halfway in between. I don't know if that's to give the animators time to catch up, but I have noticed that, which I would be okay with. If you need more time to tell more stories in a season, go on hiatus for a month or two and then come back. I don't think there'd be but
I think they have a limited time though. It's like you watch the CW shows. They have a limited times because they want to do another show. That's why they only have the fall season, and then they have their other stuff. Because I think like for whatever reason, TV is like, we cannot air stuff during summer. No one's around. No one's gonna watch TV.
I never understood that. I never understood why they do that. It was always during the summer.
If I'm a kid, I'm on summer vacation. If there's a show I actually want to watch, like Flash, I'll watch it during the summer. Like if they actually watch it. Otherwise, I'm stuck doing homework during a freaking school season.
Well, part of the reason what happened with that was because there was only 20, 22, 24 episodes, and there's 52 weeks of the year. So shows would have to go on breaks and go into reruns, and you have to pick the times, that makes the most sense. And then the fall was always the big time where, kids are going back to school, parents, it's like TV was it's the nuclear family thing, which is kind of ending, is like the, kids come home, do their homework, you make dinner, eat at the table, eat your dinner, and then you sit down and you watch TV shows, and then you go to bed. And so that prime time, Monday through Friday, 8 p.m. to 10 p.m. slot was the big, that was the coveted, you want your shows in that time because that was where all the eyeballs were. Ronnie makes a comment that she disagrees on the point of longer seasons not being able to tell a continuous story, and she uses Babylon 5 as an example. And then she also says that many have failed, but Babylon 5 had a planned out 5-year story arc, and they stuck to it. Now, Ronnie, I need to argue with you as much as I respect you, and but there are two things you're a little bit off on here. Number one, Babylon 5 wasn't a completely continuous story. Babylon 5 had plenty of fluff episodes where it would be like, in this episode, it has nothing to do at all with the major arc. It's just, here's an episode. And that was how shows of the time did that. Those X-Files did the same thing. You couldn't tell every episode about the smoking man and the government conspiracy stuff. You just had sometimes have your monster of the week episodes. What they would do is give the illusion, not the illusion, but they would create the feeling of a continuous story that was padded out with, little side stories here and there. And that would allow them to get those 22 episodes. But realistically, if you just watch the core episodes of Babylon 5, you would probably boil it down to being like, there's like 12 episodes out of the season that are like the crucial ones you had to watch. And the other thing is, unfortunately, they didn't stick to the 5-year story arc, because on season 4, they did not know if they were going to get a season 5. So Straczynski had to wrap up this whole story in season 4. And so season 4 is actually a condensing of his original 4th and 5th seasons together. And then the show was successful. So I think it was UPN. I forget who the network was that had Babylon 5. And they said, oh, you're renewed for a 5th season. And he's like, I already told my story. which is why the 5th season of Babylon 5 is this really weird story that doesn't seem to fit in. But
are you talking about the original or the sci-fi series?
there's only one Babylon 5.
There was a remake of a Babylon 5. There's one from the 70s, and then there's one that came back in like the 2000s.
No, there's one Babylon 5, and it's from the 90s.
So you like that one instead?
I think you're thinking of Battlestar Galactica.
Oh, sorry, Battlestar Galactica.
You might be thinking, yeah.
That's why, because I just tune out the one you're talking about all the time.
No, you have a good, you brought up a good point, Ash. That's shows have subplots. Some shows, with full seasons are ambitious enough to put subplots in there. I mean, I Grimm comes to mind of a recent show. They did a lot of times it was Monster of the Week, but they eventually got into a continuous storytelling mode to go with the Monster of the Week. So they actually, that was kind of an exception. But a lot of shows these days, I said, especially if it's a procedural, you don't really need to watch. You don't need to know what happened last week.
Oh no,
to follow this
you're
week.
Absolutely right.
But with the shorter format, I said you can't miss an episode of, say, a Mandalorian, or if you miss an episode of Better Call Saul, you're gonna have to go back and find out what happened, or there's gonna be a big chunk missing.
Well, that's kind of one of the advantages that streaming kind of lends to that, right? Because it used to be, you're right. If you miss an episode, like in broadcast TV, you're like, oh, it's reruns. It would be hard to watch the shows all in order, But now with streaming, they can get away with it because you can always start at episode 1, right? If you have Netflix, if you've never seen Cobra Kai, right? Season 3 starting, you're like, oh, I want to check this show out. You don't have to start right where it's at now, like the old days. You can literally just go to, episode 1 and binge up to the current point. You didn't used to be able to do that.
I did that with Lash Comics. I read through 88 comics just to get to We Have Issues so I could reveal the next one.
You're funny.
Yeah, I did that with DC Universe with all the DC comics. When the lockdowns first went into effect, I was like, all right, made my account, and I read through so many back issues of League and Kingdom, just like downloading them all into my brain as I was.
You have a problem when your wife brings your food to your table while you're eating.
Oh man, yeah, you do have a problem.
Don't leave the computer.
Don't let that happen to you, kids. No, and to be fair to what Marani was saying too, like this was in the early 90s. Babylon 5 is one of my favorite shows. I think if Babylon 5 were to be made today, it would be made more on the shorter episode schedule and just omit a lot of those filler episodes that weren't needed and just be a more concise, get to, tell that saga. And the other thing, I think the reason why we're seeing that is because budgets, right? I think everyone wants to make the next Game of Thrones.
Ash, real quick, I owe Vangler an apology. Kolchak is the greatest show of all time. I'm looking at Eric Estrada in a pink leisure suit in an episode.
Thank you.
Enough said. Please continue.
Yikes. Now I need to watch the show. But you know what I'm saying? I think everyone's trying to make the next Game of Thrones, and you just can't do that on a normal TV budget. I think even The Mandalorian is suffering. I'm watching this show and I'm like, some of these episodes, I'm like, you really cut the budget out. I know it's because the later episode you want to have a spaceship battle or something that's going to cost a ton of money. But I just watched or rewatched the final episode to season 1 because my buddy picked it up and he's watching it with his kids, so I'm watching it through again with him. And we got through and we got to the last episode, and that's that last episode of season 1. I'm not going to spoil, but the first 10 minutes of that episode is 2 stormtroopers just bantering back and forth. It literally feels like a YouTube video. It feels so amateur, like 2 guys with stormtrooper outfits got together and made a comedy bit. It's just they're sitting on speeder bikes and they're just bantering back and forth for 10 minutes. It goes on forever, and I'm like, what'd you make this on for $1,000? Like, this costs nothing to make.
You know who one of those stormtroopers is? Jason
Uh,
Sudeikis.
huh.
He's one of those stormtroopers.
Okay. No, I didn't know.
There's your fun Star Wars trivia for the day.
So he wanted to be on the show. They give him 10 minutes.
I guess I hate it.
Next season, you're gonna have a bunch of guest celebrities in random roles.
It does. If you've seen it, man, it feels like a YouTube video. And it'd be funny. It would have been actually kind of funny as a YouTube bit. Like one of my favorite. I forget the name of that comedian. Who does those Badman videos?
Oh,
that comedian. You guys know?
Isn't this called Badman?
Yeah, but there's the comedian that does it. Forget his name.
I know he was. I don't know his medium, but I know he's been featured on College Humor a lot.
Yeah. He's on College Humor. He does a bunch of these stuffs. I forget his name. Anyways, it felt like the level of quality of that, and I'm like, this guy can. If College Humor can do this on YouTube, like, this should not be a Star Wars show. Like.
Well, that's how I felt with the first X-Men movie. When I could see better skits on YouTube with the green screen.
Pete Holmes, that's the name of the Pete Holmes. Yeah, he does a bunch of funny stuff, and I'm impressed with what people can do with a handheld camera and a green screen. Like, there's no shame in that. Just come on, Star Wars, we deserve better.
Ed made a comment here saying he liked the standalone episodes like Twilight Zone 50 years ago, and when anthology series were big, like Twilight Zone, Thriller, was it The Outer Limits, One Step Beyond, Alfred Hitchcock Presents. That was a golden age of anthologies, so they could do that. I prefer those. Those kind of shows. I do like being open and shut. But I said the procedural. I've never been a big fan of procedural.
Yeah, I don't really like the procedural stuff too. I get totally bored. But I do like those. That was a good comment, by the way, about Twilight Zone. I like The Outer Limits. I was a fan of. There's that newer show that's out on Netflix. I think it's Netflix, and I've been meaning to try it out, but I haven't. Said Black Mirror, I think.
Yeah, that's very Twilight Zone-y, anthology.
Like gallery almost.
I've heard great things about it, and I just don't watch a lot of TV.
You might like it. I tried watching it, and I couldn't get into it. So
yeah, I think I watched one episode, and it's pretty cool. I need to go back and watch the rest of them.
And that's one of those type of shows when it's like an anthology. You might have an episode that you don't like, but then the next one you do, because they're completely self-contained. Like, they're not related to each other. They're different actors, different stories. Like, it's not even the same show. It's like little mini movies.
Well, maybe it's because of the episode I started on, and the situation and what it was really like gross and had mentions of bestiality, and I was like, I'm out.
Yeah. I mean, to be fair, there's episodes of Twilight Zone I don't like.
What's that, Breen?
Was it the one with the Prime Minister? What the
pig
air group made him do?
Yeah, the terrorist. He's like, yeah.
That was interesting.
I was like, so this is what British are into. Oh.
So, Skip, are you done with your fish on pizza yet?
I'm only getting started, my friend.
You gotta put pizza
sitting back, just eating pizza. I'm like, man, I want to go eat.
I'm sorry. I made a DiGiorno pizza, cooked it up.
Oh, you guys are all eating. I'm sitting here trying to run a show.
I had Pizza Hut pizza a few hours ago. Cheesy stuffed crust.
Ooh.
No, the stuffed crust pizza is
it is good. And then did you get the side of garlic knots?
No, I got the cheesy bread. I'm all about the cheese today.
Yeah, I decided to go to DiGiorno, get my spinach mushroom pizza.
I don't know why any of you guys are complaining about the new writer on Detective.
I was gonna read Batman, but I decided not to. I don't want to get the comic all greasy.
Oh
Ooh,
man,
that'd be dude, hidden Easter eggs in Detective Comics. Look for the grease spots.
look
As
for the
she,
grease spots.
yeah, she's looking to need more grease spots on here because she's eating over it.
Well, guys, have you heard that there's a big deal on Comixology?
Another one?
Yeah, I heard you're gonna go back and get all the masterworks of Spider-Man, so you can read all those on your stream.
For those of you who may not have heard, I like sharing comics deals. I like people to read comics and share the joy of comics, and I like people to get a good deal because sometimes comics can be expensive. Who knew? But Comixology is not paying me anything at all. But they allow. Well, they don't allow me. They don't really know that I read their books, but on the air. But since I do that, I feel like maybe throwing them a bone and promoting them. And right now, you can get, I pretty much think all the Masterworks books for $1 to $2 a piece. I picked up a couple myself, but everything: Avengers, Spider-Man, Captain America, Iron Man, X-Men, even the Golden Age stuff is available here. Back when it was just called Marvel Comics, when it really wasn't Marvel Comics. And yeah, the first volumes are generally less than $1, and then the volume 2 on is like $2. But and if you're a member of Comixology Unlimited, like I am, you get a 15% discount. Which when it's $1, it's only 15 cents, so it's not that big of a discount. But that's why you're seeing them here on my screen, 84 cents a piece. Go through and pick some up. Like Silver Surfer right here, I picked up, was one of them because Silver Surfer is one of my favorite characters, and I don't have the old Silver Age stuff from Stan Lee and John Buscema.
I think you're addicted to Stan Lee now since you're reading that Spider-Man issues.
Yeah, those are fun. Yeah, and that's another thing that kind of got me kicked into this. Venkman was kind enough to give me a book for Christmas, and unfortunately it was before this sale, so I think Venkman paid full price.
I paid $15.
And
so $15, and I gotta say, I'm kind of offended that all of the great comic books are that cheap when you gotta pay $4 for like something like Tom King's books.
Yeah, so if you're into that, I mean, even if there's a sum, like maybe you have a favorite character, you want to go check out certain things. I'm certainly not going to buy all the books. I bought a couple. I decided to pick up Miss Marvel. This one, the original Miss Marvel, because it's Chris Claremont, who's one of my favorite writers, and it's the old classic, and it's less than $1 and you get like 16 issues. These are pretty thick books. You get a lot of stuff, so I recommend checking it out. Get yourself some books, and if you're like, well, Ash, I hate reading comics on my computer or my phone, I totally understand. Get yourself a tablet. Amazon, look for sales. Amazon Fire tablets. I've seen them less than $100. Make sure you get the 10-inch HD. Tablets, I don't know how anyone goes without a tablet. I honestly don't. I understand why you may not want one, because there was plenty of time where I was like, who the hell wants a stupid tablet? I got an iPad many years ago. I got my first iPad. It's been one of my favorite gadgets ever. And I don't use it like a computer. A lot of people go, I already have a computer. Why do I need that? I have a phone. I don't need that. You're right. Don't use it like either one. My iPad is completely a media consumption device. I read books. I read comic books. I watch YouTube videos. Sometimes I'll watch movies. But it's mostly like I can consume like web pages. Just if I just want to sit down, have a very small device with no real buttons and it's not dangling stuff. And reading comics on it is a sheer joy. It's better than reading the physical book. And I know not everyone wants to spend the money for an Apple product. So that's why I'd recommend the Amazon tablet as a cheaper alternative. Less than $100. I use it so much when I'm cooking dinner. A lot of times I'm jumping in like on Englandine stream in the chat because I'm listening in while I'm cooking dinner, and then people are like, "Well, Ash, I thought you couldn't make the stream." And if for those of you who are one of those people like Venkman, that's the reason why, because I'm in the kitchen with my iPad and I can watch the stream as I'm cooking dinner.
Ash,
yeah.
Do you see what books are on the screen right now? There's an awesome Meg's book, Ginny Hex, which is really awesome. If anyone wants to read that, check that out.
Oh yeah.
And then to the left of that You had the other awesome book, the new Ghost Rider.
Oh, I don't know. I think I got to read Mags Visaggio.
I'm still trying to figure out whether or not y'all are trolling when you say that was a good book or not.
not at all.
I guess
off slightly off topic, Ash. I read Daredevil 102 yesterday from 1973. You know who the writer was?
Who's that?
Chris Claremont.
Wow.
I did not know I knew he was. I've seen books from 74. I did not know he wrote any Daredevils.
Wow, I didn't know that either. And if you're also, just to finish this up real quick, if you're a person who's like, Ash, I don't really care about Silver Age books. That's old timer stuff. We're not old farts like you. Okay, cool, fine. DC's having a big sale right now. And well, it's not a DC. There's a best of superhero sale, so you can see here some great classic stuff. All-Star Superman, Infinity Gauntlet. Well, that's not a very good sale for that. Jeez. Frank Miller's Daredevil, New Frontier, Marvels. If you don't own Marvels, shame on you. It's one of the best books ever.
I would say get the Batman Dark Knight because it's out of print.
I would say if because I picked these up, I got Kurt Busiek's Avengers runs. I think they're like $4 for a volume. They're great. Just to look like, just the colors and everything, they're just gorgeous.
I just saw the Authority on there. That's cool.
Yeah, I mean, and this best of superheroes thing is generally pretty on the mark. I mean, you're not gonna find, like, most of the time in the Marvel does their sales are like, oh, instant classic sale, and it's full of all their garbage. If you look through here, like I'm scrolling down, these are all, for the most part, and there's gonna be some exceptions, of course, classic great stuff.
You're one.
Born Again, one of my favorite books ever.
You mean also year one's $1 cheap, more expensive?
Winter Soldier up there, yeah.
Yeah, so I mean, just kind of pointing it out there. I know Marvel was having a really big sale because I bought quite a few Marvel books, and I got the entire Brubaker Daredevil run for like a few dollars a trade. Like, it was, I don't know, I'm not sure if they're still doing that. But this is the time of year to get stuff. Oh, Image is having 50% off books as well. This is a really good time to pick up some books. Speaking of which, what's in my cart?
Ed Brewer, here's a question. You didn't know it's Chris Claremont wrote Daredevil. Finding one he did, is it worth more?
Probably not. I don't think Chris Claremont knew how to write very well until he got on X-Men. I have not been impressed with a Claremont book until he started writing with John Byrne. And then after John Byrne got off the title, Chris Claremont just kept rising and just growing and did the greatest run of all time, in my opinion. But when you read the stuff that he wrote before John Byrne came on, and when you read some of his other stuff, it's not like he's a terrible writer. I'm not trying to say that at all, because I know Eric Breen's probably like chomping at the bit to argue and tell me how wrong I am. He was just a decent writer. You go back and read his Iron Fist stuff, he was fine. But he wasn't the Chris Claremont X-Men million copy seller type.
He did do Iron Fist with Byrne.
Okay.
The Brood Saga, was that Claremont, or is that still like somebody else before him?
Well, I'm not going to argue with you on that, Ash. I would say that one of the reasons why you hold the X-Men with John Byrne in such high esteem is that is a favorite title of yours as well. I mean, I hope you enjoy the Ms. Marvel, which I thought was very well done. There's no question he became a better writer once he started teaming up with Byrne. But Ms. Marvel was being written at the same time that he was on X-Men. And some of those with Byrne, so I'm sure some of it bled over. And he was also writing team up with Byrne, so those are some really good issues. But I mean, there's no question that he was better with Byrne, but I think he was a little. I don't discount his. I mean, I know discount's the wrong word. he was okay without Byrne, better with. I will grant you that. And then post Byrne, he took the lessons he learned from that collaboration and
Yeah, I just think that the
built on that.
Claremont before Byrne and then the Claremont after Byrne, it's like a night and day difference.
But like there's nothing wrong with the Daredevils that he wrote didn't stick out and during that run because Jerry Conway was writing at the time also. And I guess he did a fill-in issue and didn't no noticeable drop off in quality, and that was very young in his career. But then again, a lot of those writers in the 70s, you think about it, how much better they were as hippies just out of their teens than the guys we have writing today, most of them.
Well, they were lovers of the genre and the medium, and they had a passion for it. They grew up their whole lives studying it, essentially, by being fans. And they
were writing for the fans instead of themselves.
Yeah, that is the case, but they weren't. A lot of the people writing comics today are they want to be writers. Maybe they had a fanfic blog or something, and it's like, oh, I'm not necessarily into Marvel Comics, but I look like Riri Williams. Maybe I can write her. Like.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm waiting for Megs to flip out on social media how these alt-right confiscators are saying her book is great.
I would say there's a better than 50-50 chance that she does exactly that.
I was going to say that we're all love bombing. They're all love bombing.
Well, no, they have to. It's like, again, I'm going to reference Zach again. These comic book creators live in abject terror of the Whisper Network, and getting praise from the wrong people. If you accept it, it's like, who was it the other day? Sean McKeever said, if a comic skater says my work is good and I tell you to fuck off, you know why? Because they have to keep they have to keep that. I don't know what the word is. That they can't risk getting excommunicated from the weirdos that run the industry.
That's a good point. Yeah, I think you're right on point. Speaking of right on point, people, get yourself some Oblivion Song right here on sale, half price.
Ooh.
How good is Oblivion Song there, RDV?
Well, did you read the last issue?
I haven't read the last issue. No, I'm just saying in general as a series.
I guess in general, I came off reading the Walking Dead, which I love. That raised the bar high for Kirkman stuff. So when I got to this, I felt this started off great, but then it did a time jump, and I just want to get a book where Kirkman doesn't do time jumps. I feel like it's like his niche now. He does it, that's his
RDV's
signature
got to
thing.
hang up on time jumps. I ask how good the book is. All he can say is, "There's a damn time jump."
Well, I think is when he does this where he has something going and then he jumps into the future. Well, now we're talking about something else. And to me, it's like doing a Nick Spencer thing. I don't want that. It's like, obviously better than Nick Spencer. It's, Nick Spencer is.
You
all
love
the
the book. You binged the whole thing.
I binged it.
Being
I read it.
Grumpy Breen.
No. Hey, why would you say that's a bad thing?
I'm a ray of sunshine.
What's wrong with being green? I have like the comics museum to my side of me. It's great. I love to have one of those today.
Green, like he's the real life Animaniac. He's a cartoon. You say an issue, he pulls it out from behind its back.
He does. It is astonishing his ability to do that.
In fact, if I stood outside right now, I could make the sun come out. I'm so positive.
He just moves to the side, but I'm.
Oh my goodness!
Wow! Now Kolchak's talking to Boss Hogg.
Dude, I told you there's a whole bunch of celebrity guests in there.
Oh yeah, that's it. Yeah, it doesn't get better than this.
Are you guys watching TV while you're on a stream?
I'm not, but it's
I'm drawing.
For those who want to watch Kolchak the Night Stalker, you can watch it legally through NBC.com, along with other shows. Night Gallery's up there. Same with what's the other one I was gonna watch?
Why is there an NBC.com when there's the Peacock?
Because this one has the better free shows.
That's a good question.
I don't know.
I thought
Like I said,
NBC.com was you had to have like a cable service.
Provider, yeah. They have free stuff up there you can watch. Yeah. But the next show I'm gonna watch after I watch Nika already, I'm gonna be watching. I'm gonna finish the rest of Starsky and Hutch season 1. There's a lot of good shows you can watch from back in the days. I did the first comic book show I actually watched live. Was a live action, and I liked it because it was different. I mean, obviously it's a joke of, every episode. Don't make me angry, or they throw him in behind a pile of garbage cans, and then he changes. But yes. I've never come across a series where you threw a bear.
Take a look at this.
I think they have one where he meets Thor too.
Well, that's the trial.
5 Ed Brubaker trade paperbacks, $1.69 a pop for the trades.
What's up, Comic Boom?
All right, I'll see y'all in a minute. I'm going over to Comixology real quick.
Comic Boom's in the house?
Yeah.
Comic Boom.
He said,
see what he said.
I like it when people that have better YouTube channels than I do come visit me. That makes me feel good.
And he's reinforcing your opinion. He says Megs has indeed done a good job on Jenny Hex. Now, is that a one shot or is that a first issue?
It's a one shot.
Okay, good. Because I was like, that's how they get you in. And the second issue is like, you guys get like Batgirl 50. It's like, okay, well, I should have expected that, but I am hopes up for the first issue.
No, I think if she had been wanting to, like I said, I think this was a statement book because I truly believe that I said she's not the purse puppy du jour anymore.
No,
yeah, those jobs are going to the Vita Ayalas and the Mariko Tamakis, and they're getting actual series. She's getting disposable one shots, and I think this was her saying, "I better kick it into gear." Just like if Chip Zdarsky hadn't done that with Spectacular Spider-Man, there'd have been no Invaders, there'd be no Daredevil, there'd have been no Life Story, and he wanted a career. Maybe she decided she wants to have a career and not be not be just a
lawn ornament.
Thank you. Yeah.
Well, yeah. Victim. Claiming victim can only get you so much, but after a while, people are like, even her own. Like I said, it's you're in a shark pool. You're with a bunch of sharks. The other sharks don't care about you.
It's really kind of dumb to take that position because no matter what, you're gonna be forgotten. You're always just used for someone else's agenda. That's why you're like Greta Thunberg is the one that comes to my mind, right? No one cared about Greta Thunberg. Just the people who were the big environmentalists used her to be like for their agenda, and then once they were done using her, she's gone. You don't hear about her anymore. Same thing with Mags Osaggio. She was just the tool for the industry who was like, we need more trans representation, and then she was that figurehead. And then once they got done using her and they moved on, where are they? Now Mags, you're right. Mags now has to do like everyone else, has to rely on her merits.
So where is that mural where they painted of Greta Thunberg? Because I want whoever was around there, I want you to go in 10 years and take a photo of it and see how much the paint has been peeled off because no one cares about it.
I don't remember any mural.
I thought in San Francisco on the side of a building they put a big giant picture of her.
Oh wait, I think I remember hearing something about that.
Okay. Yeah, that does sound familiar.
It was somewhere in California. That's all I know.
Was she pointing her finger like the Uncle Sam recruitment poster with "How dare you" on
it? I think it was more like
it follows you wherever you go.
She was holding a sickle and a hammer, I think. Then Mariko Tamakis had her own next to her. She was holding a cheeseburger
and fries.
And she was wearing the
milkshake.
Wrong company. She's not a Marvel anymore. She had to turn in her milkshake.
But yeah, Ash, no, I completely agree. My papa, he gave me some advice when I graduated high school. He said, if you're not working for yourself, if you're not contributing to doing something, you're going to be, someone else is going to use you to push their own message or agenda or whatever, like with Greta Thunberg, like you were saying, and that's kind of what mags or, some of these other writers, they don't want to write good stories for themselves unless they're writing themselves in the stories. But even then, it's like, I don't know.
Right. I mean, they got the attention that they got because people, they were useful to the agenda that was being pushed. They were just being used the whole time, and that's why you shouldn't put yourself in that position, because these people never actually cared about mags. They just, and like I think it was Breen that said it earlier. There's no friends; they're just allies, and it's a horrible way to live. I just do not understand. I would rather have no friends than think that I had friends that actually didn't give shits about me.
Picture this stream on the other side of the spectrum.
If you will,
you'd have 5 people walking on eggshells, terrified of saying the wrong thing to anybody else in this panel and being excommunicated. And that to me, I said that is no way to go through life. I said walking on eggshells just sucks. And I said that's why I what was the old Billy Joel song? I'd rather laugh with the sinners than cry with the saints. It's kind of the same thing. I'd rather be able to have fun with people that aren't going to drum me out of the core if I say one thing slightly off color or out of turn. And you guys are going to kick me out now, aren't you?
Breen, there's the door. Go ahead and show yourself out.
I feel uncomfortable now.
Good. Does that mean I can? Does that mean I can skip Monday night?
Well, I didn't hear what you said. Can you repeat it? Actually, I was reading a comic book.
Why do I have to suffer for Skip's zing?
I said you suck.
Oh, thanks. Okay.
You're welcome. Merry New Year.
How dare you?
I love a chance to use that sound clip anytime. That's one good thing Greta Thunberg has given us. A great meme.
It's like the nobody.
Her contribution to the history books.
That catchphrase has pretty much become like I'm surprised you don't have like the button like the gag stories you get like that says no. You hit it and it goes no. You're gonna have that soon with Greta Thunberg's face on it. How dare you button?
So, any other good comic? Is there any good? Does anyone have any hopes? Any good, positive things to think about for the comic book industry or something in comics the year 2021?
Yeah. I'm saving money by not buying DC Comics. I can buy other stuff now, more independence, which is really great.
I'm doing that with Marvel Comics. Saving all my money.
You have to keep buying Spencer because he's gonna undo on one more day.
You know what's weird is when I got back into comics, as I'm a Marvel guy, I didn't buy any Marvel comics because I hated what Marvel was doing. They disgusted me. So I jumped in and joined DC, and it was really cool because I wasn't really a DC guy, and I got to experience a whole new universe and feel what it was like to be a comics noob all over again. And that was really fun. And now you fast forward to today, and I canceled all my DC, and I'm not only buying Marvel, but of the big two, I'm only buying Marvel. And that's so weird. If you'd have told me a couple years ago that that'd be the case, I'd be like, no way. No way.
You Marvel zombie.
I didn't start buying DC until I started reading The Flash, the Joshua Williams run. And then I saw Jurgens was doing Batman Beyond, and I'd never read anything by Jurgens before. I know he's big with Superman and some other books too, but I'd never really got into that stuff. So those two books were the big thing I was reading through DC. And then you guys were saying like, well, Tom King's off of Batman, and then you got Tinian on there, and like it's getting really good. So I'm like, I'll stop and I'll start reading. And I was like, damn it, it's 3 books I'm reading in the DC that I normally don't read, and they're getting like $5 in a week from me, and sometimes 2 if I like both covers, they alternate. But now those books are pretty much like Flash. I don't know. Flash is the only one I'm holding up in the air because one book got canceled. Batman with Tinian, I don't know what's gonna go on that because I'm not liking the direction after Joe Ward. It just feels like he's like looking over. What are they doing with Cantwell with Iron Man? Okay, we're just gonna make them down the basics. It's like they're copying each other. It's like I don't want that. So monkey see, monkey do. No, thank you. I'm not buying it.
Yeah, Cantwell's Iron Man feels a lot like he read Tom King's Batman and said, "Yeah, I like what you're doing over there. I think I could bring that over to Iron Man."
Yeah.
Well,
So
I mean, Marvel and DC have kind of done that song and dance all,
but
all the time.
Yeah, but
They just
usually
kinda
it's because
copy.
they're copying something really good and successful, right? You know,
Oh
like,
yeah, yeah.
not
Yeah.
like
So Josh Williams is off Flash. We got this other guy took over a couple of issues. Good, liked it. Now that guy's leaving. We're getting another guy, and I don't know anything about this guy. These new guys taking over. If he's ever read a big title like that, or if he's an independent writer, I don't know. We'll
I don't
find out
think
in
it's
March.
going to be Barry Allen when the series
You
continues.
think it's gonna be Wally because they're really killing
No,
Wally and
no.
everything?
No, I think it's going to be the non-binary Flash from the future state.
I'm surprised.
The prosthetic legs.
I'm surprised it's not gonna be Wallace. But then again, if they wanted to do the whole Wallace thing, would have been now, but with all the riots and everything, we're gonna.
Well, I think that he's in the Teen Titans Academy, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, it
But-
probably will be. And he's not on the TV shows anymore either, so they can't capitalize
Well,
on
that was
him
before that.
like he used to.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
don't forget there's not just one, but two new characters with prosthetic legs.
Are there two? Oh my gosh, I thought it was just one.
Mm-mm.
they were in the same car at the same time. The accident.
Did they kill their supermodel girlfriends too?
It is. I used to praise DC. Like, I really loved. I say this all the time. So for those of you who hear me say it all the time, I'm sorry. But the New Age of Heroes was such a cool thing, and aside from, I guess, Sideways being a white kid, the whole series was chock full of racial diversity. Every single book, and no one cared because it wasn't a deal. DC, it was just here they are, and I read most of the books. And I never was like, oh yeah, oh, how dare they make this character a girl or this character black or what? I was never, like, why is Silencer a black woman? Like, no one cared. Literally, no one cared. Everyone, for the most part, the books didn't sell that great, but like reader feedback was very positive. And I feel like they just ignored it because the fact that no one cared is actually a down thing. Like I almost feel like the whole point of doing this is to make people care, and not necessarily in a positive way. Like, if they get the outrage, that almost fuels their agenda even more. Like they want people to be like, screw Black Batman. I don't want, like, they want people to be pissed at that so that they can point and be like, aha, you are a Nazi. You know what I'm saying? Like,
question.
Yeah.
But when they make these new characters, like we always talk about, we're fine with people of all races and colors. We're fine with female superheroes. No one has a problem with this. Just make good characters and good stories. And then they do that, and no one complains. That's the problem.
that makes
No one's
them mad.
complaining.
Yeah, that makes them mad. Yeah.
Like, my favorite stories are the ones where you don't preach to me. You're not trying to sell me on something. You have a hero going out and being a hero. Yes,
that's the story that most people, if you have a sane brain, that's what most people want.
I replied to someone on Twitter today because they were attacking someone like, oh, these straight white guys and these fascist Nazis. Oh, they're upset because they have a gay person in the comment. I said, I don't care if the gay person's in the comment, as long as they're not turning a straight person as gay for no random reason other than just to be, hey, I'm virtue signaling. No, it doesn't work that way. If you introduce a new character, or if you want to do an Elseworlds, go ahead, do that. I don't care. But quit preaching to me. Actually sit down, read actual good books, by Claremont, by Byrne, by Stan Lee, Brubaker, and see like, what am I doing wrong? And actually really think on that. And then go back, maybe read it 3 more times. And if you still don't understand it, ask someone who actually reads the books and for feedback, who isn't there to be like, pat you on the back and say, good job. No, we just want good stories. That's all we want. And to me, a good story is where you don't freaking preach to me. That's kind of reasons why I drift away from Marvel and DC. Spider-Man being my favorite character, I'm struggling because I gave up 8 years not reading Spider-Man because I hated what they did with the marriage and how he made a deal with the devil, which is so uncharacteristic. Him taking off his mask, another reason that was stupid. He would never do that. He even explains it in Zdarsky's run why he doesn't take his mask off. I just went to Xenoscope. Xenoscope people crap on me. I'm like, oh, you like it because like it's pretty good looking girls. I'm like, yeah. It's also good art. It's also good story, and there's no preaching to me. I mean, if Marvel would start drawing Miss Marvel as not going to look like Mr. Marvel, I'd probably maybe read her book too and get rid of the preachiness.
Bankman,
I'm a guy.
you can you can admit it here. You have stock in Xenoscope, don't you?
I don't have stock.
He's always promoting Xenoscope.
I don't have stock.
So he always finds a way to segue in. That's why I buy Xenoscope.
And you know, it's funny. It's funny that the guy that runs Xenoscope, he got on his SJW high horse and trashed people like you, Venkman.
Back in the day.
Oh no, like last year. Yeah, he even had to get it, but it didn't take.
No.
Someone might have got to him and said, "Hey, you're actually selling a few copies, and guess what? It ain't to the people your virtues signaling
Right.
to." He goes, "Oh yeah, that's right. I got to pay my own bills."
Yeah, because like I said, like as much he can say what he wants, but it doesn't reflect in the comic books at all. I mean, yeah, there's certain Robin Hood. Did they change it to having a girl being from a different world come back and she's the Robin Hood in the story? But she wasn't a lesbian; she's straight. Her they made Marion her a lesbian, but it didn't affect the story. It's just a side character. She's hardly in there. She was basically her assistant through the series. When it came back to Earth.
They didn't give her the Alex Danvers treatment.
No, they didn't.
Did y'all know she's a lesbian, by the way?
Who?
Supergirl's sister in Supergirl.
What?
Yeah, but my point is like
half the characters are gay. They just haven't revealed it yet.
I don't care what Marvel and DC, they can crap me all they want as far as saying I'm a bad person, I'm a Nazi, but if it's not reflecting the book, why do I care? I'm just reading the book, and I'm not reading their Twitter stuff. They can vent as much as they want.
You were missing my point.
I'm
saying that. No, I said it's funny that it said even they tried to turn on you, but then thought better of it, and they're still around. I mean,
they started off early too. They even started off that way, being that's a little bit in some of their books, and then they decided, you know what, we want to make money. We're not going to do this whole virtual.
I was reading Zenoscope from book 1,
2012, 2013. Yeah.
No, long before that. I was quitting Zenoscope by 2012.
I think it started in 2000.
No. Grim Fairy Tale started about 2006. That book lasted 100 issues, and it's for over 100 issues in its first run. And at the beginning, it was literally just fairy tales. No, it was Zenoscope.
Hey guys, just gonna pause you for a second. Skip.
2005.
Skip has work tomorrow, and he's got some things he has to take care of, so he's got to take off. I just wanted to give him a chance to say some goodbyes and last words he wants to say. Skip, you have anything you want to say?
Yeah, everybody. Thanks for having me on. Like always, Ash, I appreciate it. It's nice to finally get a chance to meet Zach. Always nice to be amongst Breen and RDV and yourself, everybody. Have a good rest of your night. Have a happy New Year as well. We got a fresh New Year, new slate, fresh slate for a lot of people. So take advantage of it in the way that you can. And I encourage everybody to try out some comics that you wouldn't normally try out. Maybe something that's a little more on the outskirts. Definitely tune in to the show that Ash and I do. We're going to do another one on Monday with Breen and another special guest that I'm sure we'll get
surprise.
We'll get revealed later. But anyway, I just appreciate being on. Thanks everybody for showing up in the chat. We always appreciate that conversation that goes on there too. And all you fine gentlemen, have a great night.
All right, buddy. It's always a pleasure to have you on.
Monday.
Nice to meet you, dude.
Pleasure. Oh yeah, well my namesake is in the action.
Your birthday party, and now you're skipping on I guess because you had to work. Man, we're not important.
RDV, it's in the name. I gotta skip out, man.
It says skip on Tosh, not us.
No, skip on y'all. I'm gonna change it. 2021. Skip on y'all.
Skip on y'all. Nice.
All right, y'all. Y'all have a good night.
Good night.
Yeah.
All right, folks. Before I let these guys get back to their riveting conversation, I just want to say we are having a sort of open mic. If you are part of the membership of my Discord channel and you are of the friends level or higher, you want to join in, you are welcome as long as you have a decent mic and you follow the, common decency of being a broadcast. It's, it is aired over YouTube Live. Feel free to come join us. You just got to come into the Discord and we're in there. Otherwise, you're more than welcome to hang out and chat and just talk. That's also great. Love everyone that's there. I'll let you guys continue on.
Yeah, the membership.
I will be right back.
No. Continue, Eric. I'll be right back.
Pringle run.
I guess, my final thoughts on this subject is that I don't read what these people said. Half time I don't know who the authors are until I read their book, and then I realize, oh, that was a crappy book. So then I don't read anything by that author again. But as far as with their political stuff, care less.
I never even knew all these comic writers. I never even knew any of their political opinion until I got on Twitter. Like if I wasn't on Twitter, I'd probably still be getting, 10, 11 Marvel books and maybe that many DC books. Now that I know, yeah.
My thing personally is not necessarily their political opinion. Neil Adams, I'll still read Neil Adams books all day long. That guy's a complete Trump TDS wacko on Twitter. Like, it's so when Eglantine makes a joke of it, the things that the shit Neil Adams says, it's funny because it's so crazy. I don't care about whatever opinions people have. I'm a free speech absolutist. I believe that you should be able to express yourself, even if I disagree. That's the beauty. That's the reason I feel confident about my opinions and so forth, is because I embrace hearing other people's opinions. And I even, if I disagree with your opinion, it makes me feel stronger about my own. But sometimes people sway me with their opinions. And anyways, that's fine. What I have a problem with is contempt. When people show me contempt. And if you're going to do that to me, I'm not going to give you money. Like, I may not go around bad mouthing you or whatever. But I'm not going to, let me give you, pay you money for your overpriced book. Like, that's just silly to me, especially when there's so many good books that I'm not affording right now. And so for me, it's just easy. I'm like, oh, you showed me contempt? Cool, because I wanted to really buy this Ed Brubaker hardcover that costs $25 that I was like, ooh, that's going to be expensive. But thank you, DC. You opened up the budget. Like, I'm not really, I'm missing out on one thing, but I'm gaining another. And that's how I look at it.
Addition by subtraction.
Question: if Frank Miller said you're a piece of crap, would you throw away your books you have by him?
Ooh.
That would be tough. My heart would be broken.
I know Chris Cantwell, he did me a big favor saving money on his Iron Man issues when he told me to F off after I asked him why Iron Man isn't a superhero or acting like a superhero. He's like, hey, F off. I was like, great, I can save $5 a month now. I can go buy something else.
Yeah, that would, if Frank Miller came out and was just like, said something, showed me contempt, I would, that would be.
What if Frank Miller went back and you re-roll It's the Dark Knight? Like SJW.
Can you imagine what he'd do with Carrie Kelly?
I would curl up in a ball in my bedroom,
actually a boy,
and I would cry, and you guys wouldn't see me for weeks.
Did you assume my gender?
Carrie Kelly be a lesbian boy.
She'd be Elliot Page.
Yes.
Hey, I want to say I don't want to do what happens to me a lot on other streams that won't be mentioned. I want to introduce Maranya has decided she wants to be more than just words on a screen. Welcome, Maranya. Good to have you.
Hey, Maranya. I tried to shift the conversation her way earlier. I brought up Chris Cantwell and Iron Man. That was kind of a subtle transition I was trying to do. But yeah, we got sidetracked.
Maranya, this isn't the option, just to let you know. So don't say go.
Is Mirandi having trouble with her mic?
Maybe. Or she's waiting for all of us to shut up.
All right. Well, hopefully, if Mirandi, if you are having trouble in your mic, say something backstage so we can know.
But I agree with you though, Ash. You know, it's like because there's writers that I don't agree with, and I like Kurt Busiek. He's got me blocked on Twitter, but I love the stuff that he writes. Like I mentioned Avengers Assemble earlier.
And what did you do to get blocked by Kurt Busiek? Because I used to
probably
argue with
said
that
something
dude.
like I voted for Trump. Probably something. He probably put me on like a blockchain or something.
I argued with that guy a lot back in the heyday of Comicsgate. Like I was constantly arguing, and he never blocked me. And that was one thing that I was like, you know what? I don't like your views. I think you're kind of a snobby, you know, the typical leftist SJW, but you're not blocking me, and I'm on here saying shit to you to your face. Now, granted, I can be a salty son of a bitch, but I generally hold myself in a professional kind of manner. I don't get on and just, start bad mouthing people or cussing them out. I argue ideas. I try never to like be hateful to the person. But he didn't. Like a lot of, like Cantwell, he's just F you, he didn't do that. So I gave him credit. I was like, at least bravo to you that you reached that low bar that you didn't block me.
Right. But like contrast with, on the other hand, this is why I won't actively say anything about Gail Simone that's bad, because she did have me blocked, but then she unblocked me. And then she like let me into, she did like a Discord server early in the lockdown. She was giving out, it was kind of a cool idea. She was doing this kind of comic writing workshop. You had to be invited in, and I was like, oh, I want in, but she had me blocked. And guy that I follow on Twitter, he talked to her and she unblocked me and said, we had a few short messages, but and she was like, hey, it's for everybody, just don't bring your ideologies or politics. I was like, hey, that's all I want. I don't want to talk about ideologies or politics. I just want to talk about comics. And so she was very polite and cordial there, and so that's kudos to Gail Simone for that. I haven't read anything of her that she's ever written outside of Secret Six or Birds of Prey, but hey, thank you for the decency.
So Miranda has rejoined us. Miranda, did you get any technical difficulties worked out?
Well, can you all hear me now?
There we go.
There it is.
It was just, I think it just didn't like the first hookup, because I was already hooked into the chat over here by just, in terms of listening on through Discord, but I just wasn't in your room.
Yeah. Well, whatever it was, you got it all figured out. So welcome to being here. Do you have any comments on the current part of the conversation we're on?
Which is the blocking of pros to to the fans.
Yeah, just personal behavior of pros. Does it affect how your buying habits? Like, what do you care about? Do you not care? Do you separate the art from the artist?
Okay, I tend to go, okay, is the story good? Yeah, then I'll buy it. Usually I don't pay attention to who writes or draws the stories. I never really did until I would say about 3 to 4 years ago, where I actually said, okay, I'm going to pay attention to, like, oh, is Slott writing this, or is Can't Write Well writing this, or whoever is writing it. I never really paid attention. I just went, is it a good story? Yeah, then I'll buy it. That's that, and I don't go, okay, so and so is being a nut job on Twitter, I'm not going to buy their books ever again. No, if they're writing good stuff, that doesn't matter. I don't care what. If we never knew about Twitter, would we still buy the books? That's a good question. Because if I didn't know that Dan Slott was a jerk on Twitter, but if he wrote a decent book, which he didn't with my guy, but if he had, I would have been, I wouldn't have cared who he was. I wouldn't have cared that I do care that he messed up Spider-Man for many people, just because, pardon me, I care that the classic superheroes are being messed with, that we can't pass down to future generations what, say, Ash and Breen and even Venkman. Zach, I think you're about the same general age group.
Yeah, I think so. I think I'm right around the same age group that
You're-
Minkman is. Yeah.
You're around that same age group that we can't pass down to say like the under 21s what we grew up with, because our superheroes now are basically, they aren't heroes, and it makes me sad. And I would literally point anyone who wants to read about superhero stories, I would point them to Marvel. I would go about 2012 and prior. After 2013, no.
That's a pretty good range. That's about what I would recommend.
Well, the reason I say 2013 is because that's the year that they said Tony Stark was adopted.
Yeah, I remember that.
In his 50th anniversary year.
That was Iron Man's One More Day.
That was literally Iron Man's One More Day. Well, that was the beginning of it.
That's the one where they also gave him the secret, like the half sibling or the half brother, or was that
actually,
issue too?
Yeah, that was that same era. But to that point, Arno was actually a decent character, and they actually gave him some good character points when let's see, what was it? What was his name? Kieran Gillen wrote him, and I think he even showed up. I don't know if remember if he showed up in the Fraction Run or not. But in that era, that no, the Fraction was before that. But the Arno stuff before Bendis was actually pretty decent. After Bendis came on the book, it went down the hill, like on Icy Hill. Then Slott took it hyperdrive down the hill, and Cantwell just said, "Okay, let's do a thermonuclear explosion." When it comes to the story, and well, Slott ruined Arno, because Arno was nothing like what he was portraying him as. Nothing. I mean, there was conflict between the brothers, but it was more. It was like sibling rivalry, but not nasty, full out war sibling rivalry. And Slott, to his credit, he does pick out stuff from the histories. He did not even come close to sticking the landing. He didn't even come close to doing the tumbles, much less stick the landing. That's my feeling. But getting back to, should the social media influence your buying habits? I would honestly say it should not. If you can just take a book and just don't even look at who writes it and draws it. Just look at the book. Is it true to your character? Is it a good story? Is it drawn well? Buy the book. Don't give a damn about what they're doing on social media, because you have to support good books. That's the end of the story, as far as I'm concerned.
I agree.
Yeah.
I partially agree with that. I do buy Chip Zdarsky books today, kind of for partially that agreement. Like there was a time where I was like, I will not buy Marvel, and people are like, "Oh, you gotta read Chip Zdarsky; it's so good." And I was like, "No, f Marvel, f them." And Chip Zdarsky still to this day blocks me. I've never interacted with him. He's been blocking me for 3 years or longer. I don't know. I mean, I don't know how long he's blocked me. He still has never unblocked me, but I've never interacted with him. But I decided to give him a chance, primarily because I was like, you know what? I don't like that you're blocking me. I think it's asinine. But at least I don't see you on Twitter doing things. Like, you're just making comics for them. You know, I don't ever hear about him. He's not in the media doing, you know, he's not. And I'm just like, all right, you know, like Tom King, on the other hand, every other week I feel like he's getting on there to be like a total asshat and piss me off. So I was like, you did your Spider-Man life story book, and that blew me away. And I was like, your product is outweighing your behavior, but that's still a fine line. Because if Chip Zdarsky came out tomorrow and, you know, started talking a bunch of shit and saying and showing me contempt, I'd drop him I'd drop Daredevil in a heartbeat. I would I miss reading the good stories? Yeah, I miss a lot of stuff, but you know, thankfully for the most part, most of these clowns that are terrible, they also have no talent, you know? So it's very easy to be like, oh, Vita Ayala doesn't like me. Oh no, I'm gonna have to miss out on her. Mags Visaggio, I don't ever get. I don't care. That's why I said I'd cry if Frank Miller, you know, because I actually care. He's a talent, you know.
There is a legal loophole. If it's a good book and you want to give money to Marvel, you can buy it from somebody else who bought it from Marvel.
It's not so much I don't want to
That's
give it
true.
to Marvel. I mean, I kind of don't, but it's the creators involved. If
Well, Marvel is enabling that creator that you don't like.
Yeah, and that's why I stepped away and stopped buying Marvel after they did the thing with Star-Lord, where they all of a sudden made him polyamorous and
Oh,
bi and
gee.
everything. And that was my breaking point. But it hurts me though, because like I was really I canceled all my Marvel pulls, even though I was really enjoying the Taskmaster miniseries, the Juggernaut miniseries. I was loving all those, but I'm like, I don't want to support the company that is allowing, what's his name? Is it Gary Dugan? No,
I'll buy them
the
for
guy
you,
on
and
Guardians of the Galaxy.
I'll buy them, and then I'll charge you $1 more, so I can make a profit.
yeah, I don't think that
Uh,
works the way that you think that does, but it's I was that way. When I got back into comics, I was like, F Marvel. I'm not, like I said, you know, even Chip Zdarsky, I was like, I'm not buying that. F these guys. I'm not supporting these books. But I started to come around and have this philosophy like, look, if you're going to bitch about something, if you're going to complain and say, look, Marvel, your books suck. I hate what you're doing. And, you know, Marvel feeds back and says, oh, well, who cares? You're not a fan anyway. That made me think, and I had to go, well, wait a second. Am I a fan or not? If there is never a point where I'm going to buy a Marvel book because I'm so pissed off, I'm like, I walk away, I say, I'm never going to buy your books again. Screw you. Then at what point should Marvel ever listen to anything I say? Why should they care? They've lost me for good, so why should they try to win me back? I can't then continue to complain and bitch and moan that they aren't doing the things that I want if I'm committed to never being a customer. So I have to kind of speak with my wallet. I have to say, look, if you do change your ways, if you do start making really good books again and you stop showing me contempt, I will buy those books. I have to kind of like put my money where my mouth is. And so that's why I buy books like Venom and I buy Daredevil. I only buy 3 Marvel books. It's not like I'm a huge Marvel fanatic. But I was like, look, I'm going to support the books that you're doing right because I want those books to succeed and I want your shitty books to fail so that you get fired for running this country. I want Sana Amanat to be fired because she's such a shitty fucking executive for Marvel Comics and she's running the company in the ground. The only way that happens is for her to be shown to be a complete incompetent buffoon. And the only way that happens is if people support the things that she's against and not the, you know, and so that they can, so she has to answer to someone because the bean counters always need to be answered to. Right? This is what happened with Tom King eventually being yanked off of Batman. There was like no way that guy was ever being yanked off. And he was just effing up left and right and sales were dropping. There was a time when Batman sold 120,000 copies. When they yanked Tom King off, I think it was like almost down to 60,000. Like lost half. It was the number one selling book. And hell, Marvel took over with the Incredible Hulk of all things. Like, the Hulk is outselling Batman? What's going on here? And then they finally had to yank him off the book because eventually the bean counters always come calling. Eventually someone in the higher-ups has to answer, wait a second, why are you failing hard over here? Answer this. And it always shit rolls downhill. So when the executive editor has to go, the big bosses want to know what I'm gonna. It rolls downhill, and they end up firing people. But that doesn't happen as long as we as fans keep feeding money. But if we just bail altogether, which is your right, by the way, if you are a fan and you want to bail, it's your money. Do with it as you will. I 100% support that. But if you do walk away 100%, you have to walk away 100%. Me, I'm on a mic right now, being on a soapbox, saying, you need to fix your shit, Marvel. and I can't do that if I'm also unwilling to support anything that they fix. And so I have to compromise. That's where my stance comes from.
I hear where you're coming from, and yeah, that definitely does give me something to think about. You know, it's like, I guess you stop putting money on the bad stuff. And I mean, if we all bought, like, if Robert Venditti's Hawkman sold, God, if it even sold probably 60,000 issues a month, we'd probably have Venditti doing more titles today at DC.
I don't know.
But yeah, no,
I
you
don't
don't
know.
think so?
Well,
Like,
I think a year ago I would have agreed with you, but the current DC, which is all about going hyper woke, look at all the top names. They're not listed on anything. No Peter Tomasi, no Jeff Johns, no Scott Snyder, no Joshua Williamson, right? All the new books that are being coming out, it's all brand new wave of creators. Most all of them woke. I think they're bringing Vita Ayala even over to DC's doing some stuff. Like, I'm just like, oh Jesus.
There's a video that addresses that very subject on Thinking Critical. Cheap plug.
Yep. Now, getting back to what Zach was saying about dropping Marvel because of what they did to Star-Lord, that when they start interjecting their own biases into the book, yes, that's a reason to drop a book.
Jason Aaron.
I can't speak to that. I don't read his stuff. But yeah, if they're interjecting their politics or whatever, or they're saying, okay, well, we're gonna mess with the fans because we don't like what that Chris is doing in his personal life. We're just gonna say, well, we'll make the books, have to reflect the movies. Because if the fans want the books to reflect the movies. So if the book's now saying that Star-Lord goes for anything, including toasters, well, they're going to start putting that in the movies. And it's going to be like, and he's probably going to say, I don't want to play that. Well, there's the door.
And then they'll get Jack Black, just like SJW Twitter says he'd be better at him in anything anyway.
And he'd have a better body. Right. I don't know.
Al Ewing. That's his name. Al. I forgot who it was who was writing Guardians. It's Al Ewing.
Oh, dear Lord.
Gosh, you dog it. This is the one thing, Jimmy, if you're listening, Bendis wrote a better Guardians of the Galaxy than Al Ewing.
Whoa.
You gotta realize that earlier today, I actually supported Bendis because I asked him what's the best book that Bendis has ever done, and I said I agree with Jimmy, Batman Universe. Other than that, that's the top of his list. Is Batman Universe, and I don't say that's a phenomenal book, but I say it's an enjoyable book. Now, go ahead, Breen.
No, I was just going to tell Zach real quick. This will tell you how things have changed in this industry. 2 or 3 years ago, it's probably about 3 years ago now, when we were doing the Move the Needle thing, I, added Tom King when I was, basically saying how much I liked his Batman, and got he gave it a like, and I sent out a tweet and said, "This is why I'll be a Tom King fan for life." Said he's liking he's responding to fans liking his work the same day that Al Ewing is bragging about blocking 10,000 customers. The next day I was blocked by Al Ewing. I might have been already blocked, but I thought that was funny. And now here it is 3 years later, and Tom King has done a complete heel turn because he's trying to get. You notice how much SJWs rally around Tom King now?
Real.
Perch did a video today. It was called "Everybody Hates Perch," and someone just sent him a comment that said, "Fuck you, Tom King is a national treasure." And I was going to have to set him straight and tell him that Gabby Rivera is the national treasure, but my prediction, the next writer on Batman, Tom King.
You think Tom King is going to be the next writer on Batman?
I once Tynan's run is over, they're going to go back to Tom King because
I mean,
if DC is going to be this committed to going woke, I say they'll give it back to Tom King.
I don't think Tom King was that woke though.
I think Tom King will
But
be
he's getting more woke by the day. He's attacking all the right conservatives on Twitter. The SJWs love him now.
He's appealing to the woke crowd. That's for sure. I agree with you. I just don't
And
think that he
that could be a
himself.
good career move right now.
Maybe, but I think he lost. I mean, come on. I don't. That's really tough sell when you lost that many sales on Batman to throw him back on. I mean, Tinian literally gained sales without them having to reboot the numbers.
without
Yeah, but look what they're doing to all the other good writers, though. They're not giving him any work.
That's true.
That's true.
Tinian's
No,
gonna
I agree, and I think King will still get work because he's complying with the wokeness, but I think they'll continue to give him these sort of boutique. I think what if I'm guessing, I'm thinking that DC looks at Tom King now as one of their highbrow boutique writers that they'll get a 6 to 12 issue miniseries over and over again about something, and they'll write about one of their characters in a very, pretentious way to appeal to that crowd that wants to read about men who have mommy wives.
You know where Tom King's gonna go? They're gonna move Ram V out of there with Catwoman because of how great that is. They're gonna put Tom King on Catwoman probably.
It's too small of a book for Tom King.
They don't care.
Ram V is actually
They do because they have to pay Tom King's page rate.
See, they already get Gail Simone, who left Dynamite.
That's the other thing too. They gotta watch. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if maybe, I'm not gonna say they fire Tom King, but maybe Tom King becomes like one of the guys they only give certain mini series or things to, because DC is losing a bunch of money right now, and Warner Brothers loses a bunch of money when DC loses money, and AT&T wants to get money and not lose money. That's why that's why they have so many layoffs, is because DC isn't making money, so they're gonna have to, get the new writers, the cheap writers, and use the expensive ones less.
I wonder if AT&T is kind of realizing, hey, going woke is you're going broke.
Well, no, that's another reason why I'm saying this could happen with King, because Tynan seems like Snyder's cutting back on the superhero stuff. Jeff Johns obviously has other things to occupy his time. There doesn't appear to be a whole lot on the horizon for the Abnetts, the Tomasis, the Vendittis, the Jurgens. Tynan might look at this and he's got Department of Truth at Image. He's got another creator-owned book.
Something is killing the children.
Yeah, he might decide if he might see where the future of DC is going, and they might do something like try to cut his page rate, and he might just say, "Up yours, I'm out."
Maybe.
And
I do think Tynan fits in with the woke crowd, though. I don't think Tynan's gonna have a problem.
Yeah, but because Scott Snyder, I think that's the same thing that Scott Snyder did when he stepped away, because he saw how things were going, like how everyone turned on him after Mags accused him of I don't know if that was him or if it was Sean Gordon Murphy. Sean Gordon Murphy, yeah, because so I don't know if he's gonna start.
Snyder's
doing
in a
his own
precarious
stuff.
position because him and Sean Gordon Murphy are good friends. And so every time Sean Gordon Murphy gets in the firing line, Scott is now put, does he defend his friend? Because Snyder I'm pretty sure Snyder was a big reason that Sean Gordon Murphy's even in comics. Does he side with his friend? If he sides with his friend, then he gets the guns start pointing at him, and he's demonstrated that he's kind of afraid of wanting to be part. And I understand. I don't forgive. I mean, I don't bash anyone for having fear. It sucks. You shouldn't have to have that fear just to do your job. You should be able to do it well and screw everyone else. But yeah, I think Tynan is selling books. He's making fans, for the most part, at least satisfied. It's not like the Tom King fans. This is one of the things that Tynan was able to do, was take over the book and make the people that hated Tom King's run happy, while also not making the people who love Tom King's run go, F you, this dude's, they're like, okay, Tynan's cool too. And that's a really good decision that DC made there.
You know what
And-
Tinian's doing right now, Ash?
Hmm.
He's making Harley Quinn great again.
Well,
think
and by again, he means not since the late '90s.
Yeah.
I gotta leave you with I gotta take a break for a second here. Before I do, I gotta leave you with a piece of irony. I said that I had dropped all DC. That's not entirely true. I still buy the Sean Gordon Murphyverse books, which includes, thanks to Bankman talking me into it, I gave the Harley Quinn book a chance, and it's pretty good. And
It is.
I hate Harley Quinn. Like, so it's ironic to me not only that I'm actually getting Marvel and really not DC. That's weird, but also the only DC book I'm getting is a Harley Quinn book. What? And with that, Eric,
how many bottles did you buy with that car money?
I did. I bought too much. I think I need more.
I think so.
I need to take a bio break.
He's got like 3 Teslas.
So Eric is going to take over the Ash on Comics. You guys are in good hands. I'll be back in a few minutes.
Bring it on, comics.
Actually, making Harley Quinn great again. Let's bring that. Just get her out of DC Comics. I am so
For a
sick
break, yeah.
Yeah, I liked her when she was in the animated series, but she's now in everything. Her, Joker, and now Punchline. I just want to get those 3. If you can just get rid of those 3 characters, and also I hate to say it, as much as I do like Batman nowadays, get rid of Batman because Batman is.
I think somebody, it might have been I don't know, somebody on Twitter, I found it through. There's like this meme kind of going around. It's one of the Justice League covers where it's like everyone in the DC universe is on the cover.
Yeah.
It's like what the fans see, and then what DC Comics sees, and it's everyone else is whited out except for Batman.
Yeah.
Well, it's not like we all didn't predict this a while ago.
But yeah.
Brandon, you also got to realize, you look at that, right now, DC doesn't even see Batman in his own comic book. Tinian just sees everyone else.
This is true.
I mean by everyone else. Harley Quinn. Ghostmaker will make up him just some random guy who's on par with Batman, childhood friend, a rival.
See, you and I are seeing this completely different. I thought 105 was one of the best books I read all year.
Not for creating a new character. Just suddenly you're just changing the lore again just to fit your story.
Well, that's a trope as old as comics itself. I don't like it, but at least this one did it differently than it didn't turn into a cliche, because the cliche would have been they parted as enemies, vowing to if I see you again, blah blah. Having him join the team. And I love the last line when he goes, you talked about going out and having dinner. So you're buying, I'm not rich anymore. I like that. And I give him credit. I said, he's doing a Harley Quinn that I can tolerate, even though it's not really Harley Quinn. It's just someone that looks like her. But unfortunately, if you like how Harley Quinn is in this book and how Batman is in this book, or whatever, don't worry, they're both in 72 other books and for versions you're not going to like.
The reason it probably would have worked out better if they weren't too close. They already created another character, so they created 2 characters exactly around the same area. You got Ghostmaker, and you got Clown Hunter, in the same. Yeah,
another one. Get rid of Clown Hunter, please.
No,
get rid of Clown.
Yes, Bow.
Get rid of the Batman who laughs too.
Sorry,
I'm so
Bow,
tired of seeing him everywhere. God, dog, man.
Get rid of Bow. He's the new Robin. We're going for number 12, I think.
No.
Oh, I get it. He's going to be the next Robin.
Who is?
No.
Hunter? Yeah.
No.
Because Bradman's already training him, basically already trained him. He's already taking an interest in him. He's got Leslie Tompkins talking to him and the Batman animal. Yes.
And this is why I'm so glad I'm not. I was never into Batman. Like, it's never been on my pull list, and this makes me happy.
Zach,
I never got into it.
Remember, you think about Clown Hunter. Wow, he's an orphan. Who collects orphans? Bruce Wayne.
Except for Barbara. Barbara was not an orphan.
Because he no longer sees Damon anymore, so now he's got a new ward.
That's God dog, man. This is why I'm sticking with Justice League. This is why, okay, I'm gonna give Bendis the benefit of the doubt for a few issues and see how Justice League goes. And
let me
other
save
than
you
that,
let me save you $4, $8, or $12. By the third issue, it's going to be Naomi and her Justice League. Trust
probably,
me.
probably.
Has anybody
Yeah.
read Batman Beyond number 50 yet?
I did not get it into the Batman Beyond
Well,
run.
It was Jurgen's last issue. I believe it came out 2 weeks ago.
Mm.
A little spoiler here, I guess. I mean, I don't know if anybody's really gonna read it, but I guarantee. Let's go back and read it. He set it up. If he would have kept going, he set it up to have a new Justice League Beyond. with
That would
Wonder
have been cool.
Woman and
That would-
Terry.
See, yeah, that would have been awesome.
And,
I would have read that.
Because you look through his whole entire run, he set up a new Batwoman, and guess what? She's not gay. She's Grace's daughter.
What?
Computer robots. I'm going to answer this for you. RVD, I want to know what your deepest, darkest fears for this year is for comic books. That Zenoscope race swap or gender swaps all their characters.
Actually, my worst fear is that Zenoscope goes under, because otherwise I'm not buying any comic books really. Because I buy.
They'll be fine.
Yeah.
But I'm just saying, if they like right now, like the Marvel and DC can afford to be woke. Out of the other companies, like Dynamite, kind of devils into it. But you notice there's also other books they're doing right now. You get like 3 or 4 Vampire titles right now. Same with Red Sonja. Not all of them are woke.
Well, if you'll notice, the SJWs don't attack people that either fight back or ignore them.
Yeah.
Zenoscope ignores them, so they don't get on them for their cheesecake. But God help anybody at Marvel or DC that tries to make a sexy heroine, and because it ain't happening.
I just look at these characters though. You look at Belle, who is actually these are fairy tale characters pretty much that they changed the origins from, and you have Belle. She's pretty much Batgirl, what basically Barbara Gordon could be, what she probably used to be, before she go in the wheelchair. She's a strong, independent woman, but she's not like, look at me, I'm a tough girl. No, she actually does it and doesn't like get all preachy about it. Yeah, she has a friend who does her tech thing through her thing, but she's kind of weird roommate because her friend has a pet turtle that she talks to. That's the only thing weird about that book. But she's taking on monsters. She's taking on all the mythological creatures like minotaurs and all that stuff. Medusa she took on recently. I love that. You get kind of a supernatural elements, but like you said, you're getting a consistent story. You're getting 6 issues, is a part of an ongoing story. Like you look at Robin Hood. She's been going around. They had 3 different ones. They had Warrant, Justice is the latest one. Before that, they had I Love New York. It's a continuous story, but instead of doing like we're gonna do like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 3, 6, 7, they just start over. So that way you can collect it in like a 6-issue trade volume. And I don't mind that, because to me it makes it easier to figure where I want to jump on, because it's because you got an overall story, but you got individual spots in there. So if I want to buy volume 1, which is just the first chapter of a part, you can buy part 2 and part 3. I mean, I kind of like that setup versus, but the whole thing I guess right now what everyone's going to start doing the quarterly books, and I mean Zenoscope said they're going to start doing that, and I'm really hoping that's not the case. I hope they turn around and say, you know what, we're going to see what DC does and see how they fail, and we're not going to do it, because that's going to be picking up. That takes me out. I'm not going to pay $30.
That would be smart. See what the big guys do, and if it doesn't work out, then yeah, just don't do that.
My horn didn't work.
Can you imagine?
That was the interrupting horn. We got Dominic Powell in the house.
Hey, Dominic.
What's up? What's up, Dominic?
Hey, good evening, everyone.
How you doing, buddy? This might be the first time you've been on one of the streams.
I'm doing well. Thanks for asking. Although I will be starting winter term soon for college, but other than that, I've been doing fine.
Very good. Are you actually getting to go to physical college, or will you be remoting?
and a bit of remote learning.
Ah.
Well, it's
Yeah.
not.
Yeah, that's one thing we're going to tell our grandkids. Once upon a time, we actually went to the school.
Yeah, once
There were
you
these
got
big
school.
brick buildings and these classrooms.
What?
Oh my God! You had to walk from one end of the campus to the other.
Yeah.
Oh my.
Uphill both ways.
Back in
Yeah,
my
In the
actually,
snow.
at my campus, it was that way, and in the snow, yes, it was.
I can see Dominic. Back in my day, you had to walk from one end of the room to the other room to get to the computer.
Yeah, pretty much.
Now you kids, you can just tap right in instantly. It's right, you know.
No, no. I mean, I generally miss going to my college physically, but the transition to remote learning has been bad. But it was fairly easy, although I did experience some technical issues at the time.
Ooh.
Yeah, but that was actually during my first week of back to school from summer vacation. But I was able to resolve that.
So you're in school. You're going back to school now. You're buying all these books. Are you reading these books right now before school starts? So you binge reading them once you get from the auction?
I would read them when I have the chance. But as much as I mentioned in previous replies from the live chats, much as I've been doing some early Christmas shopping, starting from summer vacation.
Ah.
Yeah.
Yeah, because Ingleton was going to do the thing, and he's like, "Well, I don't think Dominic Paul's going to show up." I'm like, "What is he? Is he still delivering the comics now he bought for gifts? COVID? You got to go door to door."
This is not an auction channel.
Anyway,
Talking about auctions.
Anyway, while I was able to get the books from the auction to add into my collection, I have been doing some early Christmas shopping, and I was able to personalize some stacks for my siblings and also my nephew from my mom's side, who was a big Star Wars fan, and he actually loves the original expanded universe, and so it was through the auction I was able to find some Star Wars books, including original EU books for him, and he loved them.
Nice.
Well, that's good.
I mean, you
Yeah.
get everything for much for $1, so you're making bank compared to the rest of us.
Yeah, for real.
Yeah, it was quite the boon, and my siblings loved the books I got them for Christmas, as well as my friends, and I decided to donate the books that I won from the auctions, and also giving away some from my collection to the Boys and Girls Club, to his present
Nice.
share.
On, very
very
cool,
good.
very
Nice.
cool.
All right, so I got to
Introducing
ask
new
both.
generations to 'em.
I got to ask both you and Marani, since you weren't here on the earlier part of the show. What are 1 to 3 comic books / trade / graphic novels that you've read in 2020 that were standouts?
1 to 3. Well, that's quite the challenge, but I'll go for it anyway. Well, did Jenny Hex come out last year or this year?
Depends which Jenny
last
Hex you're
year.
talking about.
Okay, so
Last year, right at the end of last year.
yeah, so Jenny Hex will be one.
Wait, Jenny Hex is
Yeah,
one of your top
yeah.
books of 2020?
It'll be on 3. It will be on, well, if it was number 10,
I gotta
then
read
it will
this
be
book,
like out
Jesus.
lower. But I was surprised that it was genuinely good, because in spite of Max's past actions, I felt like, well, I got the impression that she's actually listening to criticism, and she's improving on her craft. I decided I had to give credit where it's due, and I like the art from Gleb Monikov.
Yeah, I do like Melnikov. He's an up and comer. I've made a prediction on, but I'm not so super shocked that she wrote a decent book as much as it's made your top books of the year. Jeez. What other books?
Well, Deceased from Tom Taylor, because in my opinion, it came off as a a better version of Marvel Zombies.
Wait, you're talking about the original Deceased? Because I think that was 2019.
I'm
Or
talking
I
about
could
the
be
new.
wrong.
I'm talking about the new Deceased, which acts as the continuation of the original Deceased.
Okay.
Talking about that.
Dead Planet, yeah. I'm loving that series.
And if I may interject for 1 second, Ash,
Yo.
DC took what Marvel Zombies should have done and made it better. So I would
Yeah,
recommend.
it did. That should be one of Ash's next Storytime comics.
Well, maybe next October we'll do Deceased for Halloween instead of Marvel Zombies.
Yeah, buy once on clearance. And build clearance by then.
I do want to read the first Deceased. I did a review of the first. I hate Tom Taylor, by the way. That's my problem.
Tom Taylor, yeah. Marvel Tom Taylor is bad. Like X-Men Red, terrible.
But I
Yeah.
read the
once he gets over to Deceased, though, it's like something a switch gets flipped or something.
Yeah,
in his head.
I read the first issue of Deceased, the original Deceased, and I genuinely gave it a positive review. Except the art's terrible. It's horrendous. But but the writing very strong. I was really like, wow, and it's even more impressed me since I reread it around Halloween. I think I did the first issue for the Halloween. So I'm like, I got to read this book. But every time I see his other work, I'm like, God, it's so bad. How is it the writers can be like this? It's like the opposite with Jonathan Hickman for me. Everything I read of his is great, and then I go read X-Men, and I'm like, ugh, what the hell is this? I don't. Generally, writers are typically at least in the same ballpark, right? You know, like not everything Venditti writes is the best thing I've ever read, but he never writes bad. It's like the worst thing he ever wrote was a 3-star book for me. You know, it's like it's weird to have that dichotomy. Have a writer that can just write amazing stuff that just blows you away, and then also write something that makes you just want to rip the comic book up and never read another book.
There's one word. There's the one word answer. Editors, and DC doesn't have them anymore. So, my prediction: Nightwing, which is going to be Nightwing and Batgirl together. And Tom Taylor. That's a recipe for a woke disaster.
Oh my goodness!
I forgot
Hope
about
I'm wrong,
that.
but
it's gonna be. I mean, aside from the fact that they're putting Batgirl in there and not Starfire, which is my major complaint, I feel like it's going to become Batgirl.
Why would you want Starfire in there?
Starfire and Nightwing are much better than Nightwing and Batgirl.
Well, it's only because they made Batgirl dumb. Babs and Nightwing.
Babs was better as Oracle.
100%. New Teen Titans, all that stuff. Starfire, awesome.
Babs and Dick go back all the way to the original Robin. Like the Starfire thing. It's like when I see Spider-Man with Black Cat. I'm like, no,
actually, no. Starfire and Dick Grayson were a couple before Barbara and Dick were.
Yeah, and they were almost married too.
Well, whatever. Spider-Man was with Gwen too. That doesn't.
But Gwen died. Corey didn't die.
Gwen is running around. I don't know what you're talking about.
Actually,
that's not Gwen. That's a clone.
No, but Barbara and Dick are a better fit. So
yeah.
I was actually going to agree with you before you besmirched my point.
Hey, I didn't besmirch your point.
You did.
The reason that people they're fit because
I argued it. I didn't besmirch it.
After Corey and after the whole thing, they introduced Corey and Bat. Other writers came in and just basically started just crapping over. They didn't like the fact that Corey was Dick. They wanted to put Barbara with Dick, so they just shit on every time. All these interpretations of Starfire, if you notice over the years, have gotten worse and worse because they just hate Corey for whatever reason. They don't like her. They want Babs. That's their own personal thing. Their own vendetta against her.
Ever since New 52, the last time somebody wrote Starfire well was the Jeff Johns run of Teen Titans, where she actually left the Titans to go be on the Outsiders, which Nightwing and Arsenal were leading at the time. That was the last time, because after that you get into like New 52, and then where they made her a giant slut, and then they did Rebirth, and she just became goofy, kind of more like the cartoon. Which is okay, but it was like too much of a course correction.
You don't
yeah,
like her
it's
in
like
Justice League
everybody.
Odyssey?
I liked her in Justice League Odyssey. She wasn't terrible.
Because I'm not a
I-
Starfire fan. I don't know much about her. I don't like Teen Titans,
They
so I never
the
experienced.
best thing about it was the best part about her in Odyssey. There was a death metal tie-in where Cyborg and spoilers, by the way, for Justice League. If you're reading like the death metal tie-ins, Cyborg and Starfire come back to Earth, and it's like a little Titans reunion with Nightwing. And there's like these panels with Starfire and Nightwing. I think if Joshua Williamson was going to be on Justice League going forward instead of Bendis, or if he was going to be on the Nightwing book instead of Tom Taylor, he would have had it be Starfire and Nightwing and not Babs and Nightwing.
Well,
I
let me say something,
I
Ash,
can
real
see
quick.
that.
Okay.
If you have it, if you get around to it at some point, read the first 45 issues of the original Wolfman Perez Teen Titans, because for 4 years, X-Men and Teen Titans were the two best books on the market. And your opinion of Starfire may change.
I don't have a negative opinion of Starfire. I just feel that it should be Dick and Babs. Like I don't have a negative opinion of Wonder Woman, but I want I want Lois Lane and Superman.
Starfire. Right, I agree. I said I think Dick and Babs make a better couple too, because Starfire and Dick were put together for the purpose of that book. They didn't want to do it with Donna, because for whatever reason that the one thing in it. Yeah, now the one thing the Teen Titans did give us was the creepiest character in the history of comics.
Frickin' Terry.
Terry Long.
Frickin' Terry.
But
God dog it.
But man, was that book good.
Creepiest was I think it was Deathstroke and Terra.
That was also creepy.
Well, that was a creepy storyline. Terry Long was just a creepy looking dude. He was 40 years old. He's macking on 19-year-old Donna Troy. It just didn't look right.
Yep.
And he had that 80s term.
How old was Terra?
Oh, yeah. No, I said that was a creepy plot line back when you could get away with that. You couldn't dream of doing that today.
Yeah, they still do it, but they just would.
Terry Long was the only character that Blackest Night made an improvement on.
I know. Yeah, Terry Long is the only one I don't mind if they ginger swapped him. He's a reason why they hate gingers.
Oh,
what if Terry is the reason that there's the ginger side?
Oh no, no, that can't be it.
I said that character was just I said the creep goes to 11. It's the one time you're rooting for a superhero wedding to get interrupted is the one time it doesn't.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not an expert on some of these characters, but some of them just stand out wrong to me. Like the whole Star-Lord, Kitty Pryde shit. I'm just like, ugh.
Hey, that's a great couple. That's
No,
the best couple that was in Marvel Comics.
Nope. See,
I like
there
that.
you go. I feel stronger about my opinion now.
I'm with my boy Ash on this one.
Kitty Pryde and Colossus or GTFO.
No, that was hang on. How are we gonna just come off of Terry Long and Donna Troy being creepy, and then you're gonna go over to Colossus and Kitty Pryde being together, and it's perfectly fine?
Okay, I'll answer that. And the sliding time scale of comics, when they met, he was 18 or 19 and she was 13. About 10 years later in comics time, they let teenagers age, kind of like in soap operas. So their ages got closer together. So now she's aged about 7 or 8 years since her introduction, whereas the characters around her have only aged 1 or 2 or maybe 3. That's how comics work. So when she was with Pete Wisdom in the 90s, they'd already aged her up to an adult.
Oh, and FYI,
that's how they get away with that.
FYI, Star-Lord is older than Colossus.
Pete Wisdom, is that Wiccan?
So if we're gonna judge that it's weird,
Wiccan.
then we should be like it's even creepier to be with Star-Lord. But
Oh wait, how is Star-Lord? I guess he is kind of older.
Yeah,
because but he's also in space
Colossus...
too. And time is relative, and you don't know what planet he's on.
No. But no, to Eric's point, it's not even. I mean, the time scale thing is all there too. But also, if you go back and read the old X-Men books, it wasn't like Colossus was macking on Kitty while she's like a teenager.
No,
They had this.
I know, yeah.
They had this friendship that over the years, many years, especially in real time, you're reading like 200 issues. This and what, like over a decade of comics, like that this evolved, and then all of a sudden, oh no, she's not with Peter in space. Like what? No, if you read the X-Men line, I mean, it just makes no sense that Kitty and Colossus are, I hate to say this sounds like cheesy, but like soulmates. Like they are together. They are meant to be together, and modern Marvel has destroyed this. And you want to talk about people being pissed off at the Bat Wedding? Like
I remember the
Bat Wedding overshadowed the bullshit X Wedding with Peter and.
Oh, that I agree.
Like that was way worse.
We're going off at the same time, I think. Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, what was even worse about that was that Ilyana was trying to prevent it because she kept trying to push her Kitty and Peter away. I wondered about that because Ilyana seems to be a little too much fond of her brother, if you get my meaning.
Yeah, that was just people that didn't understand the character.
Yeah.
Because if Claremont had still been there, she'd have been all for it.
Yeah.
But now modern Marvel's trying to tell. Well, Chris Claremont, I guess woke up on the wrong side of his meds one day and said that if he'd had his way, Kitty's true love is Ilyana, and she's.
Oh, I read that.
Gay.
I read that. No, I'm sorry.
Well, we know Kitty's bi, and she likes knuckle tats. So yeah, I don't know, Eric. I don't know what you're talking about. I think the modern writers have Kitty pretty much nailed on point. Like I don't see. Oh wait.
So Ash, when Kitty was with Pete Wisdom, Colossus was dead at the time, right?
I don't remember.
Yeah, I think he was killed by the legacy virus or something, wasn't he? Yeah.
I think so. And I was like, this was mid-90s.
Guys,
I'm not necessarily. I'm not necessarily begrudging characters having ulterior relationships, like especially like characters dead. So, but if you're going to establish that one true love type of thing, and Colossus, I mean, they went to the altar, like they're gonna get married finally. Colossus proposes her. He's been with her. Not been with her, but you know what I'm saying, like he's been by her side since she joined the team at 13. Like there's that time, and just for her to just be like, whatever, and to see what she's become, I'm just, yeah.
At least we got one good wedding out of that. The Gambit and Rogue finally.
That's true. We did get, that's the silver lining. We did get Rogue and Gambit married.
No, I disagree.
Finally.
I think the Rogue and Gambit just became like moonlighting. It's like once they finally got together, it became not interesting.
I can see that.
Hickman makes nothing interesting.
It's just what made Rogue and Gambit work was the fact that they couldn't be together.
Mr. Right. Was pretty good though.
It was the forbidden fruit type
and
thing.
When he had to watch Rogue bang and Magneto.
He sat in the corner, yeah, that was great. No, as far as Colossus and Kitty go, wasn't Kitty the one that originally had a crush on him, and Colossus was like clueless?
I think so.
He
wasn't I don't think he was
true.
clueless. I think he was just like, this is illegal.
Well, no, he was completely naive, and whenever she would show me attention, they would show him blushing in his when he wasn't in his armored form, but. Yeah, it was more of a friendship that grew into more than that, but never shown. I mean, never consummated, obviously.
I remember her in Magic discussing it, and Magic would tease her about liking Colossus and stuff.
Yeah, it was very much like an innocent type of thing. And Colossus, he did kind of feel like weird. Like he's like, I got feelings for her, but and he didn't know how to deal with it. And like I said, it was like today it would have been so mishandled. It would have been gross. But the way it was done then, yeah, I thought it was great.
Kitty offered to marry Caliban from the Morlocks to save Peter's life. And then when he went off to fight the Secret Wars, he stole an alien chick away from Johnny Storm.
Yes,
and that's why and he didn't understand what he had done to Kitty, and that's why they took him to that bar, and Wolverine let Juggernaut beat the hell out of Peter.
Poor Spider-Man. Oh, sorry, wrong Peter.
Different Peter. That Peter was in the Ultimate Universe.
Yeah, that
Kitty
was a
Pryde
good story.
only
Eric,
dates. She only dates Peters.
Yeah, I've.
So you're
What,
saying
Ash?
Kitty has a fondness for Peters?
Oh, I said that. And I got killed on that saying that one night. I said, yeah, Rasputin, what, Quill, Parker, Wisdom. She likes the Peter, so I mean, what are you gonna do?
Waiting for the Quicksilver, and Kitty Pryde romance.
Which, Peter, Pietro, what? Yeah, I mean, I said, how'd she miss him?
Close enough.
Hey, I mean, it's no different than you get Barbara and Corey fighting over Dick.
I'm channeling Steve Rogers here right now. Language.
That reference.
Yeah, you get that reference. Good.
Orange Girl bad.
Yeah, Orange Girl bad.
Boy, I tell you, it's amazing how much comics have changed just in this past decade.
Yeah,
Oh my God.
Considering what she was in New 52, and now, well, for one thing, you can't have. I don't know if you could have Starfire and Dick Grayson together, because depending on who's writing her, hell, she's as young as 14 years old now.
No, she has a kid now. You got to remember that.
No, man, I'd forgotten about her.
Right?
You couldn't let me go 2 days into the new year without bringing that
No,
up.
hey! You were reminding me about the train wreck that is Cantwell. I can
That is
remind
true.
you.
Who's the daddy?
Touche.
So the new adventure they're going to do with Barbara Gordon, they want to put her back in the wheelchair as Oracle. She's gonna be black and a lesbian.
Wait, I want to know who the daddy is.
And your
I'm trying
problem
to
is,
find out. Hang on. I'm going to see if I can find out.
Oh, so Vita Ayala can write her as a self-insert.
Yep. See, yeah, you know what I'm going for because she's going over to DC.
Well, she was already there. She's the one. When Eglantine talks about how 4 years ago at a DC convention, when they made the pledge to go woke, that was Vita Ayala. She wheeled out and said, "My goal is to make everybody gay at DC." And that was her.
I forgot about that.
Vita Ayala is in a wheelchair?
I think she might be.
Eric wants to put her in one.
No, I think she might be. I'm not positive on that, but the rest of it I know is right. She did do a book as recent as 2 months ago. She did the Tales of the Dark Multiverse, War of the Gods. And I know this particular gentleman is a bit of a DC fanboy, but I watched Robert Willing's year-end video, and he praised that book. So it may have been good.
Which book was this?
The Tales of the Dark Multiverse, War of the Gods.
Oh.
I looked at, I picked it up, saw who wrote it, and put it right back down. Didn't even open it up.
No.
That's all it takes.
You know what the bad thing is?
Oh, Vita Ayala has never written anything good.
Well, that's okay. Hold on a second. Up till 5 days ago, I said the same thing about Mags Assaggio. Now I said, Robert Willing likes DC a whole lot. So I don't know if it's legit good or if it was just Robert like it because it's DC.
And Robert's a good guy, but he also has a tendency to turn a blind eye to things in favor of being positive for the things that he likes. Because sometimes he'll get really upset when you point out like the crappy SJW-isms that are in the books or whatever. And he just is like, I don't know. I take that with a grain of salt.
Exactly. But I'm saying, so I said that, there's a chance it might not have been as wretched as I immediately assumed it was when I saw the name on the title.
Here's the thing about Mags.
Not enough to go pay $6.
Here's the thing about Mags Assaggio. I haven't read a ton of Mags Assaggio books. I've read a couple. The books I read, I was going to read to roast, and then I read them and found out these aren't that roastable. They're not good, but they're not that bad either.
They're
And so the fact that she managed to write a good Ginny Hex book, apparently, as everyone's saying, okay, like that can happen. Like she had a good story, she wrote it. Vita Ayala, however, and I've read a lot more of hers, is dull. I would go out on a limb, and based on the small sample size that I have, and say that the stuff I've read of Max Asagio is better than Vita Ayala. Vita Ayala is just dull, and it's clearly agenda driven. If you go back and read that Live Wire #1, and if you can't be bothered to, I made a really cool video of it, by the way.
Oh, I saw it.
That live, oh my God.
I agree.
It is just out there on a page. That idea, like you just said, where she like came out and said, my goal is to make everyone gay. You read her books and you feel that. Like, it comes across, you're reading, oh yeah, this is a person that wants to make everyone gay. This is a person that wants to make everyone, and her, I mean, she constantly promotes herself as queer and brown, not as a writer, not as a comic book. Who is Vita Ayala? She's queer and brown. It's
now, the only reason why I think there might be a chance this book may not suck is they let her write a book that's part of a series that they actually give a shit about, that a lot of the issues have actually gotten some acclaim. And editorial might have said, you don't fuck this one up. Now, you know, again, like I said, I'm not going to risk the $6 to find out, but I mean, you know, I guess I'm saying it's possible that she took a break from sucking to do a good story.
I guess you got a good point there. I'll have to see it to believe it.
Well, you let me know if you do.
Weren't you guys complaining about G. Willie Wilson on Wonder Woman running it too? Back in the day?
I don't know if she can ruin it. She's just dull. Vita Ayala has, to her credit, to Vita Ayala's credit, I don't think I've read anything she's ruined. She doesn't do things like Tom King and Bendis do. She's just dull. She just doesn't understand how to write a story.
I don't know, doing a James Bond book where he's a sidekick to a strong black lesbian.
Sure, that's a terrible book, but did it ruin James Bond?
Well, for the time that she was writing it, yes.
Yeah, I mean, it ruined your experience
for
in
any
that book.
long. Right, there you go.
Well,
that's
I'm just saying, I remember England Teen back 2 years ago, 2018, people were upset about G. Will Wilson doing something and they didn't like. I went to go read Batman White Knight. Or not White Knight, Black and White, and she had a story in there by the end of there, you know, with Greg Smallwood, the artist from Moon Knight, and it was basically drawn like the 1940s. I went to the story of Killer Croc and the girl. Batman goes to save her, and finds out that the girl was actually infatuated with Killer Croc, and and she hits him over the head with a frying pan because Batman didn't think about it. He didn't figure that she was a victim because she's crawling in the corner. Short little story. I liked it. I mean, there's the whole entire Batman Black and White. And people were saying like, I'm not gonna pay $6 for 5 stories. You know, you have because you have people were crapping on the Paul Dini one in there with Andy Kubert. And the worst book on I can say 4 out of 5 stories in that book was worth the $6.
Here's the problem I have with anthologies. Short story format makes good writers look terrible, and it makes bad writers look better than they are. Because when you only have to write an 8-page story, you can write something really super simple with no real development of plots or characterization or anything like that. You just come up with this little basic little plot and you just write it out, and it's simple. And then someone like you can come along, not just you, but myself, anyone can come across and read it. It didn't really break anything. You're just like, oh, okay, it's fun. That was fine. Then the good writers, the ones that you love because they do so much more, but they need a bigger canvas to do it with, can't show off. So then they write a real basic, simple little story, and you read it and go, oh, that was kind of just basic and dumb. Like, and so your vision of it is, I don't know. That's my problem with anthology books.
Like I said, they had Tinian on there. Tinian, I'm not liking what's going after Joker's for. I'm just feel like he's just like, I'm gonna make him Catmull's Iron Man, but he's Batman. I don't want that. His story here was horrible. You had Trad Moore, who draws like Riley Rossmo. You're doing a story with it's called The Demon's Fist, where Batman's fighting against the League of Assassins, and you can't tell which one's Batman. And not only that, the art, the story itself was just bland. You know, yeah, like I said, maybe I went under bias, and maybe if I read it again, maybe it'll be a little better. But man, when you have Riley Rossmo art, it's you know, and it's not even Riley Rossmo. It's someone drawing just as bad as him. It's hard to like a story. You can have Robert Venditti with Riley Rossmo art. Oh my gosh, I don't think I could even get halfway through the book.
Well, I mean, that's fine. I mean, we're all going to have our subjective reactions on books. Like, there's going to be times where you're not going to like a book that's halfway decent or it's good. You're not going to like it because certain aspects of it didn't speak to you in a correct way or something bothered you. But that's different than being a just terrible writer. Because I go through moments like that too, where I'm reading books and I'm like, it's like the Venditti Hawkman line is a perfect example. I just didn't care about the Shadow Thief stuff. I was so invested in the whole like Hawkman Deathbringer storyline and what's going on, and then it just took a right turn and went into Shadow Thief and all this stuff, and I was like, what is this? I don't want to read about this. I don't want to read about You're the Villain. Oh, dang it. Like, but that's not Venditti's fault. It didn't make him a bad writer. It just made him write things that I didn't want to read about. And that's fine. You can have those opinions. I'm like, that's I'm just saying recognize the difference is what I'm trying to say.
So if he solely puts out a book that you know, Tinian or Venditti puts out a book by himself without for DC, does his own little thing on the shelf, and that book sucks, then it's his fault, you're saying. Somebody else's fault, not the editor.
Yeah, it's more under his control, right? Because no one's pointing him to do things. But I'm also saying it's not about pointing blame. What I'm trying to illustrate is the difference between not liking, because it wasn't that the Shadow Thief storyline was bad writing. It was just went in a direction I didn't want to read about. It felt forced because obviously it was. Like DC told him, here's a mandate. You got to write You're the Villain shit. Write something. You know, like he's like, okay. It was competently written, but it was just not the stories I wanted to read. I didn't care about You're the Villain. I didn't want it to be forced down my throat, like, and it didn't fit what was going on. But it wasn't Venditti writing bad. It was Venditti writing something I didn't want to read or I didn't like. And that's different than being, you know, that's all I'm trying to say is illustrating the difference between a writer being not good at their craft and a writer just doing something that you particularly don't like.
Like I said, as far as Tinian, I don't think he's being forced. I don't think there's even an editor at DC Comics because of the way he writes. They let him do what he wants. Look at all of them, how they write. I don't know about that with Batman.
I mean, even Tom King was blaming the whole like death on Alfred. He was like he didn't want to do it.
There was no editor involved in that. That was just Tom King. Let him do what he wants.
No, he claims that he didn't want to kill Alfred. He was forced to.
No, it's Tom King.
That doesn't
Alfred will
sound
probably
right.
be back in a year anyway.
Unless it was Didio saying,
Well,
get rid of
whether
it.
it's him or not, it's just trying to make a good writer. It just makes me not want to buy the book when you do a bland story. Now, if it's him that's saying that's editor's doing it, you should come on and say that, because then you know what? Maybe I'll give him a chance next time he writes another book, because otherwise I just assume it's him. Because until I'm proven wrong, because honestly, an editor, do we really think the editors are even nothing but named himself? Do you think Didio actually did anything other than give Bendis a job?
Oh, I think Didio put his finger in all the pots. Like that's one of the problems where Rebirth failed. In my opinion, I'm not there, so this is all guesswork. But I believe part of the reason of the Rebirth failure is because Didio finally got his paws on things and started, change this, do this, change that, And instead of letting things go as they were, don't fix things that aren't broken, he started doing that. And I've witnessed that my entire life in various jobs and so forth, where you have upper management trying to justify their position. So they're constantly putting down mandates to be like, oh, we're going to do this and we're going to change this. And it's like, why? Everything's working perfectly. oh, it's because your boss you have to answer to for your year-end review to justify why you're being paid so much money. So you can say, oh, I'm the one that instituted the Dark Knight's Metal and instituted the change from Rebirth to do this, and I had, you know, Dick Grayson lose his memory and killed off the Alfred and did the fake bat wedding, and he can illustrate all this stuff that he was in charge of at DC. That's why they do these things. That's my opinion. I believe that he fits that type that I'm used to in corporate culture.
I don't know.
Left out one thing.
What's that?
Well, first, I think it had as much to do with personal animosity towards Jeff Johns because his vision was more successful for a longer period of time than DiDio's. And if you remember, like I said, the Rebirth special, they planted seeds that he was going to get back to like 3 years later with Doomsday Clock. But in that time, DiDio got pissed and started undoing it, hired Bendis and said, oh, Bendis, you want to undo Doomsday Clock? Be my guest. Yeah. And then they started fucking around with the release schedule. Because I know Gary Frank is slow. He ain't that slow.
No, he's not that slow.
You can't tell me that they didn't dick around with the release schedule on that.
I don't think they dicked around with the schedule. I think they honestly changed the direction. Because remember, Doomsday Clock was supposed to be the sequel to Rebirth. Right. It was supposed to. And I think Jeff Johns had a certain idea of where it was going to go. And then when he stepped down from DC, you know, that basically put the ball back in Didio's hands. And Didio's like, yeah, we're going this direction. What problem is that new direction conflicted with the storyline that Johns was writing with Doomsday Clock. And my tinfoil hat thing is the reason why it was late is because they had to rewrite major portions of the story and then redo it so that things would ultimately work with the new direction. And if you read Doomsday Clock, I mean, it's still good. Jeff Johns is an incredible writer, but it does feel like, this is really the big end of Rebirth? What?
They turned it into a what if.
Yeah.
And it has no consequence now. I know why they continue to publish it, because they knew they were going to get 6 figures 12 times. But I would have loved it if Johns had just said, you know what? I'm not going to, I'm out.
Well, he's contractually obligated.
Well, but who, okay. At the time, I don't know if DiDio had more power than Johns. He might have in the comics part of it, but in Time Warner altogether, I don't know what that would have cost Johns if he had just, if he had challenged him on that.
I don't know.
It turned out to be a waste of time. I mean,
hard to say.
Time and money.
It sucks. It just sucks that Jeanette Kahn stepped down and then Johns followed her a week later. I'm almost certain that the reason he stepped down has to do with whatever reason Jeanette Kahn did. You don't just do that a week from each other.
What wasn't Jeanette Kahn? She'd been gone for decades.
Oh, who was it? Who am I missing?
I can't remember what her name was. I'd know it if you said it.
I'm sorry. I mistook the name. I hear that name, Jeanette Kahn, and for some reason,
she left in 2002, and then Paul Levitz took over from her.
Okay.
Oh God, what was her name? Because I think she got sacrificed because of Justice League. Diane Taylor, maybe? Is that?
It was Diane Taylor.
No, it was the president of DC.
Yeah, I think that was her name.
Oh, I could have sworn it was Jeanette Kahn, but
No,
anyways.
definitely wasn't her.
Okay, was saying something.
What sucks is DC was firing on all cylinders because, Melissa says, she makes a comment, says, Professor Geek like me hates Dan Didio. I don't hate Dan Didio. I think Dan Didio was actually really good when he was doing certain things. It's when he stepped out of his area of expertise that things went awry, and it's like, dude, just be the publisher, right? Just stop trying to be the head creator in charge. Like, it's like
Nelson.
Diane Nelson.
Yeah, LK's right. So I was half right.
So, getting back in the Vita Leia thing, LK had brought up earlier, saying that you check out Black and White Wolverine, Black, White, and Blood. Issue number 2, Vita Leia has a story in there, and that's a good point because I read that too. That's him. He getting a cure for this disease, but for this sick kid, and except that he runs into Sabretooth along the way, and the two have a fight. It's actually pretty good for being a little story, a little short, and it's not really a short story. Let's see how many pages. About 9 pages, 9, 10, 10. For like I said, whether she does a short story or not, the fact that even if you do a short story and you can actually make that great, I think that that just shows that you actually have the talent to actually write when you want to write. And that's the thing is, like, as far as these people, like they all have to fall in line as being allies. If one of them starts doing like Scott Snyder, he's going to start doing good things, that's away from their mindset. It makes them all look bad. Yeah, they're gonna turn on them. So, if Vita Leia is supposed to take over what book now? You're saying in DC? You think she's gonna come over and take over another book? Can't remember what you guys said.
She's coming over to do something. I don't know if she's taking over a book. I just can't wait for Tom Taylor to write the Friendly Neighborhood Nightwing.
I heard it's Tom King, not Tom Taylor. Helium said it was Tom King, not Tom Taylor.
Okay,
No, Tom...
the first time Dick leaves the toilet seat up, that'd be a half issue's worth of a lecture coming.
Yeah, I never got around to saying what books I liked or whatever, but Nightwing was one I really liked. And as for graphic novels, I really going back into the stack. I finally read the Longbow Hunters, and I really liked that. But I tend to not read much except for my guy. I'm stuck with that. Pardon me. But in terms of being exposed to some really good books, I've been grateful for Ash and Skip to both introduce me some classic books and some new books that I would never have even considered reading. I want to go back and read those because it's like I would never consider them because they're outside my comfort zone, my wheelhouse. And Ash showed me things, and like with the Batman, the Long Halloween, I would never have considered reading that. I would never have considered reading Middle West and a few others. Invincible is another one I would never have considered reading. Now I want to because he and Skip introduced me some really good books. So I'm grateful to you guys.
Well, I'm glad you like it. One of my favorite things to do on my channel, I mean, I like to bitch and moan because I'm a bitcher and moaner, but I probably should not have said that. But
his other favorite thing to do.
I do honestly like way more to like share the joy and when I get that feedback, when I get someone that says, "Oh man, I checked out that book that you liked and I really loved it," like that's like the best feeling of doing this, is hearing that. I can hear someone else chime in with me and be like, "Yeah, you're right, Ash. They totally fucked that up," or I'm right with you, and I go, "Yeah, cool." Like, that's okay too, but that's not why I do this. I like, wasn't that amazing? Did you, and when other people are like, "Yeah," I mean, that's why I love comics, for that same thing, that feeling. And so I'm glad. That's why I like to do the story time. Honestly, like, I don't read as many bad storytime books anymore because while it's fun to kind of roast them and make fun of it as you're reading it or whatever, I really like reading something good and sharing it, and then other people come back to me and like, "I'm so glad you read that book. I never knew about it."
Right.
Turned me on to it, and I'm like, "Oh, great. I love it."
Yeah, that's something that most people go, "Oh, well, there's all these bad books out here," and Engeltine does it too, and a few others do it. They publicize the good books. What was bad with DC, as I said in the comments earlier, what was really bad, why the New Age of Heroes tanked, it wasn't because they were bad books. It was because they were not marketed at pretty much at all.
No, they weren't.
They spent their advertising budget. They blew that wad on Bendis is Coming.
Yeah, it was about 3 months into New Age of Heroes, and the promotion just stopped.
They didn't even really promote. I don't remember
I only know that, Maranya, because I had to reread the early issues of Hawkman for a video.
And that's where it was.
The first 3 or 4 issues, because Hawkman debuted at the same time. Hawkman was getting full page promotions, as was New Age of Heroes. And as soon as they signed Bendis, all of that was gone. It was all Bendis is coming.
Yeah, because the only reason I heard about New Age of Heroes mostly was because of channels that were actually discussing it. And there were very few that were. That's the only way I heard about the New Age of Heroes. Because that was back when I was actually following things on the Twitter feed, and DC almost never say anything about the New Age of Heroes on their Twitter. Only thing they say anything about was like Bendis or Tom King. And it's like, you got more writers. They never say anything really even about Hawkman. And it's like, that was one of the best books that I've heard. It's really good. They didn't say anything really about like Justice League or any of the other books. They just were just cramming Batman and Superman down your throat. And they never say anything about all the things that were coming out of Metal. And getting back, there's a problem I have with Metal that I have now with Batman and Clown Hunter. Stop with the stylized lettering. Stop it, DC. Just stop it, because it's a pain in the tuchus to read Clown Hunter. That trying to be like, oh, he's a teenager with the no capitals, no. It's just stop it. And the way they're writing him, yeah, it makes sense now. They're going to make him a Robin because they're writing him exactly like Jason Todd was a snarky little snot. They're writing him like a snot, and so and Jason Todd was exactly like that when he was Robin. So please, if you're gonna make Clown Hunter into the new Robin, DC, get a 900 number ready, and I will call that as many times as I can.
Clown Hunter's not going to be the new Robin.
Well, they're saying he's going to be.
There was just an announcement, actually, I heard that I had to scoff at, that apparently Damian Wayne is the last Robin. And I was like, you can't do that in comics. There's no such thing as a definitive, this is the last of this, we're never doing this, or this person's staying dead. Because while you may mean that right now, 5-10 years down the road, new people are running things, and they go, we're going to change that. We're going to make a new Robin. It's like...
Yeah. Wouldn't Carrie... Well, I guess Dark Knight Returns is an Elseworld story. I was going to say, Carrie Kelly would technically be the last Robin, because that's in the future.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
A possible future.
Yeah.
Yeah,
but
possible, yeah.
Although Carrie Kelly is supposed to be rumored to... Well, I don't know how that's going to... Now, with all Future State stuff, that's might be changed. But previous to Future State... Frank Miller was kind of hinting that he had a mainstream continuity Carrie Kelly book. So,
but yeah, if they were gonna make Clown Hunter Robin, yeah, they've got the character type right, because he's just as snotty, if not more so, than Jason Todd was back when he was Robin.
Yeah,
I cannot stand that character. Like I said. The bad things that came out of Joker War, they pushed Joker so much. I got sick of Joker. Punchline, Harley Quinn, and Clown Hunter. Those, if they could just take those 4 characters out of the lineup, I'd be happier.
I'd like to see. This is my one criticism of Tynan's run on Batman is I want to see him write Batman without the Joker crutch. Because since he's took over on 86, it's been Joker. And now we're on what issue? Issue 105? So 20 issues of Batman plus Detective Comics and other is just been nonstop Joker story.
Exactly.
Who's writing the new Joker book?
Yeah.
Like
James Tynan.
And that's whatever. I'm less egregious, like I don't care so much about that because that's a book you don't have to buy. But with Batman, it's like, can you show me you can write Batman that's not about the Joker?
Hopefully that's what the next several issues is we're gonna find out.
Yeah.
Hey, real quick, Vang.
Yeah.
Yeah, I shared this stream tonight, and guess who was one of the likes?
Oh,
Who?
Quirks?
Remember Kalia?
Oh,
Apparently didn't like it enough to show up in the chat, but she resurfaced.
Oh.
And I think I know what happened to her. The first line in her bio is "I love my boyfriend so much." I'm guessing, yeah,
That'll do it.
that will do it. Yeah.
that's why Dalton left. He got
So
he got-
it's nice to know that somebody that disappeared, everything's
For
fine.
good reasons.
I
Tito.
would
Yeah,
love to know what happened to Tito and Dane Barrett.
Yeah, I hope Dane's doing okay.
when Eric stopped showed up, he's got a new girlfriend. That's what I'm going with for happy thoughts.
If Eric stops showing up, that's because he's opening up the new comic book museum, and he's taking all his time running that.
He's renovating another room.
Yep, for the comic book museum.
I'll tell you what, if I still had my old collection, I could make show and tell videos every day for the next year.
That would be pretty awesome.
Actually, it would.
And it's too bad I didn't have access to this back when I had those.
Oof.
Oof.
But yeah, I don't know. Like I said, that little group that we're all in, all of a sudden, just one day, just like, okay, I guess we're going our separate ways. I didn't know what happened, but oh well, people move on. I met Ash. He's kept me entertained. He's like the new Tito. Can't work a computer.
Hey,
Hey, I didn't say you can't.
I said he can't. Don't get on Ash. It's not his fault he has technical problems.
He has more than technical problems. But
Is that what we call them now?
we call him glitches.
I have air quotes technical problems.
Youngins.
Yeah, youngins over here. Yeah.
Yeah.
We're all young here.
I'm not just young in heart. I'm actually young.
I think I
Yeah.
might even be younger than RDV.
You
Well,
might.
Dion has us all beat
Yep, he does.
by a whole lot.
Yep.
He's like what, 20?
I'm 24, but I still look 18 years old.
Like I said,
Go with it. I still sound like I'm 20.
Here's perspective, and it's the same way with Mr. E. My sobriety is older than Dion
Oh my gosh.
by years.
That's good.
You know what's worse, Eric? My husband is our age, but in years, and he maybe looks about in his 40s, maybe. And back when we were dating, my relatives gave me hell. They thought I was cradle robbing because he looked way younger than me. And it's like, no, you had to show his ID. He said, no, he's a month and 11 days older than me. They said you're cradle robbing. So that's something.
Oh man.
After a while, I'd be like, yeah, what's it to you?
Yeah. Well, the funnier part was one time he was picking up tickets for me at the movie theater, and they happened to see me standing off to the side, and they gave him a regular ticket and a senior citizen ticket,
Oh.
which actually helped finances wise. But I was like, damn,
They're
because
like-
I have white hair.
They're like, it's nice to see a guy take his mom out to the movie theater.
Oh. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, it's like, okay, thanks a lot, but it actually helped the budget because
I had somebody give me a senior discount once.
Oh really?
Yeah.
You don't look that old.
I didn't think I did until I got the senior discount.
Well, yeah. I get it because of the white hair, because that's what gets it for me. But
When you get offered your discount at Denny's for being 55 and older, that's bad.
It wasn't Denny's, but it was it was a restaurant, and
huh?
so yeah, like I said, I thought, at least since my hair hasn't changed color,
Yeah.
the beard, that's a different story, but
You keep dyeing your hair,
never had to.
so the oil. doesn't wash
I
it.
I tried it. I tried doing it, but I said I gave up on it.
Just where
Screw it. I said screw it.
No, so I have my uncle's genetics, and he didn't get any gray hair till he was 71. Now I've got a few, but not many.
My older brother is 41. He dyes his hair, and I said like, pretty soon you're gonna just end up ruining your hair from dyeing
Yeah,
on
pretty
it.
much. Actually, you probably will. Because my brother is a year and 13 days older than me, and he just when he started his hair receding, he said, "Just screw it." He pretty much did an Eglantine. He took basically it all off. Did screw it.
I see.
So he F's donkeys too.
With Mason Wings?
I don't want to say that about my sister-in-law, but she's been nasty to me in the past, so I plead the fifth.
Yeah.
Because she's been a nasty so and so over the years to me. So I won't say that he has donkeys, but I think she is a Democrat. So even better. There you go.
F donkeys with Mason Wings. That's great.
What on earth?
Yeah.
What the hell? Is that the new crossover with Mariko Tamaki?
Maybe.
Oh dear God.
Oh boy.
I mean, I love to cook and all that, but geez, I don't want to read what Batman's eating for breakfast.
He's gonna eat breakfast depressed alone and think about, man, I could have been with Catwoman.
He's gonna be like, they're gonna turn Lego Batman into actual Batman, where
Oh,
he's like
like-
alone in his kitchen
yeah,
eating a lobster.
He's like, Alfred, can you get me a meal? Oh, that's right, you're dead.
Oh jeez.
Oof.
I can't. I don't know. It's like
I need
I
another
got
lobster movie.
it's like it's all Eglantine's fault because he was praising Batman, and then it went to hell with number 50. He was praising Aquaman, and you got Kelly Sue DeConnick. Let's see. I think he was praising. I think the Justice League books. They're gone. I think
He was praising Hawkman. It just got killed.
He got nuked. Yeah, and
Yeah.
then he started. He was praising. He was praising Batgirl with what's her name?
Cecil Castellucci.
He was praising some of the Castellucci, and all of a sudden, then she went off the rails with number 50. Let's see, who else is he praising? He's been praising Daredevil. That's going to go off the rails. What else was he praising over at Marvel? He was actually praising something else. I think he was praising Slott's Fantastic Four. That would probably go off the rails. I think if it's not already going off the rails. So Eglantine is literally the kiss of death for any comic book, because if he praises it, it's going to get taken over and ruined.
Hey, speaking of Eglantine, have you guys had a chance to see the second part of the Superman artist videos?
Yes, I did. He did a really good job on that.
Man, I
have yet to watch it.
I love the unfortunately, you're not alone. 47 views. That's depressing.
At least one of those is
upbeat. Yeah, it's upbeat. He knocked himself out on the editing.
Oh my God! Yes,
they are so. Both of them have been so damn good.
It's sad that Positive doesn't get the clicks.
Well, I said that for 2 or 3 weeks when everything when I was doing a couple videos a week with Wes, the Hawkman video we did was by far the lowest viewed
because it was good stuff.
Yeah, because we were effusive in our praise, and there's just and that's unfortunate because I said because I found a couple of channels recently. I found a channel today called Comic Book Geezers, which I'm glad I found because I would have suggested that name for Ian myself. It was I was a little depressed to find out that I'm older than both of them, but and then there's a guy named Comic Crypt of Castle Hills, and they're all positive. I mean, there's no drama, no nothing. And I really like those kind of channels, and I wish they could find bigger audiences. But yeah,
Can't because everybody likes. I admit that I will every once in a while click on the drama channels, and I have in fact I have a playlist that I call junk food videos because that's exactly what they are. They're like eating potato chips. They're not good for you, but every once in a while you gotta have a handful. Well, as opposed to Breen, who makes them like one of the four food groups with his Pringles, but they're I get it.
well,
I'm
so
not.
yeah, Dante has a positive channel. Yeah, that guy that he came on when we did that Christmas live stream.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, his videos are worth checking out because they're always positive in nature.
Mm-hmm.
And the guy, I swear to God, biggest surprise I found when I found out that he was Venkman's age, because he knows, you know, he can pretty much go toe to toe with me knowledge wise. And I'm thinking, he hadn't had that much time to build it all up.
Well, maybe he just speed like everyone would speed reading. He just
Well, and you have to be of a certain age to get that reference too, I believe.
yes, you did.
But well, he says he's a history major, so he applied
Uh,
that to comics as well.
oh, that'll do it. Well, yeah, because actually, in terms of speed reading, they used to have the Eric would you definitely would remember this in grade school where they had the little film strips where they'd show you a line by line of a story.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if you ever did those. Those used to drive me crazy because I'd be like, okay, where's the next one? Where's the next one? Because I'm not trying to no humble brag, but this is the truth. I was reading since I was 2 years old. Not reading comic books, just reading since I
Wow.
was 2. And actually reading comic books, I think I started at 7 or 8. If that, around that time. But yeah, I've been reading since I was 2, but everyone and I do tend to read the whole page so at a time, so I have to force myself, and with complicated layouts for certain comic books, it's almost impossible for me to focus because I'm trying to because my eyes try to focus on the whole page, and I'm trying to read it line by line, and the layouts. Like I will go back to Bendis because he is at fault for this. The people he teams up with artist wise have some of the most convoluted layouts in history. The only one I can say that it really is not bad in terms of layouts, and I feel for the artist, and that's Ivan Rice. I feel for him so much because, as I was telling Ash the other day, I really want to see all the run of Ivan Rice's Superman with that Bendis was on. Take out all the Bendis barf, and then have somebody competent like a Venditti or an Abnett, someone like that, rewrite the story with those pictures. Let's see what will come out of that. Or maybe jettison some of them because they may not make sense to the story, but keep the majority of it and have someone with quality actually write to those pictures because I feel for Ivan Rice because his stuff was gorgeous. I feel for Clayman because he suffered the same thing with Tom King. And I would just love to see those artists take all the garbage writing off of them, just go back to the panels, and then have somebody write to them the way they should have been written to. I would love to see that.
That'd be lovely.
That would be my wish for 2021, but it will never happen because they will not get rid of Bendis barf. In fact, the last few issues of Superman with him, I literally all those pages with him and that alien, I literally just skipped right over them because they were unreadable to me and they made no sense. I couldn't follow along because it's like all these bubbles and it's like I just couldn't follow it, and I said, "Screw this! I'm not going to go read those pages." And then it didn't seem to matter because it was like, blah, 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 I'm going to introduce this big bad alien, whatever, and it didn't even matter to the story. He just did it. He was just doing it to pad it out for the trade.
Ash, you still here?
I'm still here. Listen to you guys.
Yeah. I just had to get my daily Bendis
I have a
rant out.
tendency to dominate the mic, so when you guys were chit chatting or going, I was like, I'll just sit back and let it go.
Yeah, I just had to let that out because that's what's sitting in my craw for a long time about the artists and how they're so. DC has some fantastic artists and some fantastic writers. They just can't put them together on a book most of the time, because I love the artists they've been having for the most part on Aquaman, and they give it to Kelly Sue DeConnick, who, to be fair, was meh. She was not. At most, she was meh. But
yeah, she wasn't doing that bad on Black Widow when I was reading that. That wasn't terrible.
Yeah, but what she did to Aquaman when she first started, it was like, oh my God, she put a self-insert. It had to be a self-insert. The lady in red, who was all gaga over Aquaman, and I think finally DC stepped in and said, stop it, bring Mira back because we're putting Mira in the Aquaman movie. Stop it, and she did, and the book got her 50% better.
I think DC thought that they could put her in a place that wouldn't do that much harm.
And she did.
Well, I mean, for Aquaman fans, yes, but it's still an Aquaman book. Like, it's Aquaman is like Hawkman. It's kind of like, it's not like it's the perennial bestseller for DC. And so if Hawkman doesn't have great writing on it, it'll hurt the sales, but it's not like the DC fandom. The three books you can't mess up is Batman, Superman, and Wonder Woman. Like those,
and they messed up. And
they do, but that's when you hear about it. You see what I'm saying? Like that's where the kicking and screaming comes in. And I think when they had Kelly Sue DeConnick, they're like, oh, we got to put her somewhere. Where are we gonna put her? Well, we can't put her on a total dog shit title because then it'll be obvious. Like we have to give her something that we can. Oh yeah, Aquaman. No one can complain about getting assigned to Aquaman because we got $1 billion movie. I also think that they felt that the popularity of the movie would help boost the book, so it would counteract, like, oh, if we put Kelly Sue on it, and then the book goes up not because of her, but because of sales. You know, people are like excited about the Aquaman character. Then we can attribute it like, oh, look, see, yay, we put Kelly, and it just all backfired instead. And they didn't learn the lesson that happens over at Marvel, that when you're doing something very successful with one of your C-list characters, that, with their movie franchise, you need to capitalize on it, not run away from it, and then lose all potential that you could have gained. Iron Man. And that's what they did. Like Hawkman should have, I keep saying Hawkman. Aquaman should have had, if they were going to pull Dan Abnett off, which seems really silly because, for all intent, everything I've heard, his storyline on Aquaman was tremendous. People were like, "Oh my God, Aquaman's great."
Yes.
It had a pretty good artist. If anything, I would have just put a top tier artist on the book, and just started promoting the shit out of it. Oh, you like the movie? Come check out the book. Like, or if you're gonna pull Abnett off the book, which doesn't make any sense, but that's DC's mantra. It's like, oh, is it broken? No, it's running on all cylinders. Okay, fix it. That's what DC loves to do. If you're gonna do that, okay, you're pulling Abnett off. All right, Peter Tomasi, what can you do with Aquaman? Something like that. Hell, even Robert Venditti. I know he hasn't made a name for himself yet, so that as a fan I can easily say that. But Tomasi surely has. You promote the shit out of that book. Put your best foot forward. If there's ever a time where you're going to get more new readers for Aquaman, it's when he just had $1 billion movie.
Right.
Now, you're not going to get tons of people walking off the street and coming into I just saw this movie. Do you guys come? Like, I'm not trying to sell you that bunch of nonsense. But there's a ton of comic fans already that are going to the shop every week, myself included, that look at the news shelf and go, Aquaman, pass. I've never cared about Aquaman. Then I saw that movie and I was like, oh, this character's kind of cool. I actually am interested in reading more stories. That I really enjoyed this movie. I want more of this. What's the only way to get more of this? Read comics. Oh, you just put Kelly's. I was literally about to put Aquaman on my pull list. I was gonna the next time I was going to the comic book store, I was gonna be like, add Aquaman to my pull list, and it was in that week's time. One of the, I think, previews or Diamond announced the Switch was coming up. They were gonna pull Dan Abnett and put on Kelly's Who Comics starting with issue 43 or something like that. I was like, okay, never mind. Like, killed all enthusiasm. I was like, I'm glad I dodged that bullet, because that was also what happened with me at DC. As soon as I buy a book within 12 issues, usually much less than 12 issues, it gets canceled or they put Bendis on it or something of that nature. I mean, I started collecting Tomasi's Superman, less than 12 issues, Bendis taken over. Action Comics, less than 12 issues, Bendis took over. Venditti's Hal Jordan and the Green Lantern Corps, canceled. We're starting a new seasonal Green Lantern series with Grant Morrison that is going to be all wacko and weird and no one's going to care and it's going to piss everyone off.
That's why it's ending after season 2.
Yeah. All of the New Age of Heroes books at the time, I was, oh yeah, this book's awesome. It's getting canceled. Oh man. Okay, well, I'll pick up this one, or we're canceling that one. Jesus. Okay. I'll get on this book. Oh, we're canceling that one too. And I was like, I got down to where it was like the last book was like, well, I guess I could get Terrifics. No, fuck you, DC. Like, at that point, Terrifics was like on issue 16, and I'm like, I'm not going to go buy 16 issues because I know as soon as I do, you're going to be canceled Terrifics. And it did last a good while after that. And I used to joke with any of my viewers and be like, you can thank me, Terrifics fans, because I didn't go jump on that book because it surely would have been canceled. And the only time that this didn't happen was Hawkman. The only reason I picked up Hawkman in a silver lining was because all the New Age of Heroes books got canceled. And I was like, well, everyone's going apeshit over this Hawkman book. And at the time, it was only on issue like 5. And, as a collector, I don't just like to jump on a book. I like to have the books. I was like, yeah, it's not going to be hard to find the first 4 issues. So I went and bought the new issue, got the other first 4 and back issues, and started reading it. And then the rest is history. But of course now 29 issues. So it did last 29 issues. That's the longest. But that's what DC has been doing to me since I've been getting into their stuff. And that's why I canceled all my DC stuff, because I'm just tired of this. I'm tired of, even if you're like, well, Ash is doing good, this book's good. I'm like, yeah, but 6 months from now, it's probably going to be trash. I don't have any faith that they're going to even go a year being good. And I don't buy comics just to buy a couple of issues and then dip out. Like, when I used to collect comics as a youth, I started collecting from about age 13 and I stopped around 23. So I had like 10 solid years of collecting. All the books I bought, you just bought them. They just went on. It was X-Men, Iron Man, Thor, Punisher, Wolverine,
Spider-Man.
X Factor. Eventually I did jump on Spider-Man. That was later. I bought books like Gru. Gru was actually one of my favorites.
Dragon Majesty says, thank you, Ash. I have every issue of Terrifics.
Nice. High five, Dragon Majesty. I can't remember all the books that I was buying. Oh, I bought the entire New Universe. And New Universe did fail. But the other books, they didn't reboot Iron Man in the middle of they just kept going. And X-Men. And, eventually I was buying 2 X-Men books because they launched a second series. When I jumped onto Spider-Man, it wasn't long until Todd McFarlane got his own Spider-Man, but now I was buying 2 Spider-Man books. But that was it. Like, for 10 years when I started, the first book I picked off the shelf was X-Men 210. And for 10 solid years, X-Men just came out every month, like clockwork, you know, and I just got them, and I was in for the long haul, and that was great. That was the beauty of comics. It was just part of your life. Nowadays, it's like you hope for little pieces here and there to be like, oh, it's a good run for 6 issues, and then the artist and the writer left and did something like, oh, I don't like that.
I got 4 years. That's what I got from Batman Beyond. 50 issues, which is really weird. 50 issues in 4 years? That doesn't sound right. 2006.
Yeah, it's because they double ship.
Yeah.
That's another thing that modern comics does too, is they put too much pressure on your wallet. Not only are the books twice as expensive as they should be, they ship twice a month. So they're 4 times as expensive as it should be.
I feel like there should be more than 50 books. It should be like 100 books. You're doing 4 years. Freaking years, man.
4 times 12 is 48. So I guess it wasn't double shipped.
No, it wasn't. Yeah, it's funny. Yeah, the bankruptcy of the mid-90s is what led to the practice at Marvel of renumbering. And for once, that was something that they didn't do first. That was DC started that after the crisis. They relaunched a lot of their titles. So you have Flash, Green Lantern, Wonder Woman, basically everything but the 2 Bat and the 2 Superman books. They relaunched Justice League, all that stuff. So, Marvel found that to be very much to their liking, because boy, do they do it a lot.
It's so short-sighted. I understand why you do it, but it's like what's the saying? You're robbing Peter to pay Paul.
Well, yeah, it all evens out, because I mean, you get the jumps with the number 1 in like the first couple issues, and they're hoping that at the stockholders meetings that people's eyes just glaze over the rest of it, where it does even out, and they just see the jumps at the beginning.
Yeah,
and go, oh yeah, it's a good idea. Keep doing that.
But the problem is the short-sightedness is the diminishing returns. Like the first time you do it, everyone's excited. Like, oh my God, they're redoing my favorite comic, and I can jump in on the ground floor and get that number 1. I can understand that from a comic collector's perspective. Like that was super exciting when X-Men number 1 came out. Back in the day, of course, it was Jim Lee.
But it didn't come at the expense of Uncanny. It went along with it.
You're right. I'm just talking about the excitement that I had, that I, as an X-Men fan, I had to jump in on 210. So there was a 209 issues before then that, I was trying to collect. I was going backwards, but that was a big expense once you started getting towards 100. They started getting really expensive. And as a kid, especially, I was buying comics off my allowance. Like, good luck buying a giant-size X-Men number 1. That was never happening. But this idea of like, oh, there's a new X-Men book, and I can start at number 1 and be there from the beginning. That was super exciting. And I'm sure, among many other things, that was a contributing factor towards its massive amount of sales. And this is like every other book. Being on the ground floor, I like Venom quite a bit. I'm kicking myself to this day that I didn't jump in on number 1. I look at my collection and I'm like, I started on issue 12, right? And I'm like, I want these other issues. But, number 3 is first appearance of Null, so I think it's like over $100. I'm like, man, I don't want to do that. And, and if Marvel Comics was like the old days, I probably would find a way. I'd pay $100 to get it because I'd be confident in the hobby. But I'm not confident that Marvel's going to piss me off 6 months from now, and I'm going to be like, F you, Marvel. So there's no way I'm going to try to fork up to buy an expensive back issue for something I may walk away from. That's the thing about comics is, in my opinion, it should be, it's a medium that you can partake in at any level you want. If you just want to read some stories and have fun, you can do that, right? You don't have to be a hardcore collector or whatever if you don't want. You can certainly enjoy that. But I think the bread and butter, what the concrete foundation of comics is that collector and the people that don't want to just dip in and out occasionally and be casual. They want to make it a part of their life. Like, it's people like you, Breen. Like, even though you're not really buying many modern comics and stuff, like, you certainly love the hobby. You love the medium. You love having your comics on your walls. You love sitting here talking to me for hours about it. This is what the comic companies need to embrace and go, these are the guys that they want, whether we're giving your money or not, we want to. I know that you want to give money to the comic companies. You just want to make sure you get something good out of it. You would love for Marvel to be making comics like they were 20, 30 years ago. You know, you'd be like, oh yeah, this is great. It's what I want. You know, they're not.
Yeah,
so you hold your money back and go, it's not because I hate comics. I hate shitty comics. Please.
I bought a Spider-Man this week. It was a slow week. There wasn't much out, and I said, what the heck? It's been years, literally, since I bought a Spider-Man.
Yeah, you scared me there.
Hey, Melissa says she has a question about Batman Beyond. Is it the future of the main DC comics or a continuation of the DCAU, or is it its own separate Earth like Marvel 2099?
It's DCAU, but like not in the sense you think, how the DC animated universe ended like that with Batman Beyond is different. In this, Barbara Gordon is older, but she's not like Commissioner Gordon, like or really older like she was in the comic books. Like I said, they changed it, but the way Jurgens did it though, they added on new characters. Like I said, you get Dick Grayson coming back. There's no thing where like Return of the Joker, like the DC animated universe, where Timmy is the new Joker. No, none of that crap. So, but it's good. And it is been. I thought it was actually supposed to be canon to an actual comic, or was the time Tom King was writing. They're saying it is actually his future. Batman Beyond is actually his future. Bruce Wayne's future in the comics, because even Damian Wayne's in there too as well.
Well, the future is always in Elseworlds because they never stick to it.
But
once upon a time, The Dark Knight Returns was the future of DC, and then as soon as DC was like, we don't really want to stick to that future, it's immediately Elseworlds.
Ash, I'm sad to see that they probably will never give him a Batman Beyond as far as like for the Justice League in the books. Maybe they will. Maybe someone else will write it, but it won't be Jurgens' vision. And all we know is that Wonder Woman, Diana Prince, because she ages slow, she's still on it. We don't know if Bruce Wayne's on. We know that the older Flash is still around in the books.
Yeah, you and I have had talks about this off air, and I don't like that they made Batman Beyond closer to the time. I liked Batman Beyond when it was farther in the future.
As far as close to the time, I mean, it's
meaning that it's like near. It's a more near future of DC rather than like 100 years from now. It's more like this is like 30 years from now.
Well, I don't think it was ever 100 years because Bruce Wayne was still around.
Bruce Wayne's he's like in his 70s or almost.
Was he? I thought in the original Batman Beyond he wasn't.
The animated series? He was still around.
Okay. I'm no expert on Batman Beyond.
He was the guy in the chair talking to Terry when Terry would wear the suit.
Are you talking about the animated series or talking about the comic that followed?
I don't know. Just the original whole
the animated
concept.
Series, Bruce Wayne started out. He had a heart attack when he was 60 years old. He had to use a gun to save a girl. And he said never again. He took the suit off. And then it's supposed to like 10 years later when Bruce Wayne's like in his 70s or no. Terry breaks into the cave stuff, and steals the suit after defending Bruce Wayne from a group of Jokers that were chasing him. Because Joker has been around in the animated series. Is that fact that there's all these different gangs now. There's a Joker gang. There's still a Royal Flush gang. But they're basically idol worshippers. They worship the Joker. So, but
sorry. Go ahead.
Real quickly, at the end of the series, though, in the Batman Beyond the series, Bruce Wayne is in his 80s. He's close to death. And you see Terry growing up. He basically is about the same age Bruce was in the animated series.
Mm-hmm.
He's got the cape on. And Amanda Waller reveals him, says, like, yeah, you were basically created as a clone. or not clone, but your dad's overrated for because we needed a Batman. He was kind of brought back by but Bruce Wayne did. She said that one of our Bruce didn't know about this, but we did it.
Interesting.
Yeah, but think on this though. Back in the day, they always said that the Killing Joke was not part of DC canon, and then there it is. It's in there because of Oracle.
Yep.
Oracle came directly from the Killing Joke.
Yeah, the animated series I'm glad is not part of the actual comics in the Batman Beyond, because in the animated series, Bruce Wayne, the whole Killing Joke, he had a fling with Barbara, and she had a miscarriage,
I forgot about that.
And then Dick Grayson, that's why he left. Nope, they changed this that he actually quit because the life because he had a kid and a daughter. They didn't say who the wife is, or who the mother is. They didn't, in the comic run Dragons because it was important. What they did because they introduced her because they said they were commenting a new. Basically, Bruce Wayne was basically going to give back to the community. He brought a brand new building he donated to people. It's supposed to be for people who are low income that get free health insurance and all this stuff. Take care of them. Basically, care about all the homeless people that aren't rich. So, and all that crap is happening. Dick Grayson came, who's actually the mayor of Bloodhaven, because he quit, so became the mayor of Bloodhaven over there. His daughter, I forgot what her name is, but she was in the army. So when Terry got his memory lost, she'd already been in the Batcave before with her dad and stuff because of the whole Joker thing. She ended up stealing the costume. In order she's able to steal the costume because the costume didn't recognize her as a threat because she's in there. And the costume, what's great about this costume, the Batman costume, it basically changes its shape, adjusts to whoever is wearing it. It's smart technology. So that's why she's able to wear it and wouldn't be like baggy and loose and all. So when Terry finally gets his memory back, they pretty much, everyone pretty much guessed that it was her but wearing the costume, except for her father, Dick. I was like, dude, right away, I'm like, it makes sense. Why would you introduce a new character? She has military background. They didn't, and I was waiting for they're gonna hint that she's a lesbian. I know they're gonna drop it. Jurgens never did that. Why? Because he doesn't do that crap, and that's why I'm so pissed. I'm like, just as you guys are pissed that Venditti's off Hawkman to get rid of that book, and that would sound good too. To go from that to going for a good Batman Beyond to go to Tinian, what he's doing there, it's just like, oh my gosh, it's like it's not what I want. I liked Joker War. I thought that was pretty good, but now it's like I feel like we're gonna go back to what he was after Cataclysm. Didn't have a mansion, didn't have a Batcave. I'm like, we've done this before. Why are we reading history? For the people who haven't read it, so we're gonna retread it and then bring back. Hey, it's a hint of nostalgia. We're gonna bring back this a little bit. Oh, it's just like, no, come on, just continue new stories. It's not that hard.
Yeah, nostalgia stuff is the worst.
Oh,
like it's like the biggest crutch for bad writers to throw in this hey, remember that cool thing you liked? Here, look, I'm showing. Isn't that neat? Remember when? You're like, no, shut up.
When they did No Man's Land, that's the first time I've ever heard of them even doing it like that. He didn't have a cave, didn't have his gadgets. He's going around. He actually dressed up as a fireman or just to help people because he was working during the day. Batman doesn't work during the day. Well, he was working during the day as disguised as somebody else. That way he could still help out. It was like the only person that knew about the Batcave was a guy who did construction work for him. It was like an Alfred.
Yeah.
So, that's why I love No Man's Land because you're having Bruce Wayne without access to his millions, really. It's just and No Man's Land is after he went to Washington to help him get relief efforts for Gotham City, and they basically denied him. Mr. Smith goes to Washington,
yeah,
Mr. Wayne, but I'm getting hints of that, they're gonna try and do a No Man's Land with Tinian or something like that. Not in that level, but I mean, they're pretty much bringing him down a peg, saying he need it's like he has to be, can't be as rich, can't have all these expensive gadgets. Why not? Why does he have to go back to basics?
Yeah. That's a trope, I think, in comics. So sometimes, you see it all the time in like, not just, it's like either you make the rich guy broke, or you take the superhero. It's like, Superman, but we strip him of his powers, and you're like, Batman. I kind of understand what Tynan's trying to do, because Batman was kind of getting a little ridiculous with the whole. He was kind of becoming like Iron Man, where it was just like the gadget stuff was like out of control. I, as an Iron Man fan, Moran, you might have a different opinion, but I just liked Iron Man when he was a rich industrialist engineer and he built this awesome suit and he could do awesome stuff in it. I didn't like the Iron Man that was like, and I built a space station and I have a whole legion, like a whole warehouse full of different Iron Man suits that all have a different purpose, and I can call them to my being with a thought, and they'll fly to me from wherever I am on the world and come to me and then instantly. And you're like, come, is there anything that Iron Man can't do now? Like, how stupid is it getting? And that was like Batman. Like when Batman had the super battle suit on the moon, I was like, okay. Part of me is like, this is kind of cool
to blow up.
Is this kind of cool, but really kind of out of control? Like,
okay. The problem I have with Batman is the contingency plans for every freaking superhero.
Oh, that makes sense. I like that about
that got freaking ridiculous. But to be fair about when you were saying that Iron Man was calling his armors to him, if I recall correctly, one of the storylines where he did that was, let's see, he was on the brink of death, pretty much paralyzed except for this exoskeleton he was using, and that's the only way he could actually use the armor. He was telecoming it, sort of like what they did in Iron Man 3, but better. To be fair about that.
It's not about the writing being bad. It's about just the you're painting yourself into a corner. And that's where Batman has kind of gotten to the point where it's like he's got a gadget for everything. He's got a freaking mech suit on the moon that he can fight cosmic beings with. You're just like, this is no longer Batman. Like,
did you see?
And how do you fix that though? And there's no easy answer. So Tynan is taking a story thing and saying, let's bring him down a peg, not to necessarily make Batman like dirt poor living on the streets like a hobo, but so that we can have an excuse to say, hey, why doesn't Batman have fucking space jets anymore? Like, because he's not a multi-quadrillionaire like we made him to be in the comics. We had to now he can just afford a Batmobile and a mansion. Oh, okay.
There's
what they're trying to do is he's trying to John Byrne reinvent Batman.
I don't feel like he's even trying to reinvent him. I just think he's trying to explain why Bruce can't make super tech because this is like the thing I talked about Iron Man when back in the Daredevil story, when some people were upset that Daredevil asked him to buy Hell's Kitchen, and people were like, oh, that's ridiculous. And I was like, no, Iron Man literally buys Hell's Kitchen on a daily basis. He throws away Iron Man suits, which must cost $1 billion to make one of these things. Just one suit of Iron Man armor. I mean, I don't know what a price tag would be, but I have a hard time believing they're less than $1 billion for. And I'm like, and I just got a new suit. Next day, I'll get a new suit. I'm giving suits away. Oh, Peter Parker, you need a suit? Hey, you need a suit? Everyone gets a suit. Like, he throws them away like candy. I'm just like, and then on top of that, like I said, he builds a space station, does this. Like, I'm like, he's building skyscrapers. I'm like, this guy is just burning through trillions of dollars. And with comic writing, it's just sloppy. Kids don't consider this sort of stuff, so whatever. But it gets to the point where you keep building on that and it snowballs, and then you turn around and go, wait a second, this is out of control. And Batman was kind of that point where he was, just doing ridiculous things. And I'm like, can we get Batman just where he has one Batmobile and he's maybe got a Batwing and a couple gadgets and that's it? Like, how do you do that?
Okay, now Vinko, I'm sorry to interrupt you. What was your point?
Oh, my thing, I was just gonna bring up the whole thing before Joker, where when you saw there was a whole Riddler tie-in before the designer plot and all that stuff. You saw Batman going against what's his name, Jade and Deathstroke and all them. He had that huge brand new Batwing thing. He built a giant Batwing that basically they attached to the little Batwing.
Yeah.
I was like, "Are we screaming toy? When can I buy that?" But apart from that building they're fighting on top of, where Bruce Wayne he's going to build his brand new future city, with that building. There's rumors that was the building that he built and finally got done, and over that where he was starting, what he was doing, what you'd see in the new Neo Gotham, but pretty much was what Bruce Wayne had built. His company, Wayne Tech, had built all those buildings around there. That was the foreshadowing that building right there, where he wants to build a brand new city around the world, New Gotham. That tied in with Jurgens, basically. Now Jurgens didn't mention it, but a lot of people were saying like, "Wow, you could see that how Tinian and his Jurgens like tying together loosely." But yeah, I mean, I don't mind if he has these cool gadgets, as long as you put them up for toys for kids, because kids will freaking want to buy these up.
But you can have gadgets that are cool that aren't like, oh, that would cost $1 trillion.
Look at the Silver Age, how many weird gadgets he had.
But I'm saying you can have gadgets that are cool without going like, oh, you've got full-on mech suits. Like, you don't need to do that. There's so many gadgets. James Bond built a whole freaking franchise on a super spy who had gadgets. But once he had an invisible car, it's like it jumped the shark. It was like, oh, God, James Bond's got an invisible car. This is fucking stupid. Right? There's a point where you just go too much and you're like, it's not.
That was a really cool car, though.
That was not a cool car. That was so bad.
It does make sense though with the increasing technology to have a freaking invisible car added on as a perk. Do you think Batman wouldn't have an invisible car if he could?
He can. What do you mean What do you mean if he could? What's stopping him?
Well, Ash, you asked what can't Tony do? Right? That you asked that before, right?
Yeah, I'm waiting.
Right.
The answer is anything right, according to Patsy, and that's why she keeps telling him to be better.
But don't worry.
You mean hell? You mean hell, bitch?
Oh.
But don't worry though. She's up on National Force, so it's all good. He must have done that right.
Well,
I have to read issue 5. If I read issue 5, she's gonna say you weren't even good delay.
Yeah, issue 4, they knocked boots, and
issue 5, she's a lesbian.
No, issue 5 is going to be the Me Too suit.
No,
the Me Too suit.
Oh my God.
issue 5's not gonna do that.
And Tony will have one of those in his armory.
Are you kidding me? Issue 5.
No, I mean SUIT, as in
I know.
But I can wait.
He won't have that. Issue 5. He's gonna come out as being gay.
Oh, gee, good God.
Don't give them any ideas.
And then he's gonna have
more ideas.
he's gonna have the Pride armor soon, right? The gay Pride armor.
Speaking of, did you see DC's March solicitations?
Oh God,
no.
They've got their Pride wear. It's the rainbow shirts with their superheroes on.
I thought Pride time wasn't until June, though.
June. That's right, June.
Well,
they expect the mad rush.
Well, you got to get the stuff out there early so people can buy it by June.
Yeah, I don't want to hide in the closet until
I'm just waiting for DC to do Cats covers.
Yeah, for
I
Cheetah or something.
I didn't even see those covers.
DC just copies everything stupid that Marvel does. DC's like, that's a great idea.
Instead of actually saying no,
exactly,
that's a bad idea.
If DC was run by competent people, they would be mocking Marvel at every turn and just being like, every time that Marvel took a misstep, they would be like the kid in The Simpsons. It's like, like constantly pointing out like how doofusy, like how stupid Marvel is, because half of like what you are able to sell is based on sort of like reputation, right? Like people buy things most often more because they think it's cool or it somehow fits their brand loyalty, not because it's a better product. This is why Budweiser is the king of beers. This is why you can't say it anymore. I used to be able to say AOL is the #1 internet service in the world. Like, once upon a time, this is especially true in America. We do not like the best thing. We like the thing that's the most trendy thing. This is why Apple is one of the biggest companies in the world, not because their computers are better, they're actually worse and they're more expensive, but yet we buy them. That's just how things are. And DC needs, the reason why Marvel is where it's at, because in the world of comics, since the 80s, maybe even going back further, Breen might say, Marvel has been the cool comic. DC has always been sort of the whiny little kid that's wanting to tag along. And it's, DC's got its fans. I'm not knocking any fans, but facts remain that when it came to the world of comics, man, Spider-Man, X-Men, Punisher, just the Avengers were way cooler than Justice League and Superman. I mean, Batman got love because Batman was cool, especially once the 89 movie came out that reinvigorated Batman. And people were like, oh yeah, Batman's fucking awesome. But DC's always had an image problem. And if DC could flip that image problem and make Marvel look like the laughingstock, that's what you need to do.
You know when DC really had an image problem?
In
1992 and 3 when they were getting crushed by them in sales.
Oh,
I knew you were going to go there.
Actually, DC did try to punk Marvel back when they introduced their New Age of Heroes. Look at them closely.
But they didn't.
Every single one of those teams and heroes, if you look at them, they were DC doing Marvel.
Yeah, no, Terrifics was Fantastic Four, Sideways was Spider-Man, Brimstone was Ghost Rider.
And then you had Hulk.
Yeah, Damage was Hulk. I get it. There were total analogs of Marvel books.
And the only thing is that they flopped because they didn't get the press that they should have gotten.
No, well, they flopped because DC didn't push them. DC had Marvel, had their boot on Marvel's throat. And then they had these books and were like, and not only were they making these books that were like these analogs that we're talking about, we need to keep in mind that when this was happening, Dan Slott was on Spider-Man. The Incredible Hulk was Gogurt Hulk. Fantastic Four was not even around, right? Because Marvel was not making a Fantastic Four book for some stupid, dumbass reason. The X-Men were the mustard and bigotry X-Men.
Right.
All these books, like, seriously, like, basically Marvel was screwing the pooch with their own characters, and DC said, hey, we can make those style characters and do it good. If you're a person who wants that stuff, maybe you're not a Batman, Superman, Wonder Woman, Justice League type characters fan. Here's some characters that are more Marvel style, come, and we're doing them good. They had that, but they did nothing with it. They basically they had their boot on the throat of Marvel, where all the fans were like, where's real Hulk? Why do we have all this bullshit? What the hell? And instead of stepping down and just being like, and actually marketing it and actually trying to get the Marvel fans and say, hey, come to us. Is your company being stupid? We know, like, here, we made these books just for you. And step out and be that. Nope. They pulled their foot off and said, sorry, Marvel, reached their hand down and lifted them back up and said, we're going to shoot ourselves in the head now and kill this entire line. You're welcome.
Because they got Bendis and they had to pay for him.
Well, it's because Dan Didio became in control.
That too.
And yeah, and because of Bendis, we're not just paying for him, but also Bendis being like, I want to bring all my Portland Mafia friends over here and we can do this thing called Wonder Comics. Everyone wants, no one wants an X-Men book over at DC. They want Wonder Twins. They want Dial H for Hero. And somehow Dan Didio was like, yeah, that's a good idea. Why that dude wasn't fired right then and there is the problem with DC. Like, you cancel one of the best things you've ever done before, not because it was failing, but because you murdered it. And when I say they murdered it, they canceled Immortal Men at issue 4 when it was the second best selling of the New Age of Heroes books. They canceled it.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
then they were like, people are like, it just wasn't selling, Ash. You need to get over it. They have to cancel books that don't sell. I'm like, what do you mean it's not selling? It's selling better than half of DC's line, and it's the second best of the New Age of Heroes, only behind Terrifics, which was the first book to be released, and Immortal Men was the last book to be released. Like, and they canceled it.
And there were numbers and sales to back up the claims, because people genuinely enjoy these analogs of Marvel characters.
They genuinely enjoyed them. And here's the thing. I didn't expect all of the New Age of Heroes to succeed. I knew 8 books was too much. Like, it's just... But if you can get... Your goal should be to get 3 or 4 of them to catch on. But they didn't try. And not only did they not try, they actively were, like, squashing. Oh, first thing we got to cancel is our most successful book. Like, you didn't cancel Brimstone. Like... That's been the first one to go. No one liked it. It's probably arguably the least of the books, right? But nope, that stayed on. I think it was one of the last 3 or 4.
Oh, because Brimstone's author or somebody involved that was actively bashing the fans, so they had to keep that one on.
Yeah, he's one of the reasons. Justin Jordan. He also did Sideways, which is why those are the 2 books I didn't get because of him. But you know, they should have. You can't cancel a book canceling a book at issue 4. That's like 0 commitment. Like, you're just like, oh, we're not even gonna try. It's one thing if like Hawkman. I'm disappointed that Hawkman's gone. It's legitimately the best book at DC. It was. It's a good book. I love it so much. I became a Hawkman fan because of this book. I miss it. I'm sad that it's gone, but I understand. It didn't sell. Like, they kept it. It made 29 issues. If the New Age of Heroes had made 29 issues and then canceled, I would be understanding. But when you cancel on issue 4, I'm like, what? That's barely final order cutoff, because when you're a store, you have to order like the 3 issues before, because of the solicits and the way the things come out. You don't actually even know what your sales are going to be until the 3rd issue is out. So stores are not, they're shaky on how their ordering is going to go. They never gave a chance for any of these books to really breathe and develop. And then when you start axing books, you lose faith in them. Like, that's why I didn't jump on the Terrifics, which I hear was a terrific book. Because I was like, I don't have faith in you. I don't have faith in you, DC. I want to. I believe this book is good, but I believe as soon as I jump on it, you're going to cancel it. That's why I didn't buy it. Not because I wasn't interested.
Yeah, the only book I could think of that was canceled faster was one of the Black Panther books. I think they got canceled at issue 2.
Oh yeah, I remember that. And they burned off 3 more issues. Hey, at least Immortal got. At least they published the 5th and 6th issues.
But they literally canceled that line at issue 2.
No. Well, Future Foundation got canceled before issue 1 actually hit the stores.
Whoa. That's...
Well, the whole thing was just to promote the Power Pack chick being gay.
Oh, that.
Yeah.
Ugh. That made me sad because I liked Power Pack from what I read of it.
Well, back in the day, it was written by
June Brigman.
Louise Simonson.
Louise Simonson, drawn by June Brigman.
Oh,
wait a minute. No.
I thought it was Ann Nocenti.
No, that can't be right. No, it can't be. Women didn't start in comics till 2017.
Wait a second. I didn't say women. Are you assuming their gender, Eric?
Oh boy.
I'm misogynist like that.
Yeah, the original Power Pack, as much as I had 0 interest in reading a book about little babies as superheroes, had its fan base, and it was apparently a quality book. And the new Power Pack, I don't understand why anyone would want to read it, because not only is it a book about babies, but it's obviously not a quality book. Like,
Well, yeah, the original series, what made it fun was it was loaded with guest stars. Wolverine was probably in 10 of the issues. Spider-Man was probably in 10. There was
Fantastic
never
Four.
more than a couple issues without major guest stars, and they put them in. And it might have been Anna Santierra Louise. I know it was a woman writer one way or another, but and they worked.
are you
them
saying
into
that they're
the
just all the
event.
same, Eric? Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm saying it was 35 years ago, and my memory's not what it used to be. So
No,
shut
Nice,
up.
nice save, nice save.
No.
Shut it, you.
They're not
No,
the same because
And
Stephanie
Power
Phillips-
Pack was actually written by Louise Simonson and drawn by June Brigman.
Dion, do I have to correct you again? Women didn't start in comics until 2017, so
No,
those had to be men.
No,
Those
women
had to be
have
men
been writing
using
and drawing
women's
comics for
names.
years.
they didn't start till 2021 with Marika.
That's right. There's
Toronto.
never been a woman in comics yet.
Yeah.
Just like there's never been a woman in a superhero movie.
I mean, look at this. This is phenomenal. Riley Rosswell teaming up with Stephanie Phillips to take on a new ongoing Harley Quinn book.
Jimmy, in answer to your question, I present you with another question. What is one character they haven't gender swapped or race swapped? Like they've
Oh.
every
Or-
character that I can think of, at Marvel at least.
That's a good question.
Or change their sexual orientation.
Well,
Or that too, yeah.
Well,
Yeah,
wait a
well,
second. What male? Because there's plenty of female characters that they haven't gender swapped.
They won't gender swap them.
Yeah, and there's plenty
Yeah,
of
because
black
they're-
characters
yeah.
that they won't race swap. So
They're
the
not-
the
they're
real
not
question
genders.
is which white characters haven't been race swapped and which male characters haven't been gender swapped. That's
Well, let's see.
you
We've
know.
had Thor. Thor was gender swapped. Captain America was race swapped. Spider-Man was race swapped. Hulk was race swapped.
Wolverine.
Man got-
Wolverine was gender swapped.
Wolverine was gender swapped. Yep.
Iron Man got the daily double because if you want to look at Riri as Iron Man,
he
was-
was gender and race swapped.
He got both.
Boom.
Yeah.
they double dipped him.
Loki was gender swapped.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah,
actually, Tony actually was gender swapped himself. Remember back in the day?
Oh my God! Oh yes, yes.
Or he tried
Oh,
to
Hulk.
all
that,
Hulk.
that was Dan's slot.
Hulk
He-
is
he was
also
out too.
gender swapped. He's also daily double. Hulk has been gender swapped and race swapped.
Well, gender.
Okay.
No,
Oh yeah, with Jen. Rip
Right.
She-Hulk.
yeah.
Let's see. Batman's about to be race swapped with Future State. We know Batman's about to be.
Yeah. Well, we're
And-
talking about Marvel. I
We're
don't.
talking about Marvel, yeah.
Ghost Rider was race swapped.
Ghost
Spider-Man.
Rider.
Um,
Yep.
Hawkeye
Spider-Man.
was gender swapped.
Hawkeye has been.
they haven't done
um,
Reed Richards yet. That's a yet.
They've kind of. Well, they have
Oh,
feminized.
yeah,
He
Reed
is more of a
Richards.
beta. They've what's the word? They've mentally swapped him. He used to be a genius, but now he's the guy wearing the dunce cap.
Although to be fair, when you can obviously find, we probably should only count people that have their own books, because if you start going into like team stuff, I
Well,
can
yeah,
be like
you-
Longshot was
Yeah.
never swapped. You're like,
Yeah, Beta Rogue were never swapped.
Who was never swapped?
I would say
Amber.
like I was just pulling like Longshot out of my
Yeah,
ass.
yeah,
Like you
these
start
are
doing
funny.
team books, you start having these characters that are.
Oh, they race swapped Johnny Storm in the Fantastic Four film. I
In the
know.
film,
I said
yes.
we're getting off team books, but
We're
yeah.
talking comics, yeah.
We're still sticking with the comics for now.
Yeah.
But if you stick with any character that's had their own title,
Gambit has his own title twice, and he still hasn't been raced.
Daredevil is currently a woman.
Daredevil, yep.
for one
I forgot
issue.
about that.
She's
For a
going
few
back.
issues.
Yeah.
I am glad though they haven't done that to Gambit. You gotta have some Louisiana
Yet.
representation.
Yet.
Um,
Time, it's 2021. Give him time.
was Punisher ever swapped?
Yes.
Yeah, there was
Yes.
there was a lady Punisher.
Oh.
Yes, Lynn Michael.
The one hope that I had, Punisher.
But it actually that was done at a time when it was organic to the story.
Yes.
It wasn't just done for woke points. I mean, it actually it was story driven.
But it was
See,
but it wasn't great. Punisher was still there though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's
Yeah,
two
also,
Punishers.
yeah, there was Captain Britain got gender
Oh
swapped.
yeah, Captain
Mhm,
Britain.
Yeah. Gender swap and race swapped, I think, too. Wasn't Captain Britain Muslim, I think?
No,
They
he
not
did
was
a
British.
Muslim woman.
unless it's a new one, because the last one I remember, it was just they had to change it to a single mother woman.
And now it's his sister, right?
Now it's just, yeah, now I think it's
But no,
it's Betsy.
I thought she gave the title back. It was just because that one story arc, and then she's back now. She's not Captain Britain anymore. She's
Oh,
still
she
back.
Is she back to being Psylocke now?
I think within like a couple of issues. I don't think she still is.
I thought it was perfect now that it fit a woman.
Well, he became like the Dark Knighters, the Dark Black Knighters lads for working for Lady Morgana.
again.
Or Morgan Le Fay, that's what it was. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's why she took Excalibur and became the new Britain temporarily.
Yeah.
Even the flagship namesake Captain Marvel was
Originally
both race and gender swapped, as befitting for a character that holds the name of your company.
But
Well,
one of them was a legacy. Actually, the other one was just like, hey, I'm his son. Yeah, I kind of want the title back. So go back to your like little like slave area.
Yeah.
Pretty much. it was
Well, every swap is a legacy. That's what Marvel.
Yeah.
The whole purpose of Marvel Legacy was to be like, these old characters are the swapped versions are the legacy. It's like, no, you just.
Ooh.
okay.
We didn't talk about because Nick Fury.
Oh, yeah. Nick Fury.
Yeah, they did. I forgot
Nick
about
Fury.
that because they did that right around the time the movie.
Because they
around
moved him.
Samuel L. Jackson.
They moved him from the Ultimate Universe to ours. I made him his son, I believe.
I think it was his son. Yeah, he had through like an illegitimate son or illegitimate marriage.
Wow, chicka, wow, wow.
This isn't Nick Fury Jr. The black one is the one from 1610.
Yeah, he slept with a woman that looks suspiciously like Samuel L. Jackson.
So I'm trying to think of like major Marvel characters. So Luke Cage is probably safe. He's never because he's black.
Black Panther is definitely safe.
Black Panther's safe. Although
not really. Shuri's gonna be the new Black Panther.
Gender swapped.
Well, Shuri, he was gender swapped because Shuri has already been Black Panther. Yeah.
Well, she was Black Panther in 2006.
And Black Panther 2, you're gonna have Shuri as the Black Panther.
Well, they have to.
Well, I don't know. Didn't they cancel her?
They're trying to.
Yeah.
But
she get out of the canceled doghouse.
Mary Jane race swapped.
Yeah, actually, I do remember back in
Mary Jane race swapped.
I would say within the past 8 years or so, they actually had ads in the comic books about who's going to be the new Black Panther, and they actually had Sue Storm as one of the possibles. They had, I think, Storm was another one. I forget who the other ones were, but those are the two that stuck out to me.
Well, yeah,
I never knew who they decided.
Courier actually was part of the story, with him and Gambit going. It was one of the Gambit issues. Him and going back in time, and Sinister, because he was a shapeshifter, turned him into basically a goo, and that's how basically Sinister took his abilities back in the 1800s, basically, and that's how he got his shapeshifting. So, but when we restored Gambit, he restored Gambit's friend back to his normal, back to his human thing. He was stuck in a female form. The last form he was. He could only become a female turned in other female forms.
Yeah.
So that was like the first gender thing I remember reading from Marvel. I was like, wow, that was like 90s, I think.
Yeah, actually, Jimmy, if Marvel ever does the comic book adaptation of The Incredibles, they've already gender swapped Reed. Just look at Elastigirl. That's Reed Richards.
I guess so. Yeah.
Actually, Elastigirl is both Reed Richards and Sue Storm. She has the stretchy powers of Reed, but she's like the heart and center of the family, like
she's
Sue.
the mother. She's the mother of the family. Yeah. And
Yeah.
you have the daughter being the Invisible Girl.
Yep.
You have the son. Although the son is more like the Flash analog.
Yeah.
And the father's more like the Thing analog, except he's not ugly. And then you have the Jack who can be he's a super Skrull. He can be pretty much anything.
No, he's Franklin Richards. That's how I look at him. I look at Franklin. He can just.
Okay. I'm saying, Jimmy, yes, it's a different character in a different universe, but in terms of they've already done it in terms of if they ever do the comic book adaptation. Yes, they've already done a Reed Richards gender swap. They have not done our Reed Richards gender swap yet. However, in the Council of Reeds, there probably is a female Reed in there somewhere.
I just want to draw your attention to this comic I got on the screen here.
What on earth?
Apparently, there was this Power Pack issue has got really good art and writing.
Is this bring your 2-year-old to work and let them do your job day?
Hey, don't complain. It's Brendan Rossbaum.
Are you kidding? This is great.
Actually,
if Marvel Comics were this good, I'd be buying more of them.
Actually, that is pretty good. It looks like the art when I was picking up the Marvel Adventures and they had the Power Pack in that. It was a little more simplistic, quote unquote simplistic, but it was serviceable and it fit the tone of the books. The Marvel Adventures art, for the most part, did actually fit that. It was more of an all ages line.
Ronnie, this is
I
like
remember Marvel Adventures. Yeah, I remember that book. Yeah,
I could appreciate them. You could tell that they weren't quite as quote serious, but they did have serious undertones to them. Because at one point in the Marvel Avengers, they had Steve Rogers really super crushing on Sue, and they had Reed Richards actually having Black Widow spy on Sue for some reason.
So here's the real art. This is not the real art of the book. This is supposed to be a kid in the comic who drew a comic, and they used it as... But this is what the actual art looks like.
Oh, wait a minute. Is that the one, the youngest daughter?
And I have to say, like, God, bring back the crayon drawings. What the hell am I watching? Oh, God, I hate modern comics.
That's not too bad. Who is that? Sarah Pacelli? It looks like Sarah Pacelli.
I'm not seeing.
I like Sarah Pacelli. I don't. It's Nico Leon.
I don't know who that is. It looks a little like Sarah Pacelli.
It's not necessarily that it's terrible art. It's just terrible for comics. Like, I just hate... Look at this effeminate man sitting over here with his finger on the screen. Are you not watching?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
I'm looking at YouTube. I'm not seeing...
Oh, if you're
all
on
you gotta
YouTube...
do is just scribble a little beard on there and it'll look like Reed.
If you're listening live... YouTubers will hear it at the same time I'm showing it, but you're listening live, Rania, so you're going to be like on an 8-second delay. Yeah, this guy, he's just way he's like holding his finger up and just so effeminate and.
Oh dear God!
My God!
Yeah, I'm seeing it.
It's just, and then look at the dumb face that this girl has. Like, oh, what do you think? It's just, this is that SJW silly Billy, like, regressive style. Like, they may be adults, but in their mind they have like the mental or emotional maturity of like a 9-year-old.
A teenager?
No, not even teenager. Like a 9-year-old. Like, I think teenagers would be disgusted with this. They'd be like, "Oh, that's too..." No, like.
Oh, okay, you're not wrong.
It's weird to me that grown adults look at this.
Oh dear God!
And go like, "Oh yeah, that's something I want to read for me." Like, no, and this is something that kids don't want to read either, because it's a domestic discussion between a family, and like it's just never fitting.
Oh dear God!
And it's why these books don't sell.
No.
And also, judging by the way the way the expression is drawn on Katie Power, it doesn't really come off as actually her, but someone who think they know the character as well as the rest
Oh
of the Power
dear
Pack.
God, no! Stop! No! No! I refreshed to see it. Oh dear God, no! Look at the original Power Pack.
Oh yeah, no,
Look
the
at the
original Power Pack is good.
Oh my,
Mhm.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. That they
You weren't
It's like,
allowed to
yeah.
work at Marvel back in those days if you weren't good. Like
yeah.
that was a difference.
Yeah.
Like even the bad artists would be
Even-
like
even the-
top talent today.
Even the Z-list books got decent artists.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Oh dear God!
Where's the original?
It's
There
like
it is.
it is like Englentine says. Be careful what you wish for, because they were saying bring you back Power Pack. I'm going, ooh, I would like to see what they did. Oh dear God!
It's Power Pack.
Yeah, I think
Classic.
they did one. I think they did one recently where they did get the original people back, but then I'm sure anything going forward will be.
Ugh.
Marvel
Look at the
play.
outrage on this cover here or this page. Look at the
Which
men
one?
with
Oh.
their legs spread.
Oh dear
Oh,
God!
outrage.
Yeah, it's. Yeah,
There's no
Ash,
testicles in there. Come on.
I can't.
Oh.
I can't even with this. Hey, seriously, I am turning into a pumpkin, so I'm going to check out.
All right, that's probably a good sign. We have been doing a long stream tonight, and everyone that's joined us, thank you so much. I think we should probably wrap this up to a close because it's late here too, even on the West Coast. So
Oh wow! The oldest brother is man spreading.
so you guys in the
He's-
chat,
He's
thank you.
canceled.
Thank you so much. I know this is probably an abrupt ending, but when Eric goes, we all got to go with him. You go, I go. Thanks.
Somebody's got to tuck me in.
Thank you for being thank you for being a part of the chat, guys, and giving us a reason to be here with you. I know we didn't get to every comment, but we did read. I know I read a lot more comments than I was able to comment on. Maranya, Eric, Zach, Dominic. Who am I missing?
Skipper.
Wait,
Hickman.
Well,
Today.
RDV. That's what I'm missing. Skip. We already said goodnight to.
Oh.
RDV, you guys, thank you for being on this panel with me tonight and making this work. Any final thoughts from any of you?
When Marani says go, we can leave.
No. When I say stop.
That's
when
right.
we end.
Yeah, I apologize for usurping your authority, Ron, because I didn't realize I was stopping the stream.
I had a day off, first time in a while, on a Saturday night. It feels really weird.
Yeah, what you're supposed to do, Eric, is say, Melania, put up the 1 minute warning.
Yeah,
It's weird. I was thinking, what am I going to do on Saturday nights without headphones in my ears for 5 hours? Thank you, Ash.
exactly.
Well,
Well,
did you see what I put in the DMs where I was like, what am I gonna do on Saturday night? Spend it with my wife? Who does that?
Oh.
Ooh.
Ooh.
Now you
I'll
said it
keep
loud
that
enough,
between you and
Eric.
me.
Yeah, I won't tell Mrs. Rudolph about that.
Mrs. Rudolph.
Richardson. I'm not sure which one it is anymore.
Zach Prime.
He's got
All
like
the
5
above.
guys.
Yeah,
It's the other boy, Zach.
yeah,
It's the other
we need to
Wait,
know
wait,
what to put on the
wait.
divorce papers.
Are you kidding me? It's like multiplicity with him. One
Or is it
woman.
not
5
your
guys.
not your boy, Zach?
not your boy Zach.
Oh.
All right, guys. Well, we're going to end this here. Hopefully, we'll have another one of these in the near future. I really like doing an impromptu stream.
I like like
just-
this.
Yeah,
too.
this was fun. This was a lot of fun.
Yeah, this was fun.
And now that I figured out how to get Discord to work and do it, it makes it easy to have people come and go. So I'm going to call it, and we'll see you next time. Don't forget, for anyone listening, we're going to be doing a special stream on Monday night. It's normally the Unnamed Indie Comics show with Skip and Ash, but we are postponing the episode because we're doing a special episode that hopefully we'll have Breen involved in, and it's going to be the Brubaker Reckless episode. So get your book and read it. We're going to be spoiling it and talking about it because it's something you guys all need to read. And you can get it on Comixology or you can get it at your local comic book store. You can get it on Amazon too, but probably not shipped fast enough. So
yeah. And the song you should be playing during that is by Robert Plant, "Reckless Love."
there we go. So without belaying this any further, thank you. Have a good night and a safe rest of the year. Good night.